Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Naruto had late-night harem with Mirajane from Fairy Tail? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. Now enjoy the video. Hinata Hyuga opened her bleary eyes to find herself being lowered to the ground by a set of vines that seemed to have formed a cocoon around her. Observing her surroundings, she saw hundreds of other cocoons release shinobi to the ground much like herself. As soon as she felt the cracked earth beneath her feet, she activated the Byakugan to find him. It didn't even take her a second. In an instant, she was able to find his and Sasuke's chakra signatures a couple kilometers away, along with a chakra mass of epic proportions. With worry in her heart, she rushed to the heart of the battle without a single hint of hesitation. The Hyuga princess weaved through various shinobi all dazed and confused. A few saw her move towards the area of the final battle and followed her. Naruto, just wait a little longer, we're all coming to help. Ain't this nostalgic? Kiba grinned from her side as he was accompanied by Akamaru. Team 8 is back in action. Kiba, Akamaru, Hinata smiled brightly. You didn't forget about me, did you? Shino joined Hinata on her left side while adjusting the goggles he always wore. You're all safe, Hinata said with relief. The duo nodded while Kiba pointed behind them. And we're not alone either. Behind Team 8, the rest of the Konoha 11 weren't too far away from them. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, Lee, and Tenten were the literal head of the pack along with the 5 Kage. Behind their leaders, the remainder of the allied shinobi forces followed not a hair's inch away. There was not a single shinobi who wasn't prepared to sacrifice themselves for the sake of repaying their debt to him. The man who had stolen her heart, Naruto Uzumaki. Everyone's all together again, Hinata murmured in awe. Hey, we can't let Naruto hog all the glory forever, Kiba smirked while Akamaru barked in agreement. Just as Hinata made to reply, an earth-shattering and ear-deafening explosion rocked the earth from the area they were heading to. The gale force winds created launched a large amount of shinobi back while the stronger ones were able to stand their ground. Hinata covered her eyes with her arm while her hair flew back wildly. Through the gap in her arm, she looked forward only to confirm her biggest fears. The chakra signatures belonging to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were gone. An unknown space darkness. The encompassing black void wrapped around him like a cocoon. He couldn't see anything. He couldn't hear anything, and above all else he could not feel anything. His limbs were nowhere to be seen while there was no way to look around without his neck. Despite being lost in an unknown space, Naruto Uzumaki could only feel a great sense of accomplishment and pride. Naruto and his teammate Sasuke Uchiha had beaten Kagaya and sealed her away forever along with Black Zetsu. It was a grueling battle, one that took hours with many close scrapes with death. Kagaya, the progenitor of chakra, was an enemy like no other. The goddess was able to open pathways to different dimensions, and almost succeeded in trapping Sasuke forever. If he was honest, the duo would have lost if it weren't for the timely actions of Kakashi and Sakura. Yet despite existing as a being of near-endless power, Kagaya still had an even greater ability. The all-killing ash bones. A mere scratch was more than enough to completely destroy a person's body on a molecular level. Naruto knew what the ability was capable of firsthand. Obito Uchiha only smiled as his body fell to ash after he had saved both Naruto and Sasuke's lives. Thanks to the former Konoha shinobi's sacrifice, the team was able to seal away Kagaya for good. After the Uzumaki and Uchiha sealed away Kagaya, the Jubi fell apart soon after. That was the last thing Naruto saw before there was a flash of light and then darkness. Naruto felt nothing before his vision slowly returned as he blearily blinked his eyes. Where am I? Naruto wondered looking around. Am I dead? The blonde shinobi asked himself. Not completely. An elderly voice replied. Naruto turned around to see the legendary creator of Ninshu, the Rakudo Sennin Hagoromo Otsutsuki. The old sage wore a white robe with 9 black magatama surrounding his collar and back. He sat on 9 truth-seeking balls and held a staff across his lap. Hagoromo wore a small smile upon his weary visage as he watched the blonde youth. The Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi took the opportunity to observe his surroundings and was surprised that they were now standing on water, or in the sage's case floating above water. Oddly enough, the scenery reminded him of when he had first met Son Goku after the gorilla ate him. Of course he was able to make the gorilla vomit him out, but that was a new experience in itself. Ah, good times. A reminiscent smile appeared on his face as he recollected all the horrible and disgusting events he had been subjected to in his lifetime. My life really has not been great, but still. He wouldn't have traded those experiences for anything else in the world. His first mission to a rank mission where he ran into Haku and Zabuza, his rivalry with Sasuke, his training with Jiraiya, his meeting with Nagato and the Akatsuki, they were all precious experiences that he wouldn't trade for anything. You have beaten the Jubi, sealed away my mother, and have saved the world. You are truly worthy of the title, Child of Prophecy. Hagoromo spoke in a grandfatherly manner. Disrupted from his inner musings to hear the sage's congratulations, Naruto could not prevent the smile that made its way across his face. It was nothing I couldn't handle. The shinobi gave the sage a thumbs up as well as his signature grin. The sage's disposition fell at that statement and he sighed knowing what he had to do next. Naruto, during your last battle, the explosion of chakra killed you and Sasuke, Hagoromo solemnly said. Like he had anticipated, Naruto's expression turned ghastly white while shock had yet to fully hit him. For the blonde Jinchuriki, it was like the old sage had cast a spell. Just as he had regained his senses, it was as if they were mercilessly ripped away once more. The sage waited for the information to sink in while Naruto's heart sunk upon hearing his words. The blonde shinobi's face contained a mix of emotions: anger, sadness, but a strange sense of calm. Strangely, he couldn't find it in himself to scream in anger or curse the world. All he felt was acceptance, as if subconsciously he knew that he couldn't change his situation this time no matter what. Naruto's entire posture seemed to drop as a mirthless smile replaced his previous grinning one. So that's it, huh? I'm really dead. What happened after the battle? Naruto weakly asked. After you survived the battle, your former teacher and fellow pupil both survived the blast. The people who were imprisoned by the Mugen Tsukuyomi have all been freed. You saved them, Naruto. Naruto's mood slightly improved upon hearing the good news, but remained in despondent silence. And, what about Sasuke? The silence between Hagoromo and Naruto was palpable. It existed as an invisible fog between the ancestor and descendant. The first son of Kagaya cleared his throat before finally answering. Sasuke Uchiha has chosen to move forward. Naruto's blue eyes slowly widened in disbelief. Sasuke gave up. Hagoromo nodded before speaking once more. He was the last of his clan and he informed me that he no longer possessed any ties to the elemental nations, with you dead as well. Naruto punched the watery surface, which was surprisingly more solid than it looked. A mirthless smile spread across his lips as he stared into his own reflection. He looked completely worn, the tiredness of his gaze a reminder of how brutal his final battle had been. His clothes that Jiraiya bought him were in tatters. His jacket was practically torn in half, his pants barely held on, and a mesh undershirt was his last line of defense. That bastard's always going ahead and doing what he wants. Soccer is probably going to be pissed. He chuckled with an air of melancholy. There's a reason why you're still here. The sage continued. The elder's voice held a tone of hope to it as Naruto's gaze looked upwards to meet his own. I wanted to offer you another chance at life in a new world, considering your current one was spent fixing the mistakes of an old fool. Naruto was surprised by the offer. A new life? He tentatively asked. The sage nodded and tapped the bottom of his staff on the water's surface. The ripples created altered the endless bottom into a live image of a vast land. Towns, mountains, forests, numerous objects were shown. It was as if Hagoromo had used Gaara's sand-eye jutsu to peer into an entirely different world. This place is known as Earthland. It is a world similar to our own except with a difference. Chakra does not exist, but standing in its place is magic. Magic like those parlor tricks in the elemental nations? No, not like that kind of magic. Hagoromo amusedly chortled. The magic the people of this world use allows them to accomplish feats similar to ninjutsu. Manipulating the elements, creating runes, or even transformations. The possibilities are endless over there as they are here. Naruto was left in silent awe. Not only was he being granted a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but a chance to actually live his life. But, old man, I don't know if I should go. It's just, what are you waiting for? Naruto's eyes widened upon hearing a new voice while Hagoromo chuckled knowingly. Don't worry about us. A distinctly familiar and female voice added. Those voices, no way. Naruto slowly turned around, hoping with all his might that he hadn't hallucinated those voices. Turning to look behind him, Naruto's hopeful gaze met two different pairs that he had only gotten to see on very rare occasions. Mom, Dad, appearing in a blue, long-sleeved shirt and a pair of black pants, Minato Namikaze looked the same as ever with his trademark blue eyes and yellow hair. Standing by his side, his wife Kushina Uzumaki wore the same green dress that Naruto first met her in, as the bright smile adorning her features could put the stars to shame in terms of radiance. Standing both proud and elated, the two forms of Minato and Kushina approached and embraced their precious son. For the first time in 17 years, the Uzumaki family was reunited. Naruto could feel them. Their scent, their warmth, it was everything that he had dreamed of growing up alone. Happy birthday, Naruto. His parents congratulated through tearful eyes. The hell, you're gonna make me cry too. Naruto sniffed. His arms pulled his parents even closer, not wanting to let go for even a moment. I made sure to eat a lot every day. I made sure to bathe every day like you asked. Warm tears began to sting the corners of his eyes while he struggled to keep his voice together. I slept a lot too, and I made friends. I had a little trouble, but... Shish, it's okay, Naruto. We're both proud of you. Kushina hushed, gently stroking Naruto's hair. Her vision was blurred by the tears that were already falling, but she didn't care. Kushina simply continued her maternal ministrations as held her baby boy close. You truly are a kind child. Minato softly smiled. It's okay to be selfish, Naruto. You've spent too many years of your life worrying about the well-being of others, so it's time you worry about your own. But you guys, we'll be waiting for you with open arms only after you've lived the life we couldn't give you. Kushina gently spoke, soothing her son. The fourth Hokage and his wife released their son, who wiped away his tears with the sleeve of his jacket. Hints of redness trailed along the edges of his eyes, but the smile he sported was as bright as his mother's, and the confidence in his gaze mirrored that of his father's. I guess I'm not ready to move on yet, old man Hagoromo. Naruto said with a wry laugh. I want another chance, and this time I'll make sure to live each day the way I want to. Hagoromo smiled and nodded approvingly. The whiskered shinobi turned to meet his parents' eyes once more as both father and mother held onto one of his hands. Guys, before he could ask what they were doing, a scroll appeared out of thin air before it was grabbed by Minato. The former Hokage of the Leaf created a seal on his son's wrist as the scroll he was holding disappeared with its creation. The black lettering of the seal disappeared without a trace, leaving Naruto utterly confused as to what just transpired. Those were the fuinjutsu I was able to master in my lifetime. Hopefully you'll be able to learn from them before creating sealing jutsu of your own. Minato chuckled with slight grin. From his mother's hands, Naruto watched as chains of gold with a white glow emerged from Kushina's palms before entering his own. While he half expected it to be a painful process, the chains entered without a hitch before he watched the final link disappear into his body. The Uzumaki were known for three things. Kushina began with a mischievous grin. The first was their red hair. The second was their longevity, and the third was their fuinjutsu. There aren't many people who know about the fourth trait, the adamantium sealing chains. Unfortunately, I can't pass down my hair color to you, but the least I can do is pass on our clan's renowned jutsu. Naruto was left stunned. He felt a great deal of gratitude, but he also felt undeserving. Is this really okay? He chuckled jokingly. At this rate I'll be a spoiled brat. And you'll always be our spoiled brat. Kushina giggled, placing her hand on his cheek. Listen to your father, Naruto. Be a little more selfish with your choices. Oh, but don't be too selfish now. I don't want my son turning into a rotten apple, you know? Kushina continued to rattle off a mental checklist of reminders and do's and don'ts, yet with each rule spoken her frame began to tremble and her voice began to fade. An arm belonging to her husband wrapped over her shoulder, soothingly stroking her back as Minato tried his best to ease his wife's heartache. Naruto wiped his eyes and laughed, giving his mother one last hug as he felt her tears of pride wet his cheek while her trembling began to quell. I love you, Mom. I'll be fine on my own, okay? I promise. You better. Kushina managed to whisper as she struggled to contain her sobs while holding on to Naruto for dear life. Her baby had grown up so much in the time she last saw him, and it broke her heart to know she would not be able to see him again for a long time. Gradually loosening her hold, she felt the warmth emanating from her son fade as he let go to have one last exchange with his father. Clasping the hand that was hanging by her side, Kushina interlocked her fingers with Minato, surprising him. Sorry, it looks like I didn't give you much time to talk with Naruto again, huh? Minato simply smiled and shook his head, instead choosing to hold on to Kushina's hand tighter. Facing Naruto's steady gaze, Minato grabbed a hold of Naruto's shoulder, the strength in his grip and firmness of his expression an indication of how proud he was. Naruto, my advice as your father is mostly the same as your overprotective mother. Minato spoke with a fatherly chuckle. Just make sure to find someone as amazing as her, okay? Naruto laughed mirthfully, wiping the stray wetness stinging the edges of his eyes before nodding, much to his mother's embarrassment. I will, Dad, thanks. Turning to the last occupant of the room who had been quiet out of respect, Naruto, features brimming with conviction once more, faced the Sage of Six Paths with an expression mimicking that of his past reincarnation. If that's all, I think I'm ready, old man. An amused chuckle escaped the elderly sage as he raised a single hand indicating he wasn't done. I apologize for the delay, Naruto, but there is one more who would like to speak with you. One more? Naruto mentally repeated. Who else is there? As his way of answering, Hagoromo tapped his staff onto the watery surface as one massive being materialized out of a golden light. His predatory eyes glowed with the deepest crimson red imaginable while 9 flowing tails swished in the air behind him. Although the being had the form of a kitsune, he had the upper body shape of a human, complete with 5 dangerously clawed fingers on each hand. Although the last time the Uzumaki saw the creature wasn't too long ago, the first son of the sage, Kurama, had managed to double his size as he completely towered over his former jailer. Kurama. Seeing as it was finally his turn, the strongest of the 9 Biju gave a vulpine smirk towards his partner. You know, I'm a little offended that you didn't ask if I was okay, Naruto. I shouldn't have to worry because don't you reincarnate even if you die? Details. The fox carelessly shrugged. Naruto lightly chuckled to himself. It was quite nostalgic being able to talk with Kurama again. Back then, the large fox was completely hell-bent on taking over his body. If someone had told his younger self 3 years ago that he would befriend the giant fox, he would have laughed in their face before giving them the bird. He couldn't help but smile remembering his journey through life with the chakra incarnate by his side. Their tales and adventures would make quite the story if it was written. Hey Kurama, he quietly greeted. I guess this is goodbye. Huh? The Kyuubi blinked, doing a double take. I'm coming with you. This time it was Naruto's turn to blink. What? The Biju simply smirked, displaying each razor-sharp canine in his mouth. After all, someone has to keep you out of trouble. I don't want my partner dying because he didn't have me with him. What are you talking about? I can handle myself just fine. Naruto argued as he stomped to confront his partner. Did you forget who decided to graciously help you when Obito had 7 Biju on his side? Kurama boasted, daring Naruto to argue back. Graciously? It was either me, him, or the end of the world. You only had one option. Naruto and Kurama both growled at one another. Naruto's forehead pressed against Kurama's snout as the pair were mere seconds away from brawling. Their spat was interrupted by the sound of Kushina's sweet-sounding laughter as well as Minato's concealed chuckles. The pair looked towards one another before redirecting their gaze back to the pair of laughing parents. "What's so funny? What's so funny?" they said in unison. "It's just that you two make an adorable team." Kushina proudly grinned. "Please take care of my son, Kurama. I know he can be quite the troublemaker." "Hey." Kurama chuckled knowingly while ignoring Naruto's indignant cries of denial. "I'll make sure to." The nine-tailed chakra beast turned his gaze towards Minato with an expectant stare. "Is there anything you'd like to add?" The fourth Hokage simply shook his head with a small smile. "Be safe, you two. The both of you." With their goodbyes finished, Hagoromo had already finished the necessary preparations as a large seal formula appeared beneath Naruto and Kurama while Minato and Kushina took a few steps back. "Good luck, Naruto. May you find happiness in your new life," the sage spoke with reverent pride. As the light from the seal gradually enveloped him, Naruto looked to his parents one last time to see his father's arm wrapped over his mother's shoulder as they each waved from where they stood. A large ringing sound filled the air to the point that Naruto could no longer hear anything. Although he couldn't use his ears, Naruto's eyes were still able to make out his parents' final words to him. "Thank you for allowing us to be your parents, Naruto." In a flash of light, Naruto and Kurama were gone. As soon as they disappeared, Minato and Kushina nodded to one another before waving Hagoromo goodbye as they left soon after. Hagoromo wearily sighed to himself after having to witness a rather heavy-hearted reunion. Nevertheless, he spoke out to the empty void around him. "As you can see, he's made his decision. Now the question is, what do you intend to do knowing the choice he has made?" The only response Hagoromo received was silence. "Hey." Coming from him, it was a rather common answer. In a forest somewhere in Fury, Naruto woke up under a tree in a verdant forest just as a droplet of rain fell onto his nose. His eyes blearily opened themselves to reveal the wilderness that encompassed him. The weather was quite chilly while the rain didn't help in terms of warmth. He assumed that night had already fell, but it was hard to tell with the vast sea of storm clouds that hid the sky and rained upon the earth. The shinobi looked down at his clothing and was surprised to see a black cloak with a red outline on the connecting center and edges of the garment. It was highly reminiscent to the formal Akatsuki's uniform minus the red clouds. Underneath the cloak was a new red jacket like the one he had received from Jiraiya on his training trip. His pants and signature sandals remained the same from the ones he previously owned, with the only difference being that they were new. Tentatively touching his forehead, Naruto found that he had still kept his former leaf headband. So many thoughts flooded his head at the same time. What would he do now? Just what kind of things awaited him in this new world? Deciding to gather his bearings first, Naruto sat up and leaned his back against a tree. The first thing he needed to do was check his chakra reserves. Closing his eyes in concentration, he felt himself connect to the boundless ocean of chakra that belonged to Kurama and himself. It looked like the fox hadn't fully recovered from the war since his snores were heard loud and clear. Then again, he had no idea what kind of toll interdimensional travel would have on the beast, so he wisely decided let him rest. Ignoring the Kyuubi's steadily recovering chakra, he finally found his own pitiably low reserves. It looked like he had it fully recovered either after going toe-to-toe with the goddess of his old world. Sighing to himself, it looked like he wouldn't be using chakra anytime soon. "I wonder where he sent me anyway?" Naruto wondered to himself as he sat up. The heavy splats of rain hitting the ground filled the entire forest with nature's peaceful melancholy. His moment of relaxation was cut short by a loud bestial roar that shook the forest in its entirety. Wildlife scattered as they ran away from the source of the roar while an expression of wariness appeared on Naruto's face. Whatever that was, it definitely didn't sound friendly. Without a single moment of hesitation, the shinobi was up on his feet and bolted full speed towards the unknown. Little did he know that his presence would drastically change this new world. For better or worse, Naruto Uzumaki was going to shake the very foundations of Earthland's core. The hero of the Fourth Great Shinobi War leapt from tree to tree much like his previous life in Konoha. If there were any humans nearby, they would only see a barely visible blur of blonde hair flying past them in an instant. Following the source of the tremors while keeping an eye for toppled trees, Naruto found the source. As Naruto arrived to the scene, he saw a giant beast looming over a young white-haired girl who looked around his age. He watched as the girl remained stock still, refusing to move out of the monster's warpath. With one arm, she cradled her other, which in all likelihood seemed broken. From the distance, Naruto was able to make out two dull eyes that looked all too familiar. They were the eyes of someone who had just lost the will to live. Mirajane Strauss was a teenager with white hair tied in a ponytail with a purple bow and radiant blue eyes similar to his own. She donned a dark, skimpy sleeveless shirt adorned with some light curved motifs on the chest, a short skirt held up by a studded belt with a demonic-looking buckle and thigh-high boots with stiletto heels, each bearing a skull adorned by a flower on their upper front. Her appearance didn't really matter at the moment. For the first time in the entirety of her life, Mirajane Strauss, S-class mage of Fairy Tail, felt numb. The pain that she felt from having the bones in arm broken no longer seemed to matter. The scrapes that decorated her legs didn't sting. She could no longer feel the freezing rain that beat down on her or hear the earth-shattering stomps of the beast in front of her as it drew closer and closer. She wondered to herself just how the mission went so wrong. Her brother's body had been taken over by the beast after he had tried to take over the king of beasts. Elfman had been feeling jealous that he couldn't pull off a full-body takeover like his sisters and had resorted to trying to subjugate a monster out of his league. By the time she had realized what had occurred, it was too late. With its revitalized body, the beast broke her arm, tearing apart the muscles in it like wet tissue paper. Like the appearance that she prided herself on, her broken arm didn't matter. Lisanna Strauss was a short, petite girl and wore a short, dark red dress with a white collar and bow. Up on her arms above her elbows, she wore gold rings with a pale pink fabric flowing down from them. She was a bright young girl, a wizard of Fairy Tail, and above all else, she was Mirajane's dear sister. The youngest Strauss sibling had returned to report her status. She had evacuated the townspeople only to find her sister injured and her brother nowhere to found. She had run to her sister's side and asked where their beloved brother was, only to learn the harsh truth. Elfman's envy had led him to a full body takeover, resulting in the total loss of his sanity. Although this would normally cause panic for most, Lisanna had turned around and calmly approached the beast. Seeing the small morsel stand in front of it, the beast had regarded the young girl in front of it with a dangerous silence. "Lisanna, get away from there," the words Mirajane had cried reverberated within the confines of her mind, constantly playing on an endless loop. The eldest sibling had tried with all her might to muster the strength to stand, but only succeeded in falling once more. She was forced to watch as Lisanna was mercilessly battered away like a fly. She was forced to watch as her gentle frame brutally bounced across the rocky earth before skidding to a stop. Even though she moved her broken body to her sister's side by sheer will, she could only watch as her sister disappeared into nothing within her arms. She no longer possessed the will to move as the loss of her sister crushed her soul beneath its weight. Even as the beast that was her brother loomed over her with its hand raised in a similar fashion, she couldn't care less about her life. She waited for the final blow to come. The blow that would in all likelihood shatter the remaining bones in her body before putting her through an even worse death than her sister. That blow would never come. "Get down!" Out of nowhere, a blonde teenager who looked to be around her age appeared right in front of Elfman before tackling her to the ground. The beast's hand barely missed the two of them as the resulting force blew apart a set of trees a couple meters away. She felt the stranger pick her up and carry her away after throwing her body over his shoulders while carefully making sure not to aggravate her broken arm. With her current mental state, she never registered just how quickly the man managed to carry her safely to the tree line. He set Mirajane down carefully against the trunk of a tree. Hey, are you okay? Stay with me. Where does it hurt? His voice was deep and comforting, but she didn't even bother to meet his gaze. Her dull, broken eyes remained transfixed on the wet earth. Why did you save me? She quietly murmured. I'm gonna get you to a doctor. Just hold on, Naruto said, unable to hear her murmurs. As Naruto made to inspect her hand, he was left shocked as Mirajane slapped away his hand with her good arm while fixing one of the most soul-crushed glares on his person. Why didn't you just let me die? Naruto was left momentarily taken aback by the estranged white-haired girl's outburst before he returned the glare with full force. Because I won't let a defenseless girl with a broken arm get killed because of her own inability to move. This is usually the part where people say thank you. Thank you, Mirajane coldly repeated. Thank you for what? Thank you for saving me from my brother who's lost his mind. Or maybe I should thank you for not being able to save my sister when he killed her. It was unfair. Deep down she knew it was unfair to accuse someone she had never met of being unable to save Lisana, but she didn't care at the moment. She had just lost one of the brightest lights in her life that kept her alive. One of the few remaining buoys that kept her from sinking beneath the harsh weight of reality. Naruto's eyes widened, finally putting the pieces together. The reason her eyes were like that. His two cerulean orbs narrowed and returned towards the beast that was currently looking for them, uprooting trees and destroying boulders in the process. Making sure Mirajane wasn't in a position to hurt herself, he exited their hiding spot with his face contorted into an expression of solemn rage. Even now the beast hadn't managed to locate them. Well, he was about to find out. Hey! The beast's glowing purple eyes found their way onto Naruto. A deafening roar shook the earth as he stepped closer and closer to his newfound prey. Despite having a stature nearly 20 times smaller, there was not a single trace of fear to be found in Naruto's eyes. No, there was only fury. The frigid rain relentlessly poured down on him, soaking his hair. As dozens of drops ran down his face, but he didn't even notice them due to the inner heat that seethed from his chest. Aren't you supposed to be her brother? He calmly questioned, gesturing to Mirajane's visible body. The beast didn't deign to reply as he continued to walk forward with murderous intent radiating off of him in waves. So it looks like you won't ever remember what happened here. Fine then. Although he knew Kurama was recovering, Naruto only hoped the fox would forgive him for borrowing a bit of his chakra. Focusing the flow towards his arm, Naruto channeled the unpurified, raw chakra of the Kyuubi around his right arm. A red, bubbling cloak surrounded the limb from the forearm to his fist before the skin steadily began to peel away, revealing a black and red coating beneath. At the very moment Elfman threw a fist intending to crush the blonde, Naruto vanished only to reappear over the beast's head. I'll make sure to get a proper explanation from you after this is over. Using all his might, Naruto punched the back of the beast's head. The blow had so much force it nearly broke the sound barrier as it propelled the beast's body straight into the ground, burying him nearly 10 feet deep. A spider web of cracks emanated from the focal point, spreading across the ground. With a single blow, the beast was completely put down as Naruto safely landed behind it. The monster's body glowed before slowly reverting back into a human with bright, white hair and tanned skin. Releasing a breath of air, Naruto willed the chakra around his arm to recede, leaving slightly burnt skin that had already begun to repair itself. Walking over to the crater, Naruto grabbed one of Elfman's arms with his good hand before yanking his body out of the ground. The shinobi dragged the unconscious and shirtless teen with him back into the tree line where he found Mirajane, who didn't even register his return. The girl's knees were tucked against her chest as she pulled them close with her arms. Naruto set Elfman against a different tree across from her before touching her shoulder to get her attention. As soon as he had touched her shoulder, he immediately pulled away. She was cold. Frighteningly so. Taking off his cloak, he wrapped it over Mirajane and sat beside her before pulling her close. She finally acknowledged his presence before weakly attempting to pull away to no avail. Let go of me, she quietly murmured. You're wet and cold. The last thing you need is a fever that you won't be able to fight off with your current state of mind, and I'd rather you not die of hypothermia either." Despite expecting her to continue resisting, Naruto was left surprised when he felt the girl relax and stop moving. The shinobi felt a distinct wetness on his chest that wasn't from the rain, it was warm. Looking down, he saw a steady stream of tears flow down Mirajane's cheeks as she cradled herself within her own arms. "Lee-sana, I couldn't save you. Lee-sana, I'm so sorry." Mirajane continued to sob into his chest while continuously calling out for Lee-sana, who Naruto assumed was her late sister. There was nothing else that he could offer her right now. The only thing he could offer was a place to grieve. He would end up sitting there through the rest of the night as Mirajane cried herself to sleep. The next morning, this feeling was quite nostalgic. Naruto had not ridden on a train since his mission in the Land of Snow, where he saved Koyuki, the film princess and political daimyo. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single chance that he would be able to enjoy it at the moment. His eyes moved from the rolling landscape to the two sleeping siblings in front of him. After the rain finally stopped, Naruto had recovered enough chakra to create clones that could carry the two sleeping siblings back to town. When a passerby saw him carrying the two back into town, he pointed out to the shinobi that they were both Fairy Tail Guild mages renowned as the takeover trios Mirajane and Elfman Strauss. Mages, from what Naruto could infer, were the replacement for shinobi in this world, and Mirajane's team had accepted a job for their guild to eliminate the monster terrorizing the town. Guilds, a congregation of mages that accepted various types of jobs for cash payment. The system was similar to that of the hidden villages, but nowhere near as militarized. The whiskered Jinchuriki was able to glean this bit of information from the same passerby after asking what guilds were before receiving a strange stare. After finding the town's city hall, Naruto was able to convince the town's mayor that he was an ally of the Strauss siblings who was going to take them back to their guild for medical attention. Thankfully, the location and directions to Magnolia Town's fairy tale came up in the conversation, and so the reward money was passed on to him. He didn't intend to rob the two siblings of their money after what they had been through, but he knew he needed a bit of money if he were going to bring them aboard the train. To be honest, he had no idea if either of them would even accept the reward money after what transpired the previous night. These events then led to their current situation. Naruto's thoughts were brought to a halt as Mirajane slowly began to stir. Heavy, black bags beneath her eyes showed just how weary she felt as her vision finally returned. Her clothes were ragged, exposing even more of her body than it did before. Naruto could practically hear Jiraiya's tempting him to look down. "Good morning," Naruto plainly stated as his gaze returned to the window for various reasons. "Like those mountains." "Yep, those were a nice pair of mountains." Mirajane slowly looked around to study her surroundings. Where are we?" she confusedly murmured. "We're on a train heading back to Magnolia Town. You two are part of a guild named Fairy Tail, right?" At the aforementioned name of her guild, Mirajane's eyes snapped open as she looked around the cabin for her sister, desperately hoping that last night was a nightmare and nothing else. "There's no one else here besides us three," Naruto softly spoke. "So then, you really did save me last night," Mirajane said, choking back a sob. "If he was here, then that meant Lee-sana really was." "I'm sorry," the shinobi gently murmured. Mirajane's eyes slightly widened in confusion. What was he apologizing for? Her expression lit up as the accusations she made the night before popped into her mind. She lowered her head, ashamed and humiliated. "No, I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking straight and I blamed you for my mistakes." The ivory-haired girl wiped the corners of her eyes with her thumb as she settled her gaze on the boy in front of her. He looked to be around her age while she observed his rather distinct traits. His vibrant eyes were cerulean blue and closely matched her own in terms of color. His striking blonde hair was one of the brightest she had seen that could only be compared to the grandson of Makarov Dreyar. Finally letting her curiosity get the better of her, Mirajane decided the anonymity had gone on long enough. "Who are you?" she warily asked. Seeing that he was the one being addressed, Naruto ceased his sightseeing to focus on his inquisitor. My name's Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki. I asked about you two around town while you guys were asleep. You're Mirajane, right? The girl in question silently nodded. Can you tell me what happened last night? At that very moment, Elfman began to stir as he groaned before opening his eyes. The big man was currently wearing a shirt donated by one of the townspeople to replace his destroyed one as a thank you for defeating the beast. Big sis. What happened? Why are we back on the train? Naruto's expression hardened as his hard gaze stayed fixed on Elfman, who had yet to notice him. As Elfman looked around for one particular person, he finally asked the question about the one person Naruto wanted to learn about. Big sis. Where's Lee-sana? Mirajane winced hearing her sister's name. Her hands balled themselves into tight fists as they rested on her lap. She lowered her gaze onto her hands as she tried to keep her voice together. Lee-sana. Mirajane swallowed hard. Lee-sana is dead, Elfman. There was nothing but silence. Elfman's expression said it all. Spread across his face was the reflection of utter disbelief and growing desperation. Hey, sis, that's not funny. Where's Lee-sana? Come on, she's hiding around somewhere, isn't she? Elfman. Mirajane began. She held onto her broken arm that had been wrapped in a makeshift sling. It most likely came from Naruto, she surmised. The S-class mage bit the corner of her lip, trying to say with all her might the words that wouldn't come. You killed Lee-sana. You lost control of the full-body takeover and you killed her. Elfman's lips slowly quivered while the corners of his eyes watered. No, you're lying, that can't be true. Not seeing Mirajane deny his claims, Elfman's heart sunk. His large shaky arms slowly rose to hold his head as the tears began to fall. No, I couldn't have. All I wanted was to use a full takeover like you two. I didn't mean for this to happen, he choked. It didn't even last a second. Elfman suddenly found himself being hoisted up by the collar of his shirt as Naruto slammed his back against the cabin's walls. Naruto. Wait. Are you kidding me? The shinobi lowly muttered. Who are you? Elfman asked with wide eyes, finally noticing Naruto's presence. You endangered the lives of your sisters and killed one, but for what? Out of jealousy. From despair to fury, Elfman's eyes changed as a burning rage flared brightly in his eyes. Who the hell are you to mention my sisters? Naruto. Please stop. Mirajane jumped out of her seat and tried to remove Naruto's arm from Elfman, but it was to no avail. The shinobi's arm was not going to be moving anytime soon. The eldest sister knew what he was going to say, but she couldn't stop him. If there was one thing she wanted to do as an older sister, it was to at least spare her last sibling the pain of knowing how close he almost came to the point of no return. Who am I? Naruto repeated incredulously, ignoring Mirajane's cries for him to stop. Pulling Elfman's shirt before slamming him back into the wall, Naruto's voice rose even louder than the two siblings combined. I'm the one who stopped you from killing Mirajane too. She would have been dead if I didn't get C-Tre when I did. Like a wisp in a hurricane, the inferno in Elfman's eyes was doused and extinguished in an instant, leaving only behind an expression of despair. Little by little, his gaze finally fell on his oldest sister, who looked away. I almost killed you too? Mira gingerly nodded as her eyes started to tear up once more. Naruto released his hold on Elfman, causing him to fall to the ground. The large mage collapsed to his knees, cradling his head within his hands. Slowly and progressively, the large man began to sob. Uncontrollably. His frame shook with grief while his cries of anguish filled the cabin. Mirajane could only watch remorsefully as the image her brother had tried to build fell to pieces. Looking on, she watched as Naruto's face softened as he sat back down to watch the window. His face no longer reflecting anger, but self-deprecation. Magnolia Town, Fairy Tale Guildhall. Not a single word was spoken for the remainder of the trip. As they traversed the streets, the beat-up bodies of Mirajane and Elfman drew the stares of many Magnolia residents. For those who knew them more closely, the silent question as to where their youngest sibling remained kept to themselves. After being urged to regain his bearings at the soothing words of his sister, Elfman had finally managed to climb back to his feet, and with heavy heart, carry himself back to the guild. Mirajane had done her best to compose herself, but whether she would be able to hold it while reporting the incident was a different story. For all the terrible experiences that he had gone through, the loss of a sibling was something that Naruto could never understand. The closest thing he ever had to a brother was his bond with Sasuke, yet like the Uchiha said, he had no idea what it was like to lose something that he never had. The unjustified fate of Itachi Uchiha had driven Sasuke to the very brink of self-destruction as he killed hundreds on his quest for revenge. The fact that Mirajane and Elfman could hold themselves together after losing their precious little sister was something that Naruto couldn't even imagine as he walked with them. He inwardly chuckled, wondering just how his supposed second chance at life could have possibly gotten off to a rockier start. Shaking his mind away from those thoughts, Naruto instead chose to focus on studying the architecture of Magnolia. From the quaint bakeries and shops to the grand cathedral, everything seemed to be closely located next to each other. Looking around, he could see that there were a variety of different citizens, ranging from a young couple to a small family, a group of kids, or even an elderly couple. There was one thing they all had in common despite their numerous differences. They were all happy. The realization that this town was truly a home for them dawned on Naruto. They had begun walking towards the Fairy Tail Guild Hall, and Naruto quietly enjoyed the sights and sounds of this new world by himself. The streets of Magnolia were made of cobblestone, while a built-in canal was in the middle of the street. Lanterns could be seen every couple meters, while Naruto could only marvel at the sheer complexity of their homes compared to the ones back in the elemental nations. As the guild hall came into view, Naruto noted that it was somewhat simple. The building was a two-story wooden building with a pagoda roof and had a sign above the door that said, Fairy Tail. The name was pretty clever in Naruto's opinion. The Strauss siblings moved ahead of Naruto and opened the door. Naruto had been expecting many things, but total pandemonium was not one of them. The entire guild hall was engaged in an all-out brawl that destroyed nearby tables and chairs and knocked out mages left and right. The inside of the guild was just as quaint as the outside minus said war zone. The floors of the guild were made of long wood boards, which was currently covered in splinters and debris from shattered furniture and tableware. As soon as they entered, it was as if a switch had been turned and the entire fight had come to a close. Every fairy tale mage looked to the door at the new arrivals and suddenly stopped all raucous activity. They noticed the condition of the two elder siblings and immediately moved towards the group with looks of concern and worry. What the heck happened on your mission? Are you guys okay? Where's Lisana? I'll kick your ass if you're the one who did this, new guy. The group was bombarded with questions until a powerful voice decided to make itself known. Enough. Makarov Drayar, third master of Fairy Tail, stepped forward with worry in his eyes after seeing his children's condition. He moved towards the Strauss siblings as the crowd parted to let the master through. The elderly man carried a wooden staff with him that rhythmically tapped the ground with each step he took. Elfman was covered in bandages while Mirajane had a broken arm. Needless to say, the old man was significantly worried for his children's condition and could only speculate on what happened during their job. Makarov was a short man who had a nearly bald head, but retained hair surrounding the edges of his skull. He wore a simple white t-shirt that was covered by an orange hoodie that surprisingly fit his small stature and a matching pair of orange pants. Are you two okay? He worriedly asked. Where is Lisana? Yeah, we're fine, master, but can we talk about this somewhere else? Mirajane forcefully requested. The ivory-haired teen didn't like all the looks of worry she and Elfman were receiving and desired to talk about this in a more private setting. There was a lot to discuss, more so concerning Lisana's whereabouts. Of course we can go to my office. The old man immediately replied, ushering the other members away to create a path. As the trio followed the master to a nearby office door, all eyes returned to the blonde who had arrived with the two siblings. They stared and then blinked. Naruto stared back. A few seconds passed before Naruto decided it would probably be best to rejoin his newest acquaintances, considering the fact that nearly everyone was currently staring at him with a "who the hell are you?" expression. Master's office. The three mages and shinobi made themselves comfortable in the confines of Makarov's office. Elfman decided to sit down, while Mirajane and Naruto opted to stand. The latter which was curiously looking around at the various decorations of the room. Makarov's attention was brought towards the newcomer as he turned to look at the unfamiliar figure in the room. The boy held a curious gleam in his eyes as he observed the various common magical items Makarov's office contained. His spiky head of blonde hair seemed like a brighter shade compared to his grandson, yet his attitude was the polar opposite. Noticing the master's gaze on him, Naruto gave him a polite wave. Makarov chuckled at that. "Now who are you, young man? I saw you enter with my children, but we haven't been formally introduced." "My name is Makarov Dreyar," he said as he held his hand out for a handshake. The blonde shinobi was temporarily taken back by Guild Master's sudden introduction before he met the master's grip with one of his own. Since he had made a respectful introduction, it was only fair he returned the courtesy. "Naruto Uzumaki, at your service." Naruto respectfully replied, giving a cheesy one-handed salute. Makarov chuckled while Mirajane slightly smiled at the blonde's presentation. Makarov's head turned to the takeover duo as he decided to quickly address the matter at hand. Two of them looked heavily injured while the third was missing. "Now what on earth happened on that mission?" the guild master asked with an expression of deep worry. "I know this was an S-class job, but it shouldn't have posed much difficulty for someone like you, Mira. Where is Lisana?" The pair shifted underneath the master's gaze, neither one wanting to report what happened. Eventually Mirajane decided as the eldest sibling it was her responsibility to tell the details of what had happened on their mission. She took a deep breath and composed her elf. Steeling her resolve, she forced herself to continue on. "When we encountered the beast, I sent Lisana back to warn the village about the monster. It was a bit tough, but me and Elfman managed to defeat it. It took about half my magic to defeat it, and I should have been paying more attention, but I was too late. As we were heading back, Elfman tried to take over the beast," she spoke. Elfman lowered his head down in shame as he clenched his teeth in regret and self-loathing. He knew it wasn't intentional. He knew that she was only stating the truth, but the truth hurt. The truth was that he killed his little sister all for the sake of his foolish pride. He had no right to call himself a man. If anything, he was nothing but a jealous child considering his beyond stupid reasoning for acting as he did. At first he seemed to have retained control, but the beast's will overpowered him. He caught me off guard and broke my arm, and by the time I had run out of magic Lisana returned. Mirajane continued. The eldest Strauss had a frown marring her features as she bit her lip. The memories of what had happened were still fresh on her mind, and she didn't wish to think about it unless she wanted to have a breakdown in front of everyone. Mirajane's arm cradled her broken one as its grip tightened. She tried to reason with Elfman, but she paused to take a breath. She ended up getting fatally wounded. Mirajane managed to finish. Mirajane could no longer retain her composure as she collapsed to her knees. Her quiet sobs caused her body to rack itself in grief as Makarov was left stunned. Elfman grit his teeth and clenched his eyes shut as a few tears escaped. Makarov seemed to age considerably as his facial features contorted into one of solemn heartache. The giant of fairy tales' fist clenched themselves so tightly that his desk began to crack beneath the weight of his power. The loss of a building or two was irrelevant, but the loss of a child was something that Makarov would normally never allow to happen. A parent should never have to outlive his own children. As much as the elderly wizard wanted to immediately leave the room and destroy the nearest forest, he still needed to have one thing answered. "I found Mirajane and Elfman by luck," Naruto suddenly said, earning Makarov's attention. "I managed to save Mirajane before Elfman could hurt her too, and I knocked him out." The tight vice grip Makarov's hand was locked in slowly loosened as Makarov wearily sighed. "I see, then I thank you from the bottom of my heart, Naruto." Makarov's expression spoke volumes of his feelings as Naruto was stunned by the sheer gratitude he could feel from the elderly man. His onyx eyes held the most respect he hadn't seen in ages, directed solely at him. You have my thanks for protecting my children. One of them may be lost, but we will forever honor her memory. For saving her 2 siblings, you have my eternal gratitude. How nostalgic. It had been a long time since he had heard words like those, but he didn't deserve it. Naruto smiled apologetically in response to Makarov's thanks. As I already told Mirajane, I'm sorry that I couldn't have made it there quicker. Naruto said with the same sincerity. Mirajane, who was physically being supported by her brother, bit her lip in guilt once more as she looked downwards. The duo moved to the door to leave. Their parts were done, and there was no longer a reason to stay. As Elfman helped Mira regain her balance, he opened the door to follow her out. The door closed behind them with an audible click. Naruto was left alone in the room with the master, whose eyebrow rose slightly. If I'm being honest, I'm a bit lost on what to do right now. Naruto spoke as he scratched the back of his head. I'm not really from around here and don't really know where to go. Makarov was surprised by the new information that had come to light. Seeing as how he was practically indebted to the blonde, Makarov decided he would help him to the best of his abilities. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and with it came an opportunity. The man in front of him seemed rather strong for his age. Headstrong, straightforward, and direct, yet his compassion was one of the purest he had encountered in years. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you, young man? I just turned 17 recently. Why do you ask? Powerful, yet so young, Makarov murmured to himself, remembering that the new kid was able to completely knock out an S-class beast. If you like, you're welcome to join my guild, Fairy Tail. Fairy Tail? Naruto curiously repeated. That's the name of this guild, isn't it? Why is this guild named Fairy Tail? A small smile that seemed to grow with each passing second appeared on Makarov's face as he heard the shinobi's question. The third guild master still remembered the day he had asked the same thing to his predecessor, Prect Gaybulb. Speaking in a voice that could only be matched by Priest of Zentopia, Makarov began to recount the significance behind his prized guild's name. Do fairies really have tails? Do they even exist, like them? This place is an eternal mystery, a never-ending adventure. These were the words passed down by the first master, which were then passed to him. He had engraved them onto his heart to remember for the rest of his life during his youth. Fairy Tail is a family for those that desire one. Everyone here has a past that haunts them, but here they will never be alone. There will be times when we've lost all hope and no longer have the strength to stand. Makarov paused, offering a kind, grandfatherly smile to Mirajane and Elfman through the window. But together, we will continue to move forward. We will continue to push through the hard times and face everything the world throws at us with a smile. Eternal adventure, huh? Naruto couldn't help but feel awe-inspired by the wizened man's words. A guild created to be a family that would move forward together, supporting each other. Although the circumstances were different, Naruto had wished for nothing else but a family as a child. Maybe he could find his purpose here. I guess you've got a new recruit right here then. Naruto slightly smiled. Welcome to Fairy Tail. Makarov congratulated. The man's expression fell once more as he clasped his hands together behind his back. He moved from behind his desk to stand by one of the windows in his office as he looked over his children. If it's all right, I'd like to postpone your official induction and briefing. I'd like to inform the rest of the guild of our loss and schedule a funeral. Naruto's grin fell as a sad smile took its place. Of course. His eyes moved to the window where he saw the 2 Strauss siblings get swarmed once more. The rest of the guild would learn the truth soon, it would seem. Makarov bowed his head in thanks before moving to open one of his desk's drawers. The old man withdrew a strange wooden object. Before presenting it to Naruto, "Where would you like your stamp, Naruto?" the guild master asked. "Stamp?" the shinobi eloquently replied. "Although now isn't the time to introduce you, I'd still like to give you your stamp. This stamp will identify you as a member of Fairy Tail. You can choose the color and where you want to put it," Makarov explained. "It's essentially a painless tattoo." Naruto's eyes lit up in understanding as he nodded before undoing his black cloak. He rolled up the sleeve of his red jacket, revealing his arm. "I'd like to have it on my right arm in black if that's all right." The old man placed the stamp between his shoulder and elbow and lifted it up. Naruto tilted his arm to get a good view of his new marking before he nodded in satisfaction. "It looks great. Thank you." Makarov chuckled and nodded. He got up from his seat and made his way to the door before opening it. He looked behind him, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry that we couldn't have had you join under better circumstances. Trust me, it's really no big deal. If you need any manpower for the service, I'll help you out to the best of my abilities." Naruto smiled, leaning against a nearby wall. "Thank you. I am truly grateful." Makarov left Naruto to address the rest of the guild, leaving the Jinchuriki to stir in his own thoughts. Downstairs, Naruto could already hear the cries of disbelief and the sobbing of others. None of these people were related by blood. Excluding the Strauss siblings, yet their reactions were that of actual family members. "I fall asleep for about a day and your emotions are already in turmoil. If this place is causing you trouble, then just leave," Kurama plainly suggested. "It's the opposite, Kurama. Fairy Tail, they really care about one another like a family. I think I'll like it here," Naruto inwardly replied with a chuckle. Moving forward ch2. Moving forward person, human talking person, human thinking demon thinking technique name. I honestly feel that I should say this since I think it will clear up a lot of things. When I first started this story, it was meant to be more of a joke story, but somewhere along the line when I decided to make it more serious, it ended up with two contrasting writing styles. The first half was always more of a joke while the second was more serious. With that said, I hope this further explains my reasoning for doing this rewrite. To my old readers, rest assured Toby will still be a thing and will remain just as awesome. Swift Eagle, Guest, and anybody else who noticed the slip-up in the office scene. In my defense, I was tired as hell, so I apologize for that. Same guest as the one above. If you want to point out plot holes, check out the updated reasoning on my profile where I point out the most common ones that appeared in the older version. To the readers who still respected my decision to remove the Sharingan even though you would rather have Naruto keep it, thank you for keeping an open mind about this. Not everyone is exactly mature enough to accept the decision, and for that I'm grateful. Also thank you to the readers who remembered that Naruto is still a literal god with the power he already has. Fairy Tail Guildhall. The Fairy Tail mages were quieter than church mice in the wake of the Strauss siblings' somber return. It had started like any other ordinary day. They drank, they laughed, they fought. It was the home they all came to know and love as Fairy Tail. Until Mirajane and Elfman both returned short of one member. One of their strongest S-class mages' arms were broken, while her brother looked like he had seen much better days. The current state of their returning members had entirely overshadowed the arrival of the newcomer following behind them. No one had ever seen Mirajane look the way she did. Her harsh, inspiring confidence was nowhere in sight, while her tomboyish personality had all but crumbled to pieces. All that remained was the husk of a once bright girl. The way she carried herself resembled a prisoner taking his final march to the executioner's scaffold, broken and resigned to their end. Elfman, on the other hand, had lost any semblance of machismo and gallantry he once prided himself on. If anything, it appeared as if he had reverted back into his more timid and fragile personality from when he was a child. Every stare sent visible shivers through his hulking physique, while the only thing his gaze could focus on were the floorboards of the guild. Lastly, there was the absence of their third team member, adored sister, and friend to everyone. Lysana Strauss, the most kind and compassionate individual, was nowhere in sight. Many of the wizards assured one another that she probably went straight home or that she may have missed the train back to Magnolia. However, there existed one person who feared the worst had occurred. A loud crash sounded out across the hushed and murmuring hall. The attention of the wizards were drawn to a single table that had been split in half. The two pieces fell to opposite sides with a loud clatter while splinters decorated the floor like confetti. The cause was a young knight named Erza who sported a dark expression of silent rage. The audible squeaking of her metal gauntlets from being clenched so tightly could be heard by everyone as she got up from her seat and headed to the door. The dull thumps of her footsteps continued to resound through the soundless building until they finally left through the door, fading from hearing and memory. To others she may have appeared angry, but that anger was directed elsewhere. She had seen the same look on Mirajane's face countless times before. After all, it was the same look she had every day when she first came to the guild. It was a crumbling mask that she had put on every morning when she woke up after arriving in Fairy Tail. It was a colorless and deteriorating item she would spend countless hours on trying to patch its holes so that no one would be able to see the scared 11-year-old girl beneath it. After bearing its weight for nearly 8 years, Erza recognized a mask better than anyone else. Erza. Natsu hesitantly called out the name of the person he both feared and respected, but it was to no avail. No one stopped her as she stormed out of the guild hall, just as no one noticed the lone stream of tears that fell from her left eye. Natsu glanced towards Gray, another boy who looked to be the same age with raven hair. Gray's current attire consisted of, well, nothing really. The youth was only wearing a pair of boxers at the moment. Gray. What's wrong with Erza? Gray's eyes lingered on the door for a short while longer as he sighed in response. I don't know, Natsu. There's something she's not telling us. Natsu, the dragon slayer of fire, looked downwards on his lap where his best friend Happy wore an expression of worry. The feline's constant grins and cheerful demeanors were practically his trademark, but they just weren't there today. Natsu smiled and rubbed Happy's head the way Lisana taught him to when the Exceed felt depressed. What's up, buddy? Where's Lisana? She didn't come back with the others. Natsu's reassuring smile cracked. She was fine, and he was most likely overthinking things. She's probably at home waiting for us to get there, he answered with a grin. His 1000-watt smile was practically contagious as it managed to significantly raise Happy's spirit. At that moment the door to the master's office opened. Everyone's gazes immediately shifted towards the room's exit where the Strauss siblings both walked out before descending down the stairwell to the main floor. If it were even possible, Mirajane appeared in an even worse state than before. Her eyes were bloodshot from what looked to be hours of crying, while her expression was absolutely disconsolate. Oblivious to her current state, Natsu decided to speak to her despite the others silently urging him not to. Gray had noticed as well and reached a hand out to Natsu, but he was too late. Hey Mira, how'd the job go? Did Lisana just go home? We all promised to go fishing together, Happy chirped. Elfman stepped forward and placed a large hand on Natsu's shoulder, confusing the dragon slayer. Elfman. Natsu was the last person the guilt-ridden giant wanted to speak to at the moment as a large lump formed in his throat. Natsu, I'm sorry. Lisana's dead, Natsu. Whatever chatter and whispers remained died with those 3 words alone. The youngest generation of wizards stared at Mirajane's collected, unmoving visage that had answered Natsu. The snow-haired girl's sapphire eyes were a murky blue that looked like they belonged on a dead fish instead of a human. Her calm demeanor was an obvious lie revealed by the quivering of her lips as she bit down on them. The veteran wizards said nothing else as they lowered their heads in grief. The kids had yet to learn just how dangerous their occupation was, but to lose someone like Lisana, it was gut-wrenching. It was like a painful knot being hatefully twisted around inside of them. They would never be able to comprehend how Natsu felt. As soon as the words were spoken, Gray had practically bolted from his chair and to Natsu's side, but he was too late. What did you just saw? Everyone stood paralyzed as Natsu's tone was the coldest anyone had ever heard him speak. His fists balled themselves so tightly that his nails turned white from the pressure while exposing a bulging vein on the side of his temple. As he took a sharp breath of air, the surrounding wizards could have sworn they saw embers come from his mouth. Happy's reaction was even worse. The blue cat looked catatonic as if his small heart was being ripped out of his chest. No, you're lying. Small tears emerged from the corners of his eyes before slowly rolling down his cheeks. Lisana's not dead, she's not. Natsu went straight for Mirajane. Seeing this, Gray quickly took action and used his two arms to grab Natsu from behind and hold him back. You were supposed to protect her. You said that you could handle the quest without me. Let go of me, Gray. Natsu's screams of outrage tore through the hall while Gray struggled to keep his hold on Natsu. Mirajane's frame trembled with each shout and accusation directed towards her. Her strength to stand here continued to corrode as she could practically feel her composure crumble apart. Happy sat on the barren floor of the guild, oblivious to his surroundings. The winged cat repeatedly murmured to himself that it couldn't possibly be true and that Lisanna was still alive. His heartbroken ramblings was almost a chant as he tried to cast a spell to change the reality before him. He wasn't trying to convince Mira and Elfman that they were mistaken. If anything, he was trying to convince himself. That's enough. Natsu, standing by the second floor's banister, Makarov Dreyar had watched on with a stern gaze before jumping down from the upper railing to the ground floor. The old mage had seen enough and would take on his child's fury himself if necessary. Besides her siblings, Natsu had been the closest person to Lisanna since they were kids. Makarov had watched the two grow up together for years, and it pained his aged heart to see Natsu like this. If Natsu bottled up these feelings, they would only hurt someone else, or worse, the boy himself. Watching the scene unfold from above, Naruto shook his head from side to side, his expression one of bitter understanding and regret. It was painfully apparent that Lisanna had existed as a bright sun in the lives of many of these good people, just as Naruto's parents had been in his. Casting a scanning gaze over the crowd below, Naruto opted to study the rest of Fairy Tail's members. In the far back corner, he found a group of 3 close to his age, comprised one of girl and 2 boys. The blue-haired girl was silently crying to herself while being comforted by her teammates. His keen eyes picked out a particular girl near the counter. She had long, flowing chestnut hair, brown capri pants, and a bikini top on as her preferred style of dress. He safely assumed that she was quite the drinker for her age, judging by the large barrels of what he could only assume contained alcohol set next to her. However, she was as sober as can be. Her expression was one of anguish, as the intensity of the negative emotions he felt from her was greater than the others. Before she left, Naruto had also noticed the scarlet-haired mage leave the guild hall with feelings equally as intense as the brunette. However, there were only 2 who really stuck out. That pink-haired brat's releasing a lot of negative emotions right now. Naruto, shouldn't you step in? Natsu was his name. The shinobi had heard his name murmured numerous times since his arrival, and he wouldn't be forgetting it anytime soon. His eyes darted towards Mirajane, the second source. The amount of pain, heartbreak, and guilt she gave off only continued to grow, and he could practically feel how close she was to breaking. Yeah, I know. It wasn't her fault. Before Naruto could respond, a loud shout momentarily overpowered Natsu's multiple ones. Naruto and a few others winced at the sheer volume of the masculine voice that belonged to no one other than Elfman. Everyone's eyes fell on the gentle giant who looked more fragile than glass, a single flick being all it would take to shatter him. The son of Ignil's shouts of anger were halted by the beast soul mage, a shamefaced and penitent expression marking his self-deprecating countenance. Please, Natsu, the gentle giant rasped. I'm the one you should be blaming, not Mira. I tried to use takeover on the beast and lost control. I'm the one who killed Lisanna. What happened next was a blur to everyone close by, yet for those involved it happened all too slowly. A harsh elbow logged itself into Gray's side, knocking all the air out of his chest like a deflated balloon as his hold on Natsu loosened. Makarov had been prepared to accept Natsu's blows in order to quell the raging storm in the boy's heart, yet even he didn't anticipate the amount of strength that had bubbled to the surface as he was shoved aside into a table, knocking it over with a clattering bang. The Dragon Slayer was already upon Elfman in the next second, with a fiery fist raised and a blaze burning in his eyes as an agonized roar of hurt and sadness bellowed from his gut. Makarov's eyes widened as he had already used his giant magic to enlarge his hand and reach forwards in an attempt to block Natsu's attack. However, it was far from enough. There was not a single chance that he would make it in time to shield Elfman. Out of the corner of his eyes, He could have sworn he saw a blur of black and red whiz past his field of view, appearing from above and moving in a direct line towards Natsu. From Natsu's perspective, it was like having an out-of-body experience. He knew it was his body, but as soon as he heard Elfman speak, it was like his arms moved on its own. His legs propelled him forward with absolute ferocity running through them. Gasoline pumped through his veins like blood fueling the burning fire in his chest. His fist was only mere inches away from hitting Elfman while his ears blocked out the cries of everyone yelling for him to stop. Expecting to hit and potentially break Elfman's jaw, his fist would never reach its target. A loud crack echoed across the hall, a sound created through the clash of two humans. Now in between Natsu and Elfman, Naruto had the fire mage's burning right hand firmly captured within his left before completely snuffing out the flames. His black, red-lined cloak slowly fluttered back down due to its inability to keep up with the speed its owner moved with. The shinobi's calm stare was neither angry nor irritated, but was instead sympathetic. As Makarov landed on the main floor, he stared on in shock at the fact that Naruto's speed had managed to beat him there by miles. He knew for a fact that the blonde jumped after he did, but to witness a display of speed that even he as guild master could not see, it was unimaginable. As Natsu tried to push Naruto out of the way, the shinobi didn't bother giving an inch and spoke up. "If you want someone to take your anger out on, then you can take it out on me." "Who the hell are you?" Natsu spoke with eyes narrowed in suspicion. "My name's Naruto Uzumaki. I saved Mirajane, but I wasn't fast enough to save her sister. If I showed up sooner, I could have saved her too." The Jinchuriki calmly released his grip on Natsu, who had come to his senses. A smaller fire still burned in his eyes as he stood resolute against the whiskered blonde. "Move. This is between me and him. You should be more careful." Naruto spoke, ignoring the younger boy's demand. "You almost hurt your friend with that stunt." Before Natsu could question him, he followed Naruto's gaze before his eyes widened. With the edge of a table burrowed into his back while leaving a colorful bruise, Gray was hunched over a sleeping Happy as he silently pushed the table off of him and gingerly moved the feline into his cradled arms. When Natsu had shoved Makarov aside, the ice wizard had dove in to protect the cat from the pushed-over table caused by the master's fall. The edge of the table left a heavy indent in the place where Gray had dropped it as he walked back over to Natsu, an unreadable expression marking his features. The ice wizard did not need to speak to pass his message to Natsu. If he'd been just a tiny bit slower, Natsu may have lost more than just Lisana. Fortunately, Happy was already unconscious due to the massive shock he received, making it easier for Gray to swiftly save him. Natsu's facial features slowly turned pale while his entire body started to tremble, the realization of just how close he was to losing someone else sinking in. Gray slowly approached the trembling dragon slayer before carefully giving Happy back to Natsu, the Exceed's peaceful snores soothing his partner's nerves. Wordlessly, Natsu rigidly turned around before leaving the guild. Everyone's eyes followed his departing back until he finally exited through the doors. As if nothing happened, Naruto turned around and walked towards Mirajane while ignoring them, the countless wary gazes being directed towards his back. She hadn't even noticed Natsu almost attacking Elfman. Her eyes were shadowed by her hair while her quivering had yet to cease. Each step he took drew him closer until he finally stood directly in front of her. Elfman's sideways gaze were focused solely on him just like the others, but he paid them no mind. The shinobi placed a hand on her shoulder before lowering his mouth to the side of her ear. "Your sister must have been a wonderful person to be cared for by everyone here," he gently whispered. Her shivering calmed for only a brief moment, but the Jinchuriki could tell she had heard. Straightening up, he noticed by her expression that she was back in reality. Her tear-stained complexion still remained as torn as it had been, but she looked better. His resolute cerulean eyes were locked with her sapphire orbs, silently telling her that it would be okay. He offered one last smile before turning to leave. On his way out, he stopped by the taciturn yet observant Gray and held his hand outwardly. The Ice Mage was still holding the area bruised by the table after it was knocked over. Noticing Naruto's hand, He met its owner's gaze before nodding with a thin smile. Thanks. In the heat of it all, no one else besides Makarov would ever think about just how fast he had moved to save Happy and block Natsu at the same time. With no more distractions, Naruto left out of respect for a family that had just lost a dear member. The east forest sitting against a sturdy tree, Naruto rolled up the sleeve of his red jacket beneath his cloak. Channeling his chakra towards the limb, a seal appeared on his wrist. He placed 2 fingers on the marking and, almost instantaneously, 2 scrolls burst into existence in a cloud of smoke. Naruto blinked confusedly, remembering only receiving one from his father. The one from his father had been a simple green scroll that he could have found from nearly any ninja tool supply shop in Konoha. The mysterious second one was pure white with black rods on each end. Unfurling the second one, Naruto was greeted with a message. Dear Naruto, if you are reading this, then that means you have safely arrived to Earthland. I am glad that I was able to be of use. This writing belongs to the old man. Naruto could hear the surprise evident in even Kurama's voice as he continued to read the letter. Although only a short while has passed since we said our goodbyes, I wanted to impart a few words to you, so please indulge this old fool. When I look at you, Uzumaki Naruto, I see a child who has become the man he is today without the presence of family. Watching you reunite with your parents for one last time brought a nostalgic warmth that I hadn't felt in ages. Your father has passed on his knowledge while your mother has passed on her love. I believe that it is only suitable to present you with a farewell gift as well. Looking towards the bottom left corner of the parchment, Naruto noticed a seal that could be released. Placing his thumb on the mark, a new object appeared in a puff of smoke. As he held the delicate object in his hand, Naruto couldn't stop the warm smile that spread across his features. The Sage of Six Paths' final gift was a picture in a frame. It was a picture of his family. Minato and Kushina were smiling brightly to the camera, dressed in their civilian attire while holding an infant him together in their arms. The picture looked like it had been taken near Konoha's river beneath the shade of a tree. His mother was wearing a light green sundress while his father wore a white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of long blue pants. It was beautiful, almost like a portrait that had been painted as a photograph. When it comes to giving gifts, the old man's in a league of his own. Kurama chuckled in reminiscence. Yeah, he really is. Naruto laughed. As Naruto held the sage's gift within his hands, he heard the loud cracking sound of a tree collapsing in the distance. An audible crash boomed throughout the forest while the squawks of birds flying away accompanied it. Carefully making sure to return the picture and scroll to the seal on his wrist, Naruto climbed up to his feet before patting himself down. Kurama, can you tell what was that? It's nothing hostile if that's what you're wondering. The tailed beast yawned. I'm going to go back to sleep. If you need help, don't ask me. You've been sleeping a lot lately, Naruto idly noted while running through the forest. Why wouldn't I? I finally have a living space that's not flooded with water and in a metal sewer. Oh, I see. Wait, what? What do you mean by that? Kurama made an audible, ah, sound as if realizing he had forgotten something important. Since the seal's no longer there to hold me back, I can alter the area I live in as much as I want. You should see what I've done with the dumpster that you used to have. Just go to sleep, damn you. With the inner conversation serving as a distraction from boredom, the shinobi arrived to his destination in mere moments. As he emerged from the forest line, he was greeted to the sight of the same crimson-haired swordswoman from before, cleaving through what looked like her fourth tree in a single swing. The blade met hardly any resistance, judging by how the top of the trunk cleanly slid off, revealing a perfect cut. The woman wore a silver breastplate with a bronze cross-shaped design marking the front. Her attire also featured a navy blue skirt and a pair of brown boots that rose up halfway in length to her calves. Lastly, her most prominent feature was without a doubt her stunning red hair that matched his mother in intensity. Hey, can I please ask you to stop butchering those trees? You're scaring off everything. Although he wasn't exactly the best, He was still a shinobi that excelled in moving very, very lightly. He could tell that the mage hadn't even heard him walk up to her exposed back if what happened next wasn't already an indicator. Startled by the unfamiliar voice, Erza whirled around, directing the tip of her blade to the stranger's throat in one fluid motion. She hadn't even heard or sense him arrive until he spoke. Her hazel brown eyes met ocean blue that reflected neither fear or worry. Hi. Erza's eyes lit up in recognition as she remembered where she had seen him from before. He was the stranger that had arrived with Mirajane and Elfman. Her eyes widened even further as she watched Naruto roll up the sleeve of his jacket to reveal a black fairy tale guild stamp. It didn't even take her longer than a second to withdraw her sword. Naruto Uzumaki. I'm a new member, nice to meet you. Erza Scarlet, was her simple reply, and I apologize for almost hurting you. Naruto waved off her apology with a reassuring smile. It's fine, I'm used to it. Erza gave a strange look and said nothing else as Naruto decided to observe his surroundings in closer detail. She internally sighed as the feeling in her chest hadn't subsided. Her expression reflected the turmoil in her heart that she had hoped to quell by releasing her frustrations through venting. Looking down, she checked to see that her SWRD was still in good condition before moving on to the next batch of trees. So I guess that's a no? Erza glanced behind her to see that Naruto's attention was focused back on her. His expression unyielding along with his request. Pardon? I asked you to stop chopping down some trees, but you look like you don't plan on listening. Do you think you can stop me? She questioned through narrowed eyes. This man's head was held up far too high if he was underestimating her this much. I don't see why not. After all, unlike those trees, I'll actually put up a fight. Within seconds, two new broadswords materialized in a golden light and flew into the grip of their owner. I am not in a pleasant mood, so the responsibility of what happens next lies solely with you. Kicking off the ground, Erza launched towards Naruto, twisting her body in midair to slash twice, once with each blade. The Jinchuriki leapt backwards, creating a large divide between them while his hand reflexively moved towards his tool pouch. His eyes suddenly widened upon realizing he didn't have a ninja tool pouch anymore. Oh, shit. His hands frantically searched through his pockets, sleeves, and nearly any other spot that he could think of in search for a weapon, but it was to no avail. Erza had already noticed this and took full advantage. The knight continued her charge towards the shinobi, reaching him in a matter of seconds with both blades raised. Ha! The two broadswords moved towards him without any sign of stopping. Thinking quick, the Jinchuriki moved his palm from the side in order to hit and redirect the tip of the blade away from his person, but what happened instead shocked both of them. As soon as his palm made contact with the side of the blade, his thrust completely destroyed Erza's weapons into fragments. The Scarlet Warrior's eyes widened as she watched the bits and pieces of her weapons scatter into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, she jumped back to gain some distance away. Her eyes focused on the new recruit intently, scanning over him in search for any signs of magical enhancement or hidden weapons. If anything, the fact that he looked like he had no idea what happened either only served to annoy her even more. The shinobi's grin widened much to her chagrin as he finally noticed something. Looking down into his own palm, Naruto saw it. A pointed blade resembling the tip of a kunai protruded from the palm of his hand while the base of it was still hidden inside his palm. I wonder, closing his eyes, he visualized both the kunai's blade and handle before slowly withdrawing it out of his body. Feeling something tangible in his left hand, he opened his eyes to see a slightly glowing, golden kunai now in his hand. It was without a doubt the pointed end of her mother's adamantine chakra chains without the links at the end. Seriously? Does this mean I can create an endless amount of kunai? Deciding to put his theory to the test, Naruto repeated the process of visualizing another ninja tool, feeling the same pull from before. He watched as a second kunai materialized in his other hand before he retracted it back into his body. Oh, that is so freaking cool. Giving the first kunai a couple of test swings, his contagious smile reflected his satisfaction with its overall quality. Now that I have a weapon, come at me whenever. Erza glared at the easygoing blonde, her body already gathering the magic necessary for what followed after. Don't be so arrogant. Requip. Naruto's eyes blinked in surprise while his mouth had an whoa shape. Erza was finally giving him a display of magic firsthand. Her body was enveloped in a heavenly light that clung to her form like a second skin. Ripples in the air formed around her hands before in a flash of light it was over. The standard armor plate that she donned before had undergone a total transformation. 2 wings of steel emerged from her back while a matching, winged headband sat upon her head like a crown. Her breastplate had extended into a skirt mail with fur edges, but what really made the armor intimidating was the continuously circling blades behind it. Heaven's Wheel armor. She confidently spoke. Counting a total of 15 swords, Naruto ventured to guess that this new armor provided a lot more benefits in terms of numbers when compared to her previous one. Readjusting the grip on his dagger into a reverse grip hold, he fearlessly charged forward towards his opponent's trump card. Go! Erza pointed the sword in her right hand towards Naruto, and as if they possessed a mind of their own, the floating swords behind her all pointed their tips at him before soaring towards him at breakneck speeds. Let's see if I've still got it. Calling on his chakra, he felt the energy rush through his veins like a river towards his hands before they enveloped the chakra chain dagger like a sheath. Like Asuma said, grind the 2 sides together in order to create a fine point. Slowly but surely, the wind chakra coating his kunai gained form as a glowing, ethereal blue blade that extended to the size of a short sword. With one hand, Naruto swung the blade with both precision and timing as he cut through the swords like butter as soon as they reached him. One by one, each of the 15 blades were cut down into pieces as he grew closer and closer to Erza's position. Materializing more swords behind her, Erza rushed towards her opponent who had to quickly evade in order to match the different timings of intercepting a blade and Erza at the same time. The moment he jumped allowed him to cut down the sword first before blocking Erza's twin slash. The strength the knight had put into her attack launched Naruto backwards into the forest with Erza moving quickly in pursuit. As they moved through the trees at a breakneck pace, she watched in surprise as Naruto maneuvered through the forest with the dexterity of a monkey. It was clear that he didn't possess the ability to fly like she did, but his alternative was rather odd. By timing his jumps, Naruto would leap from branch to branch while simultaneously performing flips in order to dodge an oncoming blade or slash it down while he was still airborne. Damn it, I won't be able to hit him at this rate. Let's see you get through this. Summoned by a golden light, 30 blades materialized behind Erza, ready to command by her and her alone. Using her telekinesis, she manipulated the winged-shaped broadswords to rotate at blinding speeds. It didn't take long until none of the individual swords could be discerned from the large bladed ring. Circle sword. She sent the whirling wheel of blades that was nearly 15 feet in diameter towards its designated enemy. A confident smile graced her attractive features as a sense of victory grasped at her fingertips. There's no way to dodge as they will only chase after you, Uzumaki. It's my win. Expecting the new member stop and raise his arms in surrender, her predictions were blown out of the water. Refusing to budge a single inch, Naruto performed one final jump that took him out of the forest and onto Magnolia's river bank. The clean river behind him glimmered with the sun's light slightly blinding Erza's vision, but she would clearly see what happened next. Turning to face the storm of swords, he held out his blade of blue energy to the side while an amused grin spread across his lips. Sorry Erza, but there's one thing you should probably know. His tone was nonchalant and calm, as if there weren't 30 sharpened swords aiming to slice him all at once. Even if you brought out 1,000, none of these dull swords could ever beat the sharpest knife. Switching into a reverse grip with the extended point facing downwards, Naruto literally vanished from his spot. From her position, Erza's eyes were locked on the departing back of her circle sword formation. The very next moment Naruto disappeared, the ring of swords exploded into a whirlwind of shards and scraps of metal that were blown away by gusts of wind. It's my win. Her eyes widened as they slowly looked downwards, finally noticing the buzzing blade held at her throat. She hadn't even noticed Naruto's presence right next to her until he spoke. It wouldn't even take a second for him to kill her if he wanted. I concede, she said, swallowing her pride. And just like that, he was back to normal. The blue, humming knife at her throat vanished into particles of light, while a hearty smack on the back of her armor caused her to cutely yelp in surprise. Erza quickly covered her mouth while an embarrassed heat burned in her cheeks. She turned to glare at the blonde, who didn't even notice her as he was currently stretching. Well, that was fun. Feeling better now? Erza blinked once. Wait. Did you challenge me just to satisfy your boredom? She asked in disbelief. Naruto apologetically smiled while chuckling. No, that wasn't my reason entirely. I was actually hoping for a chance to ask you a couple things. Erza blankly stared at Naruto, silently contemplating whether or not she should be angry that he had utterly defeated her out of a sense of boredom or compliant to his request. She suddenly realized something. He beat her. He had beat an S-class mage like it was an everyday chore. Forgive me for asking, but where exactly did you come from again? Naruto tilted his head in confusion at the rather abrupt change of subject. I was walking through a forest when I found Mira. No, I meant your previous affiliation. Do not take this the wrong way, but I'm one of the strongest members of Fairy Tail, yet you defeated me without suffering a scratch. This begs the question as to who and where you originally worked for. Erza explained with a slight glare. Ah, shit. This question was bound to come up eventually, but at the moment even he didn't have an answer. I guess you could call me something of a freelance mercenary? Naruto nervously chuckled. Mercenary? Erza stared incredulously. You mean to tell me that you've never joined a guild until now of all times? More or less. I would usually just complete requests here and there, he shrugged. Erza could only stare dumbfounded at the blonde. She had no idea whether to be flattered that he had joined Fairy Tail alone or shocked at the fact that he was practically the same age, having only joined Fairy Tail. Pinching the bridge of her nose, she closed her eyes and accepted his answers with a sigh. I believe you had questions. Would you tell me about Lisanna? Erza's eyes snapped open, prepared to berate him for his rude prying, only to suddenly stop. It wasn't childlike curiosity or an insensitive desire of personal information that drove the question. His hopeful eyes only sought understanding. Her gaze softened, understanding his position. Lisanna had a strong presence in the lives of everyone, and it was only natural that he wished to understand just how much. Erza moved to sit down on the grassy hillside by the river. She pulled her legs towards her chest. If she wasn't obligated to give a serious response, she would have chuckled at the irony that she was sitting in the exact same place that she used to go to every day when she felt like crying after she joined. She didn't feel like crying for herself this time. Lisanna was a kind soul. Erza smiled in sad reminiscence. Following her example, Naruto sat next to Erza on the grassy hill, silently listening. She didn't like fighting among ourselves and often took it upon herself to soothe ruffled feathers and preserve the peace. She loved everyone and took care of us like a mother, even though she was the youngest out of all of us. She slightly chuckled. And this happened quite often with Natsu the most. She paid him the most attention, always making sure he was on his best behavior and respectful towards others. Were they close? Erza's gentle gaze watched the steady river as it continued to flow through Magnolia at a mellow pace. She sometimes envied nature's simple habits, always moving forward without ever stopping. She was Natsu's first friend and Happy's mother. Naruto frowned, his eyes shadowed by his hair as Erza continued to recall past memories while memories of his own resurfaced. It seems like it was so long ago when they first found Happy's egg and raised him in a small home they built. I see. Erza turned to give Naruto an inquisitive stare, the shinobi remembering that she had departed early. After you left, Natsu almost attacked Elfman after learning that he was the one who accidentally killed her. Erza's expression mirrored her utter disbelief and doubt. Elfman did it, is he okay? Physically, yes. I managed to stop Natsu and send him away. Emotionally, Naruto paused, remembering the state of the older brother before he left. I really don't know. An uncomfortable silence fell. Erza couldn't possibly imagine how Elfman felt, knowing that he had to live with the fact that he killed his sister. How did you know? Erza's was brought out of her inner turmoil by Naruto's sudden question. How did you know what happened to Lisana even though you weren't there? Erza's eyes reflected a heart-pained sadness. The reason that she knew was the same reason that she was in the forest in the first place. Mira and I are rivals. We know each other sometimes even better than we know ourselves. When she first came into the guild, I could tell immediately that something was wrong. Her magic was just so weak. Naruto's cerulean orbs gradually widened. What do you mean by that? It's exactly like I said. I couldn't even feel the magic that she used to have, and with Lisana missing, it wasn't difficult to figure out. Erza downheartedly answered. Even from here I can only feel a dying spark instead of the fire it used to be. Mira will no longer be a mage. The reason for Erza's distress finally dawned upon the shinobi. She wasn't just mourning for the loss of a family member. She was also mourning the loss of a rival. The Scarlet Mage probably couldn't find a way to help her friend and rival, which is why she had decided to take it out on the forest. Naruto gazed at the white clouds as they rolled along the clear sky, one cloud in particular resembling the head of a young boy. What if it were him? If Sasuke had decided to quit being a shinobi instead of pursue revenge, what would have changed? Would he have come to stand where he is today if he wasn't chasing after him? Would have grown stronger without the shadow that he desperately tried to escape from? No, I won't let her. What? Erza stuttered, gaze flickering over towards Naruto while wholly believing that she had misheard him. I don't know what it's like to have a brother or a sister, but if it were me I wouldn't let Mirajane run away and give up. Erza stared wide-eyed in disbelief. The boy before her seemed different in contrast to his less than serious attitude from before. Naruto, what are you talking about? What do you intend to do? Although she could feel her own worries and doubts claw at the edges of her mind, Erza's plagued thoughts were soothed by the genuine smile spread across Naruto's features as he chuckled warmly. I'm going to be a friend. Any problems with that? Erza intended to rebuke him, arguing that Mira would not let anyone get close to her in the state she was in now, yet the knight stopped herself. Erza had spent years under the oppression of monsters, and experienced the wickedness humans were capable of firsthand at a very young age. As a result, Erza had sharpened that sense during her growth in magic, and was often able to distinguish the true nature of others. She could tell when someone was hiding their depravity beneath a false face, no matter how well it was constructed. It was due to this sixth sense of hers that she felt that she could trust Fairy Tail's newest edition. There was something different about the way he carried himself compared to the others around their age, but there was no denying that she could only feel sincere honesty emanating from his words. Maybe, just maybe, he could help Mira through this ordeal. No, none at all. Erza sighed with a thankful smile. Even if she tries to lock me out, keep trying, so count on it, Naruto chuckled. Erza stared incredulously at the whiskered teen's face. The fact that someone this interesting could fly under the radar for years astounded her to no end. She lightly chuckled once more before standing to her feet and dusting off her skirt. For a mercenary, I must say that you are rather strange. The shinobi returned the smile in full with a confident grin of his own. To be honest, I was never really good at my job. Hours later, somewhere deep in the East Forest, the sun still clung to the afternoon sky, but it was slowly starting to descend. The clearing in the forest was tranquil and quiet except for the consistent sound of metal scraping rock. Sitting cross-legged in front of a small hut made of straw and sticks, a boy with pink hair held a knife, using it to carve and engrave a tombstone. Next to the boy, a blue cat quietly slept using his leg as a pillow. After he had left the guild hall, Natsu had ventured up into the Magnolia's forest carrying Happy along with him until he finally reached their home. On his way up, he gathered a very large rock and picked up a knife from his home. Using his magic, he cut the rock cleanly before setting out to work. Carved onto the rock were the words, Lisana Strauss, best friend and beloved mother. Above the script, The insignia of Fairy Tail had been meticulously engraved to create a magnificent image. Carefully moving Happy to avoid disturbing him, Natsu softly smiled watching his partner's sleeping face. Although he would deny Lisana's presumptions that he was Happy's father, he would never say that the three of them weren't a family. Setting the stone into a pre-dug hole, Natsu Dragneel refilled the crevices to hold the stone in place before standing up. It was an uncharacteristically beautiful aesthetic work of art for someone like him, but if it was for her he would do anything. His onyx eyes looked tired, as if he hadn't slept in ages. The pain in his chest hadn't gone away yet and neither had his anger. Angry at who he didn't know. Mirajane for bringing in Lisana on that mission or Elfman for foolishly denying his help. He often wondered what his life would have been like if Lisana hadn't come into his life. That day he came home carrying what he believed was a dragon egg at the time, was also the very same day he met Lisana Strauss. Back then he didn't have the first clue on how to raise an egg, yet Lisana was the only one who readily volunteered herself to help. They built the hut behind him as their first home. It wouldn't fit either of them now, but it was still their first home together and its memories wouldn't die with Lisana. Every day, whether it be rainy or sunny, they would carry Happy's egg and set him down in the freshly collected straw. They would wrap him in layers of blankets, making sure he was warm before deciding to read stories. Lisana would be the one to read while Natsu listened along with the egg. He still vividly remembered his favorite story that Lisana read. Long ago, a kingdom's king and queen sought to marry off their daughter into a foreign land in order to gain more power. The princess chose to reject her fate and had run away from her castle. She crossed over rivers and traversed through forests for 2 days and 2 nights with barely any provisions. As she collapsed due to hunger and weakness, she arrived at death's door awaiting his cold embrace. That is until she was saved by a wandering dragon on the outskirts of her land. The dragon found her unconscious and carried her back to his den, where nourished her back to health and took care of her. When the princess awakened, she was greeted with the sight of a massive, crimson dragon. Rather than scream in fright, her hazel eyes met the dragon's red ones and asked, "Are you the one who saved me?" The dragon replied, "I am." "Do you not fear me?" The princess smiled and shook her head. A dragon that saves a human isn't evil. For years the dragon had wandered through hundreds of lands. In each one he had saved a human life. Man, woman, or even child. And nearly every time he had been met with fear or betrayal. Nevertheless, he refused to give up his search for proof that humans and dragons could coexist. "Even if I were to crack open your skull, would you not fear me then?" The princess shook her head once more. "Even if I were to die, my soul would not rest until it has repaid your kindness." For the first time in decades, the dragon stared at the young woman perplexed. "What is your name?" "My name is..." The book that Lisana read was aged and had parts that were worn and torn away, but the ending remained intact. After the dragon and the princess's faithful meeting, they flew away and created a prosperous kingdom of their own that would stand for centuries. Perhaps it was a bit childish of him, but Natsu had always put himself in the role of the dragon and Lisana in the role of the princess. She was the first and only one who ever truly reached out to him despite his less than desirable behavior. They came from completely different worlds, but together they created many things. They had fun playing around and going on adventures despite being the other's only company. "It's a very beautiful stone, Natsu. I'm sure Lisana would have been grateful." Natsu didn't even bother to turn around. He had already known who it was due to his keen sense of smell. Glancing over his shoulder, his hollow onyx eyes met oceanic cerulean. The same oceanic cerulean that he had met for the first time a couple hours ago. Naruto emerged from the forest and continued to walk forward until he stood side by side with Natsu. His gaze fell on the handmade tombstone with both respect and piety. "How did you find me?" Natsu despondently asked, eyes still focused on Lisana's grave. "I have my ways." Naruto shrugged. "I asked around and I figured you'd be here." It wasn't the total truth, but it wasn't a total lie either. Kurama's ability to sense negative emotions helped greatly. The two stood in silence listening to the chirping birds in the background along with the occasional breeze of wind that swept through the trees. "Do you hate me?" Naruto suddenly asked. Natsu was quiet, his body refusing to move from its current spot. "No," was his hushed answer. Naruto carefully observed Natsu from the corners of his eyes, gauging his reactions. "Do you hate Mirajane?" No, he wasn't lying so far. Naruto sighed before asking one third and final time, "Do you hate Elfman?" As Natsu gazed upon the grave that would serve as Lisana's resting place, he could only see her smiling and gentle face. His fists clenched themselves tightly while a tight lump formed in his throat. The corners of his eyes stung while he could feel his voice starting to choke up. "No, I don't." The Jinchuriki softly smiled as he pulled out a bouquet of flowers before laying them down in front of Lisana's grave. The flowers were diverse in color. Just like how Lisana's presence brought color into everyone's lives. "Do you know what it feels like? Having someone close to you die?" Naruto glanced towards Natsu, who had asked the question. The Dragon Slayer's eyes had finally begun to show an emotion other than anger as tears started to cascade down his cheeks. The passionate inferno that raged in his heart had died into weak embers and ash. He closed his eyes shut and choked back his sobs, forcing himself to remain standing. Naruto's gaze softened as he looked at the grave in remembrance. The image of the grave he made for Jiraiya rising to the surface. After his teacher had passed away, he felt nothing but hollowness and anger that would have consumed him if not for the people around him. He would never get the chance to make Neji's grave. "I do." Natsu collapsed to his knees and punched his fist into the ground, his sobs visibly causing his body to tremble in grief and sorrow. "It's not fair, it never is. Does the pain ever go away?" Naruto wryly smiled. He stuck his hands into his pockets before shifting his gaze onto the orange sky. It was a breathtaking sight that reminded him of the people that lived on through death in his past. The third Hokage, Zabuza and Haku, Jiraiya, Neji, and his parents. "No, it doesn't." Naruto crouched down and placed a hand on Natsu's shoulder, his eyes drifting towards Lisana's name. "That's why it's so important that you never forget them. Remember who you've lost." Naruto spoke, his eyes drifting to happy. "Remember what you still have, and lastly." He ruffled Natsu's head, prompting him to meet his strong gaze. "Remember their hopes and dreams so that you can become strong enough to protect all of them. Become so strong that you'll never have to lose someone you love again. Even if they aren't with us anymore, they'll live on in our hearts, so keep living for them." Natsu looked downwards one last time before regaining the strength to stand up. He wiped his eyes dry and sniffled. "I'll do it then," he quietly murmured. The son of Igneel scooped Happy into his arms before turning to face Naruto, his expression one of determination and fortitude. "I'll get strong enough to protect everyone at Fairy Tail." Naruto chuckled and smiled. "I'll be right next to you when you do. For now, please go back to the guild. They'll want you there for her funeral." Natsu nodded, slightly shifting Happy in his arms before deciding to ask his question. "Are you coming too? Even if you just joined, you're a member of our family now." The blonde lightly laughed in a reassuring manner. "Don't worry about me. I'm just going to stay with Lisana for a bit." He waved goodbye until Natsu was no longer in sight. He turned to face the grave once more before sitting down cross-legged. A comfortable air of silence and tranquility formed around him as he admired Natsu's handcrafted work. "I really wish I got to meet you, Lisana. You have a wonderful family here." The shinobi spoke with a melancholy smile. "They're a rather quirky and interesting bunch. They like to fight, they can be pretty crazy, but I can see why you loved them so much." Most people would consider him crazy for talking to graves, but to Naruto it was like having a conversation with a real person. Even if they couldn't speak to him, he would treat them like they could. "You won't have anything to worry about, Lisana. I'll watch over them for you and I'll make sure to not let Mirajane give up from this. That's an Uzumaki promise." Naruto stood up and dusted off his pants. He gave one last glance to the grave before vanishing in a swirl of leaves. In less than a week, the hero of the leaf, winner of the 4th Great Shinobi War, descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, found himself attached to a group of people with hearts nearly matching his own in size. I feel like I should probably mention this given my history with reviews. I have not changed the pairing. I'll be working on the next one, so hopefully I can get it out in less than 2 weeks. You're not a lone person, human talking person, human thinking demon thinking technique name. I don't own anything including the cover art. If you're one of the people who requested that I do a harem, then I highly recommend that you go over to my profile and find a section listed under Reasons Why I Don't Believe in Multi-Pairings aka Harems, which is under the section Plot Holes, and above the section Fan Art, or if you're interested in my opinion on them, then by all means go ahead. Cardia Cathedral Cemetery. 2 days passed since Naruto joined Fairy Tail, but the air today was far more somber. Gathered in the Cardia Cathedral's graveyard, the entirety of Fairy Tail's wizards came together in mourning. Lined up in rows, the wizards had all worn black for the occasion in order to pay their respects to both the deceased and her siblings. The skies were darkened with murky, gray clouds that overwhelmed the clear sky in its entirety, while silent doldrums settled around the cemetery, killing off all traces of the wind. As if the sky was mourning the loss of one of its most beloved inhabitants, the rain trickled down the headstone like tear, accompanied by the millions of raindrops that were shed onto the earth below, completing the visage of sorrow. A cold, biting air surrounded the loved ones gathered as they looked on at the epitaph. Here lies Lysana Strauss, beloved sister and friend to Animal Souls X768X782. The stone wasn't extravagant or gaudy. No, if anything, it was perfect. Its design was a simple marble surface, yet it held an imperceptible elegance. It was a magnificent final tribute to Lysana's memory. The service lasted 2 hours, but no one would have cared if it lasted all day. Some had brought umbrellas expecting rain and used them, while others couldn't find it in themselves to give a damn about getting wet. Naruto stood towards the back of the group holding an umbrella of its own. The black color matched well with the black suit, tie, and dress pants that he wore over a white undershirt. He was rather grateful that the mages in Fairy Tail were generous, considering his only set of clothes consisted of what he had when he arrived. Gray had loaned him the suit, stating that it was one of the nicer spares that he always kept. Looking around, the blonde observed and carefully studied each guest. One of the groups that he hadn't seen before stood near the back along with him. The unmistakable leader of the four had striking yellow hair like his own, but that was the only similarity. A lightning bolt-shaped scar went over his right eye, while his body's stature was much bulkier in comparison to the shinobis. Judging by the way they carried themselves, the 2 men and woman behind him were his teammates or followers. One had long, distinctive green hair, and his looks alone gave him an appearance only gifted to that of nobility. If the Jinchuriki had to describe the second male, he would have to describe him as unique. The dark, blue-haired mage had a stick figure tattoo going over his face, while his hair had been slicked back for the occasion. The third member's, the woman, most distinctive features included the glasses that sat on the bridge of her nose, while her tan-colored hair was tied outwardly to the side. Just like the rest of the group, the leader was dressed in a black suit, white undershirt, and black tie. Even if they gave off the feeling that they weren't very close to the rest of their guild, their feelings of regret and sympathy were genuine. Deciding to ignore the group, his eyes refocused on the others close by. Natsu stood towards the front of the group along with Erza and Gray. Natsu's disposition emitted a taciturn strength as he held a weeping Happy in his arms. His honest and straightforward eyes never left Lysana's name, even as he tried to soothe his friend. Although his heart greatly ached, the shinobi took solace in the fact that the infamous pair would undoubtedly move past this. A small smile crossed his lips, seeing Erza comfort the boy in a sisterly manner while Gray did the same. Standing closest to Lysana's memorial, Mirajane and Elfman grieved over the loss of their sister, while Makarov remained close by, choosing to stand behind the 2. The area around the old man's eyes were red, indicating that he had mourned recently as well. Despite possessing a stature only a few inches taller than a toad, Makarov's atmosphere radiated with both unwavering resolve and unbreakable pride. "You're regressing." Naruto's smile turned into one of melancholy regret as his gaze shifted towards the drops of water that fell from the tip of his umbrella's edges. The voice within his mind belonging to his nine-tailed companion. "A little bit," he inwardly replied to his partner, watching as a lone raindrop fell to the ground. The Jinchuriki was never a fan of funerals. He remembered the first one being Sarutobi Hiruzen's, which was later followed by his son Osamu's. Jiraiya came not long after, but he was thankful it ended there. A word like depressing couldn't possibly ever hope to describe the atmosphere of funerals. The pain, the misery, the regret, the blame, the never-ending chain of thoughts like, "I could have prevented this," were always parts of the process. The blonde could hear Kurama's aged sigh from the inner confines of his mind. You can't expect yourself to live up to everyone's expectations, even if those expectations haven't even been developed. The fox settled into a more comfortable position, using his arms as a makeshift pillow to rest his chin upon. He closed his heavy eyelids while he yawned tiredly. Whenever you meet new people, you always end up sacrificing your own happiness and well-being to protect theirs. A lone crimson eye opened, reflecting centuries of experience. "You're doing the same thing as last time. You should be more concerned about yourself." At Kurama's words, a wry grin etched itself onto his well-defined features. Gaze scanning over the friends that he had made so far. "If I ever get to that point, I know I'll be able to rely on these people to bring me back." Kurama's gravely chuckles reached the shinobi's ears, still a stubborn brat as always. The conversation between the strongest remnants of chakra ended with the sound of wet footsteps exiting the cemetery. The shinobi's ocean blue eyes drifted towards the exit where an older man with slicked back blue hair while carrying a sleeping boy around the age of 4 in his arms started to leave. "You leaving already, Mikao?" Mikao, Naruto would make sure to remember the man's name. "Yeah, I don't want Romeo to catch a cold in this weather, Wakaba." The shinobi continued to note that the man with a pompadour was Wakaba, who had nodded before moving to hold his umbrella over the father and son. Slowly but surely, more fairy tale mages began to file out. One by one, two by two, they all left soundlessly, leaving the siblings that had lost a piece of themselves to lament over their sister. Naruto wordlessly watched until Natsu, Erza, and Gray were the last ones to leave, leaving behind Makarov, himself, and the Strauss siblings. Makarov turned away from Mira and Elfman and silently made his way towards Naruto, who had remained towards the back for the duration of the service. The wizened mage stood next to the shinobi, head hung low and eyes closed in thought. "So you're a former mercenary, I hear?" The blonde's eyebrow quirked itself upwards in curiosity at the sudden inquiry. "Erza told you, more or less, but that's not really what I wished to ask you," Makarov evenly answered. "Were you serious?" Seeing Naruto's expression of slight confusion, the third master decided to elaborate. "Were you serious about your decision to help Mira? Oh, so that's what this was about." Naruto gave Makarov a reassuring smile as well. "I never go back on my word." For a brief moment, Makarov saw the image of countless people standing behind the newcomer. Numerous amounts of men, women, and kids of all ages smiling just as brightly as he, expressing their unyielding support as if to demonstrate his mettle. The old wizard tiredly smiled in resignation before continuing to walk forward towards the exit of the cemetery. "Then, I'll leave her in your hands." Over towards Lisana's grave, Elfman stood next to his older sister who was kneeling on the wet, cobblestone. His typically tall and proud disposition was now hunched slightly forward as if his spine couldn't find the strength to uphold the rest of his body, after getting a checkup from the guild's reclusive doctor, poor Lyuzuka. His head was wrapped in a bandage with a remedy that would soothe the aching in his head. "Mira, we should head back." "Not yet." Her voice was so soft that Elfman had barely heard it over the sound of the rain. Her left arm was now elevated by a proper cast prepared by poor Lyuzuka. Knowing that her injury was also a result of his actions twisted a hard knot in his gut. Elfman quietly nodded in acquiescence, knowing that she wanted a few moments to herself. The second sibling turned around at the sound of footsteps that nearly blended itself with the light thrums of rain. His dreary countenance reflected surprise upon meeting the owner. Naruto. The shinobi nodded, a sympathetic tone present in his ocean blue orbs. They drifted over towards the snow-haired teen that had kept to herself. Don't worry, I'll make sure she gets home safely. Elfman followed his gaze. A part of him wished to reject his offer, believing that he had already done more than enough for someone they had just met. That part of him was immediately quelled upon seeing the sheer sincerity glimmering in the most vivid cerulean pair of orbs he had ever seen. He wordlessly nodded and started to walk past the blonde before he was suddenly stopped. Elfman. He looked over his shoulder, meeting the newcomer's small smile. Natsu made Lisana a grave by their first home. I'm sure he'd be happy if you went to see her there too. Elfman bit the bottom of his lip, eyes stinging with a warm and moist feeling as he held onto his composure like it was a lifeline. Yeah, I'll make sure to. He strainedly rasped, his fists clenched tightly in an effort to keep himself from breaking down. The gentle giant soundlessly left as the only sounds he made came from his shoes squishing against the wet cobble. As he watched the beast mages departing back, Naruto turned around to see the rain endlessly pour itself down upon Mirajane. The girl didn't even bother putting on the hood of her black coat. From Mirajane's position on the ground, she had thought Elfman had already left after she had requested him to do so, leaving her as the last one in the cemetery. The mage had remained completely oblivious to the proceedings behind her due to having her attention focused on the last remnant of her sister. She didn't expect another umbrella to move cover and shield her from the rain. I'm going to take you back home. Okay. Her eyes slightly widened upon realizing the voice didn't belong to her brother. For the first time since the service, she lifted her head to look behind her, seeing the last person she ever expected to see. Yuto? Is that you? Initially believing herself to be hallucinating, the blonde's comforting smile and hand on her shoulder was firm proof that he wouldn't be leaving her anytime soon. I'm really here. I'm going to take you home, okay? Regaining her senses, Mirajane fervently shook her head and lowered her gaze. And no, not yet. I'm going to stay for a little longer. Naruto sighed good-naturedly and clasped onto her shoulder, earning her attention. If I let you stay, you'd be here all night. Your clothes are wet and you're only going to get yourself sick, you know? Mirajane was going to deny Naruto's request but stopped after finally noticing his disposition. He wasn't asking her, no, he was pleading her. His ocean blue orbs were laced with concern and worry while the corners of his lips shook slightly, showing just how much he was trying to maintain a reassuring smile. She downcastedly lowered her head, accepting the hand that pulled her back to her feet. She felt herself stumble as soon as she stood up, a sign that her legs had gone numb after kneeling in front of her sister's grave for hours. Before she could fall to the ground, she was quickly caught by a pair of sturdy arms that held her close. It's okay. I've got you. She couldn't meet his gaze yet felt Naruto's left arm wrap itself around her waist while he allowed her right arm to be wrapped over his neck. His left arm that went around her waist was careful not to put any pressure on her fractured arm and held her securely while his right hand held the umbrella firm, making sure to keep her as dry as possible. Holding on to young woman, Naruto started to walk forward alongside Mirajane. The way she moved resembled that of a puppet, without a mind or a soul. Her body moved on its own as if being guided by invisible strings attached to her hands and legs. The shinobi matched each step he took with one that Mirajane took as her mind had automatically began to retrace her usual route. Home. The pair moved past the cemetery gates, surrounded by the melancholy and silent world of rain around them. The quiet sounds of their footsteps pressing against the wet pathway were the only sounds as they moved past the empty shopping districts and street markets. There was not a single soul in sight besides the two fairy tale members. Naruto's cerulean eyes eventually looked down to see that Myra's gaze wasn't even focused on the path in front of her. Rather, they had been directed towards the right. Following her line of sight, Naruto's crescent blue orbs drifted towards Magnolia's famous canal system as he watched millions of raindrops create ripples in the water. Some ripples were large while others were small. Others constantly impacted the same spot while others periodically altered their course. The water continuously melded its appearance to various shapes and forms, yet it didn't change the fact that it was a mesmerizing spectacle to behold. The two stayed like this for the rest of the way. Mirajane, whose legs would move on their own after having walked the same way home for years, while Naruto followed each of her moves without a single misstep. The calm, tranquil atmosphere that encompassed the pair like an intangible blanket had brought a warm air of comfort for Mirajane that she had not experienced for what felt like months. Her heavy-hearted eyes that carried so much heartbreak managed to tear itself away from the river before refocusing on the man next to her. Even as he managed to guide her while simultaneously matching her stride, the steady grip he had around her waist and hand did not waver in the slightest. His eyes that seemed like the brightest blue that she had ever seen seemed unreadable. She couldn't garner any hints or clues as to what he could possibly be thinking about. Her thoughts came to an end upon noticing that she now stood in front of her home. Naruto had stopped walking as well after following Mirajane's line of sight that fell onto a specific home. "Can you stand on your own?" Mirajane mutely nodded as Naruto slowly released her from his hold. If it were any other day, she would have grinned in amusement when the blonde's hands hesitantly let her go as if they were afraid she'd crumple without them, and both were already prepared to catch her should she fall. As she walked towards the front steps of her home, she was accompanied each step of the way by the whiskered teen who continued to hold the umbrella over her alone, not paying any mind to the growing wet spots on his shoulders. Mirajane twisted the knob on her door and opened it. She turned to meet Naruto's watchful gaze, his eyes never once leaving her observant stare. She found it rather strange. The yellow-haired, blue-eyed youth that she had only met a few days ago somehow had a unique presence, as if he had always been here, right beside her to keep her safe. His kind, honest personality was something that she had never quite seen before, as it was different from the kinds that both Makarov and Natsu possessed. From Naruto's perspective, his eyes scanned over each nearly imperceptible motion that Mirajane made. From the slight shivering of Myra's hands that he had tried his best to soothe when he held her to the almost mechanical gait that she walked with, Naruto's eyes studied her carefully, cerulean eyes fixated on discerning her well-being. Despite how heartbroken she appeared, she possessed an unmentioned air of grace. Her resplendent, clear skin and magnificent snow-colored hair seemed to glimmer with the radiance of a white flower in its dreary, gray surroundings. He would be lying if he said she didn't look breathtaking. For the first time that day, Mira smiled. It wasn't one that could be considered sizable or noticeable, but it was there. As small as it was, it spoke volumes of her appreciation. "Thank you." If it were anyone else, they may have not heard a tiny murmur of thanks that was akin to that of a whisper in the wind. The shinobi waved his hand in a disregarding manner with a smile of his own. It really wasn't much, but just please get some rest. He watched as the young woman gave one last glance before disappearing behind the door that slowly creaked shut. The shinobi stood in front of the door for a few seconds longer before turning around on his heel to head back to his temporary place of residence. "Guess I'll see ya tomorrow." The next day, Monday morning's first rays of sunlight pierced through the pale, translucent curtains adorning the windows of Mirajane's room. The dark, mahogany floorboards were illuminated in various places like a spotlight on a stage by the sun's rays, while sounds of its occupants' soft breathing drifted out around the room. Mirajane blearily opened her eyes, sitting up while yawning into the back of her hand. Her hands fell onto the smooth sheets of her bed, which acted as a second layer over her white nightgown as her eyes wandered around her room. Her eyes didn't linger long on the pictures of her siblings lined up on her desk in frames, and instead chose to clearly see just how lonely her room was. Part of her believed that the funeral yesterday was just a bad dream, but the heaviness in her muscles and the feeling that came after crying denied that possibility. Lisanna was really gone. Shaking her head while trying to avoid thinking about things that would only hurt, she tried to shift her attention elsewhere. Outside her window, she could hear the early birds chirp as they flew past, along with the chatter of the few pedestrians who had jobs to go to before noon. Mirajane blinked at the strange and abrupt sound. There was a pause, and just as she intended to chalk it up as a figment of her imagination, she heard the same noise yet again. Tap. Her sapphire blue eyes wandered over towards the source, her window. This time, she was able to see a third pebble bounce off the pane of her window. Swinging her legs over the side of her bed, Mirajane walked towards her window and pushed aside the curtain to allowing enough room for a small peek. Looking down, she was greeted to the sight of Fairy Tail's newest edition standing outside. Her home with a bright smile holding a large sign that said, "Help needed. Urgent." Her face was expressionless as Mira sighed and released the curtain before climbing back into bed. She pulled the covers back over while turning her head away from the window. Tap. Her eyes wearily opened as she grabbed her pillow and stuffed her head beneath it, hoping to block out the sound. Maybe if she didn't answer, he'd believe she was still asleep. Tap. Needless to say, it didn't work. A look of annoyance crossed her countenance as Mirajane climbed out of bed and peeped through the curtains once more. Her scowl grew more noticeable upon noticing that the Uzumaki had apparently prepared another message on the other side of the sign. "I saw you peek through the window, you know," it read. Mirajane unlatched the locks on her window before pushing the two open. The blonde's grin grew after successfully drawing out Mira, as he seemed all too cheerful at this time of day. "Good morning." The eldest Strauss felt the slight chill of the morning and held onto the upper sections of her arms with her hands. She felt less pain when kept silent, as it kept her emotions bottled up inside. "Is there something you need?" Her voice was quiet and hoarse, but if Naruto noticed, then he didn't really care. The shinobi blinked at the fact that he did not receive a "good morning" in return before shrugging it off. He could easily tell that she was annoyed, but as far as he was concerned, it was better than being depressed. He flipped the sign around so that the first message was visible once more. "As you can see, I'd like your help," he sheepishly chuckled. "I'm sorry, but isn't there anyone else you can ask? I'm not feeling very well today." "The old man's pretty busy. Natsu and Happy took a job early this morning, and the same goes for Erza and Gray," Naruto replied, counting off each person with his hand. Mirajane sighed once more, knowing that the whiskered newcomer had a valid reason for coming here, but she still was going to decline. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I'm not in the mood, so please leave." "Yeah, I don't think I can take no for an answer." Naruto nervously grinned, scratching the back of his head. "It's kinda important." The snow-haired beauty's eye twitched slightly. Dark bags beneath her eyes practically held the top of her eyelid to the bottom, while she still couldn't find it in herself to go outside. The buildings and corners that she would see would only remind her of the daily trek to the Guildhall that she and her siblings always took together. "I'm sorry, but the answer's still going to be no," she apologetically smiled. Naruto's own grin faltered slightly, seeing just how pained her smile was, but he wasn't going to give up either. At Mirajane's declination, the blonde mischief-maker simply held up a sizable pile of pebbles, wearing an innocent smile the entire time. "People call me persuasive." Mirajane never wanted to be able to mute her surroundings more than she did now. Her hair and face were a mess, and put bluntly, she felt like complete crap. She considered trying to ignore the shinobi's attempts at disturbing her sleep in solitude before deciding it would just be easier to help him and go home. She simply closed her windows shut, effectively blocking out the slightly estranged blonde from sight. Naruto stared at the closed window, silently contemplating whether to start chucking pebbles again or to wait patiently. Deciding on the latter, the shinobi sat on the edge of the pathway with his feet hanging over the town's canal while he simultaneously dumped his stack of pebbles into the water. He waited for roughly 5 minutes when he heard the sound of a door opening behind him. Turning around, he saw that Mira had changed out of her white sleeping gown into a plain t-shirt and a pair of sweats. Her left arm was still being held within a cast slung over her shoulder, while her hair, like the day before, had been left to hang freely, with strands falling past her temples and covering her forehead. Looking down at his own clothing, comprised of a red flak jacket and a pair of black nylon pants, he noticed that he looked out of place in comparison to Earthland's standards for fashion. Note to self. Remind me to buy some clothes when I have money. Ignoring his audible mental note, Mirajane directed her hollow stare towards the blonde. To the Jinchuriki, her eyes resembled that of a dead fish, lifeless, empty, and devoid of emotion. His fist subconsciously tightened, but the takeover mage didn't notice. What did you need my help for? Ah, right. Naruto began digging through his jacket and pants pockets in search of something. His expression lit up when he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper that he handed to her. With a raised brow, Mirajane uncrumpled the paper, reading its contents aloud. Plans for space-time jutsu. Need to find a secluded area first so I don't blow up the entire toe. Okay, wrong piece of paper. That one's on me. Naruto suddenly spoke up, snatching the paper out of her grip while she confusedly stared at the teen. She was promptly handed a new piece of paper that was practically identical in terms of material and pigment. Items needed from the market: tomatoes, carrots, potatoes, fresh chicken, onions, freshly prepared chicken. Mirajane's eyes wandered further and further down the list, looking for anything out of the ordinary before she directed an unimpressed stare towards the unperturbed shinobi. This is a grocery list, MMHMM. And you came to me completely unannounced, holding a sign that said, "Urgent help," because you needed help shopping for groceries. The newcomer's nonchalant nod didn't help his disposition in the slightest. Yep. The place where I'm staying at needed me to go buy some food, and I didn't want to be a freeloader, so here I am. A sudden realization hit Mirajane after hearing Naruto's brief explanation. Where was the blonde even staying? As far as she knew, he didn't have any family or friends in Magnolia. She shook her head, clearing her thoughts. It's not like she cared or that it mattered really. I know a couple of places we can go to close by. Mira started to walk towards the edge of the street before Naruto suddenly called out to her. Hey, Mirajane. She glanced over her shoulder to see the blue-eyed boy that was lagging slightly behind. His finger scratched the side of his cheek, his persona appearing slightly bashful. Thanks, you really helped me out here. Although she had only known him for a little over 3 days, there was something about Naruto's character that stuck out to Mirajane. The Uzumaki passed himself off as someone with strong morals and a straightforward personality that seemed to pull the people around him closer. He neither seemed like the type of person to take advantage of someone's kindness or make high-maintenance requests. Rather, his requests somehow made others want to fulfill them. Forced as it was, her faint smile served as more than a significant answer. Magnolia's shopping district. Although the week had just began, the farmers' market stalls introduced various fresh produce brought from the different towns of the continent. The shouts of entrepreneurs echoed and overlapped with one another, all declaring just how great their prices and products were. Get your fresh loaves of honey bread here, 100 jewels per loaf. Basil Town's finest tomatoes over here, freshest ones you'll find in Fury. Walking side by side, Fairy Tail's newest member and senior S-class mage maintained a brisk pace through the crowded street. While Mirajane remained impervious to the bombardment of offers and deals, Naruto, on the other hand, was not so tactful. Young man, you absolute must try these Barleytown apples. Have a sample. Oh wow, this is really good. How much are they? They're only 300 jewels per pound. Great, I'll take faux gras. Standing beside Naruto with his cheek pinched between her fingers, Mirajane shifted her hollow stare towards the merchant, who backed away almost immediately. Sorry, but we're not interested, isn't that right, Naruto? The shinobi's cerulean orbs glanced to his side before he nervously laughed in response. Iwia White. Can you please let go of my cheek now? Mirajane complied and released the Uzumaki's cheek before choosing to grab the sleeve of his shirt instead. It's like you're trying to make this harder than it needs to be, she blandly stated as she pulled him through the crowd. Do you even have enough money to spend on anything that's not on the list you showed me? Who knows? The ninja grinned. I only have what the old man gave me. The whiskered teen pulled out a sack of coins before handing it to Mira for inspection. The mage opened the parcel, doing a rough inspection before concluding it should be sufficient for what they were looking for. I'll hold on to this so you don't get distracted by any of the other merchants here. The blonde nodded, giving his approval before stuffing his hands in his pockets while following closely behind her. Finding the first potato stand on the bustling street, the pair's arrival to the stand was noticed by its boisterous owner. The kind elderly woman gave a polite smile and wave before moving to tend to other customers swarming her stand. The list says a dozen, so grab a 12 and let's move on. The shinobi's eyes monitored her facial expression carefully as it shifted back into its blank state. A mischievous grin spread across his lips as a new idea came to mind. Okay, leave it to me. Naruto energetically responded, grabbing one of the shopping bags provided by the merchant. He then went to work finding his 12 potatoes. Mirajane stood a good distance away, arms crossed and eyes closed in thought. She had finally gotten a momentary period of peace, no matter how short it was. Honestly, there had to be a limit to how helpless someone was when it came to shopping. Wow! Look at all the food they're selling, Mira. Do you think we should buy something for Elfman? Mirajane's lips fell into tight-lipped frown while her left hand clenched itself tightly within its cast. Memories of her first trip here with her little sister resurfaced as her eyes traveled around the numerous stalls and people. The merchants and their products hadn't really changed over the years. Looking beside her to where another person usually accompanied her, she found the spot empty. Hey, Mirajane, check these out. Before her thoughts could darken any further, she was brought out of their inner reflection upon being greeted face to face with the boy who seemed like a representation of the sun in terms of brightness. Her attention was drawn towards the sizable pile of potatoes he held cradled in his arms before her eyes promptly shifted into an expression that was a mix of unamusement and disbelief. Naruto, she began as she grabbed one potato from his pile. Yes? Please tell me how in the actual world you managed to pick the worst potatoes out of all of those. If the potato is green and soft. She demonstrated her point by squeezing the vegetable to the point her fingers made a temporary, yet visible indent. That means it wasn't grown properly and that it will probably taste bitter. The vegetables they sell here are usually always fresh, so again, how did you even manage to find 12 of these? Naruto innocently blinked at Mirajane's incredulity before looking down at the potatoes he had chosen. I just found them and thought they looked pretty good? Mirajane sighed before leading Naruto back to the stall where she immediately made him place the potatoes back onto the racks holding them. Quickly and efficiently scanning over the selection, Myra's experienced eyes managed to pick out a dozen golden, brown potatoes that possessed a significantly more natural appearance than what Naruto had picked out. Grabbing each potato one by one before placing it into the bag, they handed the old lady a few coins before giving the bag of potatoes back to Naruto. She internally sighed, hoping to get the shopping trip over and done with. Somewhere in Magnolia 2 hours had passed since they arrived to the farmer's market before the two fairy tale wizards, or rather wizard and shinobi, finally finished. It was now late in the afternoon with both of the teens walking back to wherever Naruto was leading them to. Man, I'm really grateful you were there to help me out. Speaking of which, the blonde in question had a positively bright smile on his whiskered features even as he carried 3 grocery bags in each hand filled to the brim with vegetables while one had meat. You really don't go shopping at markets, do you, EH? What makes you say that? When we went to shop for carrots, you picked the slimiest and squishiest carrots out of the entire bunch. When we went to pick out the onions, you picked out the ones that were practically falling apart. And to top it all off, you managed to find 9 of each one in a fresh market. Haha, I am pretty skilled, aren't I? Naruto grinned at Mirajane's look of doubt. The snow-haired mage sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. You have everything now, don't you? I'll see you around. As she turned around to leave, she was suddenly stopped when a hand clasped onto her shoulder. She glanced around to see 2 cerulean blue eyes and a small smile being directed towards her. The place I'm heading to is that building over there, Naruto said, pointing to an area that lied just behind a wall. Can you come with me for a bit? Mirajane sighed in response before speaking. Naruto, it'll only be for a bit, and if you don't want to stay then you can leave. She just wanted to be alone. Mira lowered her crestfallen gaze to the ground, her eyes covered by the strands of her hair. She didn't want to talk to anyone. She didn't want to be near anyone. All she wanted was to be alone, safe within the confines of her room. Every street, every building, and every person she saw around town only served to remind her of her sister, and with every reminder came a painful stab of pain in her chest. The three of them, Elfman, Lysana, and herself, had come to this town together. Growing up without parents had always been a rough experience, but they had gotten through it with the support of each other. Eventually, Magnolia had finally become a home to them, while the people at Fairy Tail had become their family. Now with Lysana gone, it was as if a large hole had been torn open in her heart. Looking at her broken arm, Mira doubted she could go on jobs even if her arm healed. With each passing day, she could feel her magic slipping away, as if it were water pouring out of a leak in a tank. Mirajane. She lightly gasped, realizing that she had been completely oblivious to Naruto repeatedly calling out her name. She turned around and saw the eccentric teen take on a look of worry. "Hey, are you okay?" "Why yeah, I'm fine," Mira answered as she shrugged off Naruto's hand on her shoulder. "Sorry, I just had something on my mind." The shinobi's troubled stare made it blatantly clear that he didn't believe her. In an attempt to ease his suspicions, the ivory-haired takeover mage sought to change the subject. Oh, yeah. Didn't you say the place we were heading to is just around the corner?" Although his hands were both holding a handful of groceries, the Jinchuriki crossed his arms over his chest, a hint of concern lacing the corners of his eyes. "Are you sure?" Seeing her hastily nod in the affirmative, the reincarnation of Asura led her to the entrance to the area behind the wall. Looking over the wall, the Strauss sisters' expression turned into that of surprise upon recognizing the building as a local church. The church was surrounded by a grayish stone wall that appeared to have been cleaned recently. Engraved over its iron-barred gates was a cross matching the sculpted version that had been placed on the church's roof. The building itself looked aged in comparison to the newer structures in Magnolia, yet it still maintained an image of fortitude and endurance. "I'm back," Naruto called out as he kicked open the gates before letting himself inside. As Mirajane followed behind him, the two of them were greeted by an elderly priest dressed in rather colorful garments along with tall papal hat. The man emitted an aura of warmth and generosity as he chuckled heartily at the youth's eccentric entrance. "Welcome back, Naruto. I trust that you were able to buy the ingredients for tonight?" Upon entering, Myra's gaze had wandered around and observed its surroundings. From the dusty ground to the patches of grass, the church possessed a rarely found tranquil atmosphere. The shinobi apologetically grinned, holding up the bags of groceries. "To be honest, I would have had a little trouble without Mirajane's help here." Father Brock's sincerity-filled eyes shifted towards Mira as the man lowered his head in thanks. "You have my thanks as well, young one." "Ah, it really wasn't much," Mirajane immediately responded, waving her hands for emphasis. At that moment, Myra's attention was drawn towards the sight of a new arrival who emerged from the inside of the church. The familiar head of striking blonde hair and ocean blue eyes were too similar to mistaken for anyone else. "Oh, you're finally back?" the new arrival spoke as Mirajane's eyes slowly widened. She blinked once. She blinked twice. She even closed and rubbed her eyes for good measure as she looked to the blonde standing next to her and what seemed like his identical twin in front of them. Knowing the exact feeling Mirajane was experiencing, Brock chuckled in mirth while the two Narutos observed a frenzied Mira with barely concealed amusement. How? What why I mean how are there two of you?" "Hey, boss, where should I put these?" the newly revealed clone holding the groceries asked, while presently ignoring Mirajane's mind-blown state. The original Naruto that had been in the church for the entirety of the day took the vegetables from his copy's hands before directing his head towards the complex's courtyard. "For now, can you go help the others with the kids? I'll go set up in the kitchen." "You got it." As the clone ran off to find his fellow brethren, Father Brock spun back around to head back into the church. "I'm going to check up on how your other selves are progressing with the repairs. Once again, thank you for your help." "Nah, don't mention it. I wouldn't have a place to stay if it weren't for you, old man." The partner of the Kyuubi waved goodbye to the priest before finally turning to address a shell-shocked Mirajane. The girl's jaw was slightly dropped while her eyes were wide with shock. A few strands of her hair seemed to be sticking out perfectly, defining just how flustered she was. Motioning for her to come closer, his trademark grin didn't seem bothered by how unnerved she was after seeing just one of his clones. He didn't blame her really. Although the technique wasn't commonly used in the elemental nations, its reputation had been so vast and widespread that there wasn't a single shinobi who didn't know of it. On the other hand, after asking Father Brock about any similar magic, the closest thing that existed to the shadow clone technique in this world was something called a thought projection, and even then it was extraordinarily limited in application. "Come on in. I could use the extra help," the Jinchuriki spoke, garnering Mirajane's attention. Returning back to Earthland, the ivory-haired woman finally regained her sense of speech, managing to articulate just how confused she was. "Hold it, are you not going to explain what the hell that was?" Watching her wildly gesture towards the direction his clone headed off to, the shinobi chuckled before leaning his back against the door frame. "I don't mind answering some questions as long as you help me make some food for these kids. I could always use a fourth set of hands." "Fourth?" Mira confusedly repeated. Help first, then questions later." Albeit reluctantly, the eldest Strauss nodded, agreeing to the whiskered boy's terms, and followed him inside. Upon entering through the main door, Mirajane's facial expression immediately changed to one of surprise, seeing 5 other clones interacting alongside at least a dozen children with ages varying from 6 to 12. After turning around the corner and entering an opening within the stone and plaster wall, Mira found a courtyard on the left side of the church's building. It was a wide and open space with a couple trees strewn about, yet with children everywhere. Performing a rough head count, the S-class wizard found at least one clone accompanying each group of 3 kids. The multiple copies played games like freeze tag and hide and seek with the younger kids, joyful laughter melodiously resounding along with the sight like a symphony. Even she couldn't stop the small smile that spread across her lips at the sight. Standing on the church's roof, another set of 5 clones were shouting out orders to one another as they took apart old, moldy boards from the roof before replacing them fresh new ones. "I didn't know you were so devoted to the church here." Mirajane's sweat dropped watching the clones work with flair and vigor. "Oh, I'm not a member of the church." Naruto paused to let that sink in right before Mirajane's gaze snapped towards Naruto almost immediately. "Come again?" She spoke in disbelief. Naruto sheepishly laughed while scratching the side of his cheek with his left index finger. "I was actually wandering around town when the old man here saw me and decided to let me stay for the night. I noticed that a lot of parts here were starting to wear out, so I made an agreement to help out around here in exchange for a place to sleep." Arriving to their destination, Naruto stepped through the door into a building next to the courtyard with Mirajane in tow. The building was a large kitchen with a rectangular table in the center, while the surrounding areas had ovens, stoves, and various kitchen utensils lining the walls. "I'm Ba-Oof." Almost immediately after they entered, Mirajane had to step to the side to avoid Naruto from toppling over her. Standing safely to the side, Mirajane found the reason for the blonde's fall lying on top of said blonde. "Yay, you're back." Lying down on top of his chest was a small girl who appeared to be no older than 11, with dark brown hair tied over her shoulder in a single ponytail and bright violet eyes. "Geez. Hina, stop tackling Naruto when you see him," a male voice chided. Joining the group was a boy with coral pink hair, sharp yellow eyes, and a pair of glasses. He appeared to be at least 1 year older than his friend, yet maintained an air of maturity in contrast. "But this one's the real one, Ko." The boy sighed out of a sense of resignation before he noticed an unfamiliar face. Who are you?" With 2 pairs of eyes on Mirajane, the shinobi on the ground decided to speak up for her. "Mirajane, meet my 2 helpers. The overly responsible stick in the mud over there is Kojira Shinomiya. He usually handles the cooking and preparations for Old Man Brock." Ignoring Kojira's annoyed glare, The Uzumaki carried on with the introductions as he looked down on the girl who was currently nuzzling her face into his shirt. He sighed before he pulled both of her face's cheeks, lifting it up to face his. Gah, and the little troublemaker right here is Hanako Inui, she's his assistant chef. I don't see was doable. Naruto and Kojira's simultaneous disbelieving stares proved her argument otherwise. Most of da time? Releasing her cheeks, Naruto sighed and ruffled her hair playfully, Hanako enjoying the gesture immensely. You're lucky you're endearing, you know? When Hanako was going to respond, she suddenly stopped, noticing the presence of an attractive lady in the room, and effectively clammed up. Anyway, these two have apparently been cooking for the orphanage since they got here, so I think they'll be able to handle the work. Kojira crossed his arms over his chest while adjusting his glasses so that they sat on the bridge of his nose. If anything, I'm more worried that this vagrant's going to mess something up, he stated, fully directing his comment towards Naruto. The ninja simply grinned as he lifted a petulantly sulking Hanako off of him. Anyway, I know you three will get along, so let's get started. Oh, can you really not cook? Kojira shouted. Kojira groaned and sighed, muttering something about a freeloading hobo before holding his hand out towards Mira. Nice to meet you, Mirajane. You can call me Kojira. Clasping the hand, the snow-haired beauty shook hands with intelligent youth. Likewise, and just Mira is fine. Kojira nodded before crossing his arms over his chest while directing a bland glare towards the girl who currently standing awestruck in front of Mira. Hanako, do I need to remind you that it's rude not to introduce yourself, and it's even more rude to stare at guests? True to his words, Hanako was indeed staring at no one other than Mirajane. Violet eyes bore onto Sapphire as tiny hands reached out and balled themselves tightly while her grip on Naruto's shirt tightened. Hey, Naruto, she called out, still staring at a slightly perturbed Mirajane. The blonde poked Hanako's cheek yet did not earn a response in the slightest. Somewhat unsettled as well, he responded with a hint of hesitation in his tone. Yes. Hanako's head whirled towards Naruto while literal stars flashed in her eyes. That lady's super pretty. Is she your girlfriend kya? Before she could finish her question, she was promptly flicked on the forehead by the whiskered world traveler who lifted her off of himself. Hina, Naruto began in a manner similar to a scolding parent. Don't be rude and introduce yourself properly. Seeing the unyielding stare directed towards her, Hanako bowed out and conceded. She looked towards an entertained Mirajane before lowering her head in apology. Hanako Inui, that's better, Naruto said as he dusted himself off. He picked up the groceries he had set down prior to being tackled and moved them to the large island table in the center of the kitchen. Alright, Kojira and Hina, can you guys take care of the onions and carrots? Yep. Leave it to us, Hanako confidently answered, flashing Naruto a grin and thumbs up. Naruto's expectant gaze shifted towards Kojira, who nodded readily. And make sure she doesn't blow up the kitchen and us with it. Expression utterly serious, Naruto gave Kojira a thumbs up as well. Yosh. I leave it to you, Kojira. You guys are so mean. Kojira chuckled before pushing Hina along towards the second sink in the kitchen while carrying the bags of carrots and onions with him. Yeah, let's go, Hina. And make sure you guys wash your hands, Naruto called out as they left. And what will our job be? Mirajane asked while sliding a hair tie off of her wrist. She used the band to tie her hair up in a ponytail behind her head as a precaution to avoid any accidents in the kitchen. Hefting the large sack of potatoes onto the counter, Naruto began to put them into a large collective bowl. Our job will be washing and skinning the potatoes, he answered before moving to the sink and washing his hands. Looking at the ingredients on the table, I'm guessing we're going to be making curry rice for the kids? Mirajane asked as she followed after Naruto to wash her own hands. Yep, I'm not exactly a great cook, but I won't let you beat me, Naruto challengingly grinned. As Mirajane picked up the skinner and held it in her hand, a particular fragment of a memory resurfaced in her mind. I challenge you to a cooking showdown, Mirajane. Mirajane softly smiled before grabbing the first potato to start. Just watch me. A couple hours later. It's so good, thank you, Naruto. Seconds please. After finishing the cooking, Naruto's clones had used some of the spare wood from roof reparations to build a large picnic table that managed to fit at least 10 people on each side. Each row was packed with children all eating the homemade meal from small bowls thanks to Naruto, Mira, Kojira, and Hanako. Father Brock stood by the food table managing servings while making sure each child got to eat. Sitting away from the table, Naruto and Mirajane watched with empty bowls sitting in their laps as they sat next to each other while leaning on one of the courtyard's trees. Man, you really know your way around a kitchen, Naruto said with a sigh of satisfaction. It's my loss. Looking over to his left side, he saw Mirajane staring into her empty dish, quietly stirring in her own thoughts. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I'll gladly answer them. A promise is a promise, you know? Resting his hands behind his head, the shinobi relaxed into the almost nostalgic feeling of cool bark pressed against his skin. Mirajane's head rose up and looked towards the lackadaisical blonde before recalling her question from earlier in the day. Then, can you tell me how you made those copies of yourself? I've never seen anything like that before. It's called the shadow clone technique. Naruto smiled in reminiscence. And right now it's an ability unique to me alone. You alone? Mirajane curiously repeated. What do you mean by that? Calm blue eyes drifting towards the gently flowing leaves, the ninja smiled in amusement, deciding to regale the girl with slightly altered tales of the truth. Well, Mirajane, I guess you could say I'm a little bit different than the average mage. The place where I came from had a lot of skills like the ones you guys have here. But there are a lot of different ones as well. I see. Mira quietly murmured after deciding to accept the rather ambiguous response. Also, why do you always call me Mirajane? Naruto tilted his head, slightly confused, and adopted an expression curiosity. What do you mean? You always use my full name when no one else does. It would be a lot easier to call me Mira instead. I see. The blonde faintly chuckled. Well then, Mira, do you have anything else you want to ask? As Mirajane thought about it, there had always been one particular question that had constantly tugged on the edges of her mind. It had come up time and time again whenever she ran into the Uzumaki, yet she could never figure out its answer. Why? It was a single word but with a limitless amount of answers. She had neither yelled the word nor did she mumble it. It was short, clear, and easily heard. Why what? Naruto repeated, slightly unsettled at the sudden and abstruse question. Why are you doing all this? Walking me home, asking me to help you with things like shopping, trying to show me someplace like this? What are you trying to do? There was a hint of anxiousness and desperation laced into her tone, a stark contrast to the Jinchuriki's unchanging and calm demeanor. It's easy really, I'm just fulfilling a promise. Promise? What do you mean by that? Mira asked, caught off guard by the cryptic answer. Whose promise are you fulfilling? She felt a sudden pang of pain within her chest at the thought that he was only doing this out of a sense of obligation, at the very thought that he wouldn't have bothered talking to her if someone hadn't asked him to. Who asked you to do this? The snow-haired woman despondently murmured, eyes covered by the fringe of her hair. Someone who cares about you. The shinobi tenderly smiled. The successor of the sage placed a hand on Mirajane's shoulder. For the young mage, as soon as the blonde's hand made contact, she felt her surroundings completely shift. In one moment she felt the support of the old tree behind her and heard the continuous laughter of the church orphanage's children, and the next everything had changed. The presence of the tree faded away in the blink of an eye as if it never existed. The sounds of the kids and merriment were gone, and in their place settled an eerie silence. Mirajane Strauss was no longer in Church's courtyard. She was no longer anywhere near Magnolia, in fact. Standing up while sweeping her gaze over her new surroundings, her eyes widened as the familiarity and significance of the place dawned upon her. The handiwork of the small, straw hut couldn't have been mistaken for anyone else's besides hers. Along with the grave engraved with her name, I once had a friend who I considered to be my brother in everything but blood. Mirajane suddenly stiffened, remembering the person who had somehow and some way brought her here. She turned and watched as the person she previously thought she knew more about than anyone at the guild approached the beautifully made grave and crouched down in front of it. His voice carried over the mountain like a calming wind after a storm, and the tenderness he exhibited could match even the sun with its warmth. He was arrogant, annoying, and a total pain in the neck. Naruto chuckled in remembrance, but he was still the person I considered my best friend. The Uzumaki's eyes gained a tinge of regret and heaviness as the image of his worn and bloody teammate appeared in his mind. However, one day the village gave his older brother a mission that resulted in the deaths of their entire family. The person who I thought was my friend lost himself to his grief and became obsessed with his revenge. He lost his entire family and was swallowed up by his pain, eventually leaving him trapped in the dark. Standing to his full height, he walked towards Mirajane until he was no more than a few steps away. His features, kind and full of life, were face to face with her stunned disposition. I made a promise to myself that I never wanted to see anyone else suffer like he did. And he looked back at the grave made by Lisana's closest friend, its splendidly crafted details basking in the warmth of the sun. I also made a promise to Lisana that I would make sure you didn't give up being a wizard, too. Myra's honest sapphire blue eyes revealed their astonishment as her jaw slightly fell in sheer wonder. You knew about my magic, haha. I can't take credit for that. Naruto good-naturedly grinned. Erza's the one who noticed. Erza? Mirajane asked with visible bewilderment. Naruto nodded before speaking again. She doesn't want to lose a precious rival and friend. Mirajane bit the bottom of her lip while her right arm moved to cradle her broken left. Her eyes looked lost and dim, refusing to meet his own. I don't want to endanger or get anyone else killed ever again. Shish quietly muttered, choking back a hiccup. I don't want to be a mage that will only get the people close to her hurt. I know you don't. Mirajane inclined her head upwards as two hands placed themselves on her shoulders. Coming face to face with a pair of the most fervent and animated ocean blue eyes, she found herself lost in the face of just how certain the tone of the shinobi's voice was. But I won't let you quit. I may have not been able to meet Lisana, but I know for sure that she wouldn't want her older sister to blame herself and live like this. Tears gathered at the corners of the silver-haired mage's eyes while her hands balled themselves tightly. Her entire frame started to shake as it held itself from falling apart altogether. But Mirajane. A recollection from 4 years ago, only a couple days after they had left their village, arose within Mirajane's memories. 4 years ago, Mirajane. What's wrong? A younger Lisana, bright blue eyes filled with pure curiosity, stood in front of her older sister who was currently sitting on an old stump in the forest they were venturing through. Mirajane had hidden herself away in an overly large cloak as if to hide her existence away from the outside world. Beneath the opening in the front of the garment, one demonic right arm rested on her leg. Not receiving a response from her sister, Lisana placed her hands on her hips while her expression adopted a pouting manner. Take this. Ouch. What the heck, Lisana? Mirajane used her right hand to hold her left shoulder that had been the victim of Lisana's pinch. She had been stewing in her own thoughts when, out of the blue, her baby sister decided to pinch her shoulder for no apparent reason. Grinning proudly with a triumphant air about her, Lisana stood tall and proud, well as tall as a kid her age could stand. Don't you see, Mirajane? Slightly annoyed, Mirajane grumpily directed a small glare towards the little girl. See what? Pointing her small finger directly into her face, Lisana spoke with a voice of pride and liveliness. A monster wouldn't have been fazed by my attack, but you still said, ouch. Her cute sister was practically sparkling with a shining gleam in her eyes, fully believing in the fact that she was right. At the moment, she still had control over her body, but it still didn't reassure her in the slightest. It was only a matter of when, not if, she fully turned into a demon. Mirajane lowered her head in self-deprecation, idly touching the scales upon her right hand. She was afraid. That's only for now, Lisana. What if I really do turn into a monster and hurt you or Elfman? Lysana smiled brightly and held her sister's cheeks with her significantly smaller hands, mushing together Mirajane's face to the point it looked too funny not to laugh. Lysana answered her sister's worries with her most honest answer. Even if you hurt me or Elfman, we'll both forgive you. You're our big sister and neither of us want you to give up, so promise. Face still being held by her little sister, Mirajane gave Lysana a questioning stare in response. Promise what? Eyes fully serious despite holding Mirajane in a rather ridiculous manner, Lysana brought her face even closer so that Mirajane could practically see the resolve burning in her eyes. Promise that you won't give up on yourself, no matter what, or else I won't let you go. Sighing audibly, Mirajane softly smiled and nodded. She pulled her sister's hands off of her face, so that she could wrap her up in a hug. Surprising even Lysana. All right, you win. It's a promise, Lysana. Now as he held onto her shoulders, all of a sudden Naruto felt the shaking in Mirajane's arms and legs cease on its own. Adopting an expression of confusion, his facial features immediately changed into that of unadulterated surprise upon being hugged by Mirajane, who wrapped her one good arm around him. Feeling a slight burning in his cheeks, the whiskered shinobi tried his best to make sure that he wasn't aggravating her injury in any way. Hey Mira, what's wrong? Are you okay? Mirajane slowly began. Naruto blinked, repeating the same word she had mumbled. If you and Lysana met, I think you two would be good friends. Mirajane finished murmuring into his shirt. Releasing the shell-shocked and stunned Naruto, Mirajane's gaze matched the Uzumaki's with a newly found hope radiating within it. Hey, what would you have done if I decided to stop being a mage anyway? Naruto scratched the back of his head as he hadn't fully thought out what he would have done if she did say no. Well, I probably would have grabbed my pebbles back from the river and restarted at square one. The Jinchuriki blinked, coming to the realization of what Mirajane's words had meant. Wait, does this mean? Smiling brightly before he could finish his sentence, Mirajane bowed her head in a manner similar to that of a student. It means I'll be in your care, Naruto. Alright, sorry for the delay, but I've come to a realization. Writing non-canon stuff is a hell of a lot more difficult than canon stuff since there's no framework to organize your ideas around. This doesn't mean I'll have an issue with it, I'm just saying it'll just take me longer to do. Anyway, please leave a review on the way out. Again, I know people hate reading authors' notes, so if they didn't see the one at the top, go read the new section talking about multi-pairings and harems on my profile. This is a bit of an in-depth explanation behind this chapter for those of you who care, so those who don't can just skip this part. As I'm sure all of us can attest to, readers and writers, we have all read, or written, a story on this site where the main character and his love interest undergo a fall in love at first sight in a single paragraph. Okay, sure, I could, like the previous version, write the main character and his interest falling in love in a single paragraph, but that doesn't have the same impact or meaning to it in comparison to actually writing out. For example, imagine if I just wrote this entire chapter into a paragraph detailing how, over a span of 6 or something months, Naruto stood by Mirajane's side and she eventually developed a crush on him. Seriously, you'd have to be ridiculously naive to not see any issues with this. Anyway, that pretty much sums up what I have to say on that. A few people have asked me to make this a multi-pairing, and if you are one of those people, then I'd recommend you moving to my profile where I will also state my thoughts and opinion on multi-pairings or harems. First mission CH4. First mission person, human talking person, human thinking demon talking demon thinking technique name. I don't own anything including the cover art Magnolia's Forest. Flowing through the dense forest like a blue vein, Magnolia's river was a portrayal of peace and calm. The peaceful sounds of chirping birds and the gentle whispers of the wind flowed through the forest like a river, encompassing the forest and its occupants within an ambience of tranquility. BWOM him before it was promptly destroyed by the echoing reverberations of an explosion. The early morning crows screeched as they rapidly scattered away from the source of the eruption. Running across the river flowing through the forest at near impossible speeds, a spiky-haired youth traversed the heavy forest as if it was by second nature. Defying the laws of physics, he ran across the surface of the river at a breakneck pace, passing the muddy, riparian banks and tall cattails growing near them. The almost rhythmic sounds of his footsteps impacting the watery surface with tiny splashes were the only echoes haunting the eerily quiet forest as he jumped over a stone jutting out of the river. His senses screaming out to him, Naruto Uzumaki performed a mid-air flip, dodging an explosive shot of magic that blew apart the area he previously stood, sending splatters of water up into the air. The shot had been so potent that it had left the space temporarily unoccupied, forcing the river to refill the empty pet sea. She's gotten better, he inwardly mused, the attempted attack not deterring his run in the slightest. Not long after, the shinobi was referring to appeared before him in a matter of seconds. Jet black bat-like wings sprouted from her upper back, while an undulating crocodile tail was moments away from slamming into his face much like a bullwhip. Her hands were covered in scales while her fingers were frighteningly sharp. Mirajane Strauss's long silvery hair jutted upwards, defying gravity, while her typically passive blue eyes glimmered with a purple tint. It's good that you're able to use takeover again, but... Naruto dropped to his knees, sliding across the water's surface while allowing the demonic tail to harmlessly pass by mere inches away from his nose. As soon as he had avoided the ligament, he pushed himself off of his knees and back onto his feet, pivoting on his right foot to turn around. Efficiently wrapping his left arm over her wings, cutting off her means of escape, he solidified his hold by using his right arm to hold a glowing kunai to her throat. You've still got a long way to go before you can beat me. Lesson 1, my faithful student, always watch your back. Naruto's confident grin faded away upon seeing the corners of Mirajane's lips tugged upwards in amusement. I think you should take your own lessons into consideration, sensei. With the slight motion of her index finger alone, a sphere of purple demonic energy that had been left floating above the forest propelled itself directly into the shinobi's back. Mira felt the hold on her wings loosen as she used her wings to blow back her captor the moment her magic collided with the mercenary. Gaining a couple feet in distance away, she carefully regarded the plume of smoke, waiting for it to fade away. As the gray, ashen smoke cleared up, she was met with the sight of the shinobi's unconscious body floating face down on the calm ministrations of the river. Sighing to herself in relief, she undid her takeover, returning to her human appearance. Her training attire consisted of a black tank top and shorts that hugged her shapely body quite well, providing her both with flexibility and movement. Her hair had been tied into an upwards ponytail to keep it from interfering with her training, finishing her appearance. Wading through the opposing river that was knee-high in depth, she reached her teacher and scanned over him warily. Looks like this is my first win, she spoke with a tone of finality. As she reached down to pick up Naruto before he drowned, her elation was short-lived as his body blew up in a cloud of smoke. Eyes widening as the realization hit her like a truck, Mirajane didn't have enough time to counter what happened next. Several popping sounds occurred close by until 5 similar clones surrounded her. Not wasting a breath, numerous chains burst from each clone's hands, seizing her hands, ankles, and waist. A 5th Naruto approached from behind her, morphing the chain in his hand into the shape of an ethereal, glowing knife, and held it next to the side of her neck. Of course I take my own lessons into consideration. I wouldn't be the sensei otherwise, student. If he were to be honest, Naruto couldn't deny that he was having fun. Although he had promised to help her regain her strength, he was having just as much fun messing around in fights like this. Back in the elemental nations, there were never really any chances to fight against his friends in the Konoha 11 or 12 if you included a certain Uchiha. Everyone belonged to different teams that ventured out of the village on missions at completely random times. In fact, injuring someone even by accident could have serious repercussions if they were needed for an important mission. All battles and spars against shinobi posed significant danger that could end someone's life if there was an accident, but in Earthland it was different. Although their techniques and abilities were dangerous, it was practically child's play countering them. He finally understood what Kakashi must have felt like training numerous amounts of genin squads. Defeat was an ambiguous word with a multitude of meanings. It didn't necessarily mean to kill, but at the same time it didn't mean to spare a life either. For the mages of Earthland, the word defeat meant to fight and disable. Killing was strictly forbidden by this world's government. According to Mirajane, and doing so could result in prison or in worst cases execution. Naruto supposed this was why he was able to treat nearly everyone around him as a non-threat, because back in his former world defeat meant something else. To defeat meant to either kill or leave barely breathing until a target's usefulness had expired. Although it was the former shinobi mentality, he had still been taught the olden ways at the academy before reforms could take over. Of course, he was never one to kill indiscriminately. That didn't change the fact he knew perfectly well that there were some minds that could not be swayed no matter what. Every mage in Fairy Tail was rather harmless in comparison to him, which made teasing them so damn fun. Mirajane sighed, this time with an underlying tone of annoyance. Damn it, fine, you win. Just like that, the chains keeping her tightly bound released her while each clone cheekily waved goodbye before dispersing into thin air. Mirajane rubbed her wrists, mindful of the marks left by the chains from tightly constricting her, before directing an unpleased glare towards their owner. How? She blandly asked. I disguised myself as rocks in the river and waited to lure you here, was his swift reply. The blonde had nonchalantly answered her question before walking back towards land. Following behind, Mirajane groaned as she pinched the temples upon her forehead as an even bigger headache started to arrive. So I fell for another one of your traps again? Feet now on earth, the Uzumaki started his trek back to the area they had set up camp in, with the Strauss glaring daggers at his deceptively undefended back. You know, at this point I'm thinking of keeping a score just to see how much I can mess with you in training. The shinobi grinned, placing his hands behind his head. How many times have I beaten you? Again? I don't remember. Mirajane muttered, crossing her arms beneath her chest. Well, I've beaten you at least 100 times. Not even close, it's 9-0, Mira immediately interjected. A shiver traveled up her spine as the blonde glanced over his shoulder with the same damnable teasing glint in his eyes. Spending 1 week training with the insufferable teen allowed her to practically predict what came next. So you did remember. Just because she knew it was coming didn't make it any less irritating. Speeding up, Mira soon left behind a laughing Naruto, a slightly reddened face due to the embarrassment of being so easily baited. Jogging to catch up to her, Naruto good-naturedly wrapped his arm over her shoulder in a friendly manner, with his need for teasing thoroughly satisfied. Anyhow, you've improved a lot since you first started, you know. There it was again, Mira idly noted. She found that the blonde had a habit of saying, you know, quite often. It was kind of similar to how Natsu would always say how fired up he was, except in this case it was slightly less annoying. There was a very small gap between the two. Sighing before shrugging his arm off of her shoulder, she unenthusiastically maintained her trek back to their training area. How do you figure that? I haven't beaten you a single time since we started last week. Simple. Do you know how long our fight lasted? Mira's eyebrows slightly arose at the question before shrugging once more. I don't know, about 45 minutes give or take. Close enough. And do you know how long it was yesterday? Mirajane's features slightly scrunched up in thought before finding answer. About 15 minutes? Do you see a pattern? Mirajane stopped in the middle of the dirt path, directing a look that said, what are you getting at? Towards Naruto's expectant features before the reason finally dawned upon her. I fought you longer in my takeover today than I did yesterday. Seeing Naruto's fox-like grin indicating she was correct, Mirajane remembered that she had only lost yesterday due to the fact that she couldn't manage to maintain her takeover. Today, however, she was released it of her own volition, and she even felt that she could have held onto it even longer. I was hoping to see how long you could hold on to it today, but I didn't attack you soon enough. Naruto sighed in disappointment as he continued to walk while withdrawing a book and pen. "You sound way too disappointed," Mira blandly stated as she stared at his departing back while following not too far behind. She noticed that he seemed to be drawing something in his book. Naruto's head glanced over his shoulder, ocean blue eyes emitting childlike genuineness. "Of course I am. In one day, you're now able to hold onto your transformation for more than twice as long as the day before. The rate you're growing at is incredible, so why wouldn't I want to see how much further you can go?" In Naruto's mind, Mirajane's training and abilities highly reminded him of his own. He had spent years in training trying to use Kurama's power, and was met with very little success. She and Elfman's use of takeover to draw on their respective inner soul's powers were highly reminiscent to that of the Jinchurikis. "It's not that hard to keep a demonic hatchling under control, brat. I could have squashed the demons of this world right after being born, and I doubt that even you would be taken over by a hatchling back when you were a kid. Are you complimenting me?" Hearing the derisive snort of his partner, the shinobi internally chuckled, cracking a small smile on his features. "I know what you mean, furball, but compared to me back then, I could barely even hold your first transformation for more than 10 minutes without ending up in a hospital afterwards. If you look at it that way, I guess you can say that She-Devil's progress is quite remarkable from your standpoint," the Great Fox mused. "Are you insulting me now? Hey, I've been meaning to ask you this, but what have you been drawing these past few days?" Mirajane suddenly asked, drawing the blonde out of his inner thoughts. Her curious blue eyes looked over the significantly taller teen's shoulder as he drew foreign markings and intricate circles. Over the past week, she had noticed the Jinchuriki drawing in a notebook that he had procured from a local shop along with a pen. She couldn't make out the language he was writing in for the life of her or distinguish just what the drawings were supposed to symbolize. "They're a surprise." Naruto grinned with a hint of mischief as he put the book into his red and black jacket's inner pocket. Mirajane frowned at the vague response as they finally reached their main training area. Her frown grew more prominent upon seeing a distinctive head of scarlet hair waiting for them. Erza Scarlet, the Titania, sat upon a log being used as a makeshift fireside bench with one leg crossed over the other while her hazel-brown eyes drifted over towards the pair she had been waiting for. Over the past week, she had neither seen Fairy Tail's newest member nor her own rival. After asking Makarov, she learned that there was a rumor going around that the fairy's rookie was training the S-class mage in the Eastern Forest. She thought back to their heated but very brief spar back when he had first arrived and found herself perplexed. She did not consider herself to be vain, but as an S-class mage she knew that she was a recognizable icon among Fury. However, someone who managed to best her in combat with his bare hands and a knife so abruptly arrived at Fairy Tail's doorstep, and no one had ever heard of him to this day. According to his words, he had been a freelance mercenary who maintained a low profile, but it just wasn't logically possible for someone of his caliber to remain concealed from the public eye for so long. Therefore, she had decided to confront the boy to learn more about his origins herself. It wasn't hard to find their training site considering the vast amount of magic she recognized as Myris being thrown about. Coming from Naruto, on the other hand, she felt nothing. She had not felt one speck of Etherano being used by the stranger, only adding to the shroud of mystery that surrounded him. This brought her to her second goal: challenging the blonde to a rematch in order to determine just what type of abilities he held, as the newcomer and her rival now stood in front of her. "Good morning, Naruto, Mira." "Morning, Erza," was Naruto's cheerful and immediate reply as he sat down on the log across from her. "Morning, Mithia Erza." Mira had almost regressed to her usual way of greeting her rival, but managed to catch her slip before smiling innocently while sitting beside her sparring partner. Although she was given a slight glare from Erza, Mira huffed and looked away, refusing to acknowledge the irritating woman's presence. Following her rival's example, Erza redirected her attention towards the amused blonde who watched the exchange from up close before noticing Erza's rather intense stare. "So is there something I can help you with?" Revisiting memories from the previous week of Naruto's first arrival, Erza remembered their previous bout and its rather humiliating result. Coughing into her metal gloves, She placed her hands on her hips, adopting an act of casual amiability and impassiveness. Ehem, I had heard you were training in the forest from the master, and I wanted to join you as I feel that I can learn much from a fellow S-class. S-class? What's an, no way. Naruto had intended to ask what she meant by fellow S-class, before he had been abruptly cut off by Mirajane. Erza's eyes narrowed into a considerable glare, Myris matching it with an equal amount of intensity. From Mirajane's position, she was improving by large amounts every day, and having another person, especially someone like Erza, would impede on her training. It's not like she felt very possessive of her partner. No, that definitely wasn't it. I don't recall asking for your assistance, Mira. So I believe that is in your best interests to back away from the strongest female in the guild. If it were even possible, Mirajane's smile grew even sweeter as a darker aura wafted off of her, the amount of hostility and annoyance growing with each passing second. And I don't seem to recall giving up that title to some 2-bit mage who managed to get lucky and squeak by the S-class exam. She replied just as evenly. Shall we settle our accounts right here? Both mages stood up from their seats before stepping away from the clearing's seating area and into the open battle section. Opposing auras of scarlet and violet clashed against one another, scaring away nearly all wildlife. Streams of lightning collided in between the two opposing glares as the suffocating atmosphere was practically electric. The third person, who had concluded these two mixed as well as oil and water, had been all but forgotten and uncomfortably made his presence known in the clearing with an uneasy smile. I'd rather not have you two fight right here. The shinobi's first mistake was thinking that he could stop a conflict between two die-hard rivals. The second and biggest mistake was involving himself. Two sets of eyes snapped towards him, each intending to demand he butt out before they suddenly widened, coming to a similar conclusion. Materializing a cone of light around herself, Erza donned a black winged armor set and pointed the tip of her two-handed blade directly at Naruto's chest, giving a strange sense of déjà vu to the shinobi. Very well, we will both battle against you as a way to end our conflict. Wait, what? Surrounded in a purple storm of magical power, Mirajane emerged transformed into her Satan soul form. Upraised hair, elongated claws, and a dangerous grin bundled all in one. And the winner gets the right to train with you. Kurama? Little help here, please? As the superior being, I will allow this challenge to satiate my boredom. Really? What? I'll give you some tips if you're that scared. For example, dodge right now. Bastard fox. Naruto outwardly shouted, right as Mira and Erza both began their attack. The two S-class mages struck downwards with a fist and a sword, splitting the earth apart with dangerous force. The blonde dimension traveler nimbly avoided the conjoined attack on his person by leaping backwards while withdrawing his sketchbook from within his coat. Flipping to his most recent section of the book, he tore out a few pages right as he jumped over Erza's forward thrust. The dignified knight's step-in was so strong that it had taken her from nearly 10 feet away to directly in front of him with a blade ready to pierce through him. Oh, she's not bad, Kurama commented from within his cell. I'd estimate she'd be a top-tier samurai of the Iron Country. Naruto's facial features mirrored his inner displeasure as his body moved as if automatically. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Erza's eyes widened as the shinobi, with the grace of a cat, jumped off of her sword like a springboard, using 2 feet to accurately land on the blade's hilt. Naruto flipped forwards over her head while in midair, where he was met by Mirajane, whose fist was enveloped in a sphere of demonic energy. Flexing her clawed fingers, she did a large, sweeping slash that launched 5 wide claw-shaped waves of magic. Kurama devilishly grinned, revealing the rows of razor-sharp elongated fangs that could pierce through even the toughest metals with ease. Of course not. I'm just very interested in this world's magic. The White One's manipulation of it is also quite interesting. Not even bothering to hide his annoyance, the shinobi held out one of the pages he tore out in a defensive manner against the oncoming slashes of magic power. Diaresis, what's he thinking? There's no way a piece of paper can block my attack. Diaresis. Mirajane's eyes momentarily widened as the words the ocean blue-eyed teen spoke moments ago rang in her mind. To her surprise and horror, a practically unnoticeable void the size of a pin needle began to draw in and absorb her attack, sucking in each individual magic claw until there was nothing left. A new symbol in black ink appeared on the piece of paper wielded by the eccentric ninja. "Surprised?" he asked as he landed safely on the ground, his insufferable grin annoying her greatly. Erza stared in awe at the seemingly normal piece of paper that somehow absorbed an attack that would have given even her some damage. She had never witnessed anything similar to that form of magic, believing it to be something akin to runes. "The longer this battle progresses, the more uncertain I become of our combined chances," she thought, eyeing Mirajane as the grip on her sword tightened. Mirajane, however, remained indifferent, knowing that giving the blonde a reaction would only fuel his amusement. The boy trumped even her as a sadist when it came to teasing. "When it comes to you, I guess I shouldn't be," she neutrally responded, maintaining her composure. "Also, do you think that thing can take another one of those?" Myra's hands were enveloped in a purple glow once more, her clawed, demonic hands becoming 2 times more intimidating. Returning back to reality with the questions of her rival, Erza subtly moved behind the shinobi's line of sight in preparation for an attack from the rear. Naruto's confident grin widened further in response to Mirajane's threat as he held up his remaining 2 pages that he had torn out from earlier, one held in between each of his index and middle fingers. "Diaresis, I've got more than one trick up my sleeve, you know. If I were you, I'd be more worried at the fact that a total newbie is managing to school his seniors in their own areas of expertise." The clearing became dead silent. Both of their prides as S-class mages so brazenly insulted, Mirajane and Erza discarded their original strategy of feeling out the blondes' potential moves to develop a strategy to counter them. Their eyes darkened considerably while their magical power output skyrocketed as their goal became one and the same: beat him down. Dark, stormy whirlwinds surrounded the 2 rivals as they gathered everything they had towards thrashing the pest in front of them. Erza's black wing armor and sword glowed with a scarlet hue as the swordswoman sharpened her blade to its very limit. The weapon's sharpness was enhanced by the sun as the metal reflected the rays of light, giving it a blinding glint. Bringing her hands close together, a purple sphere of magic materialized within Mirajane's palms, growing larger with each passing second. The orb of energy glowed a malevolent violet as a spiraling storm of magic was contained into a smaller shape that continued to expand in order to hold the sheer amount of magic within it. Practically dumping a gallon of fuel onto the metaphorical fire, Naruto's grin widened even further as he made a "come on" motion with his hands, adding the last straw that broke the camel's back. Soul extinction. Moon flash. A nigh unstoppable torrent of demonic energy magnified in waves rushed towards the unperturbed ninja from the front while a flying cross-shaped slash approached from the rear. At that moment, 2 silver chains with a golden hue burst from his upper back before coiling themselves around each arm with movements as fluid as 2 snakes. The chains suddenly began to warble and melt, becoming an amorphous liquid substance that coated Naruto's arms in their entirety until solidifying into silverish gold segmented sections of armor. The Uzumaki's left and right shoulders down to his hands were surrounded in the adamantine chains until not a single space was left uncovered. With his newly acquired armor sleeves, he held his arms out to each side, intercepting both the wave of demonic energy and the sword slashes with his hands. The 2 attacks slammed against his armored hands, one intending to pulverize his bones while the other intended to slash him apart. A loud screeching sound reverberated across the forest with magic grinding against metal, neither of the 2 giving an inch against the other. The cacophonous noise was utterly deafening as the 2 S-class girls continued to fuel their attacks against the whiskered teen who had not given in against their combined effort. Erza and Mirajane's attacks pushed against him with all of their might, but it was all for naught. Their expressions changed to that of shock as both Soul Extinction and Moonflash were obliterated mere seconds later. As the smoke cleared, Naruto's hands surrounded in chains were clenched, indicating that he had crushed both of the attacks with seemingly minimal effort. For Mirajane, this was the first time that she had witnessed Naruto using the chains for something other than chasing and capturing enemies. She glared at the whiskered teen whose metal-covered hands remained only slightly burnt from her strongest attack. For Erza, this was the introduction of something completely new. In their initial spar, the blonde had wielded a small knife whose material managed to cut through her steel swords like butter. She first believed that he had concealed the weapon in his sleeve, but that did not appear to be the case now. Eyeing the new armor surrounding his sleeves, she concluded that the rookie's abilities allowed him to control those strange chains as if it was second nature to him, while also being able to manipulate their shape to nearly anything he desired. Taking advantage of their flabbergasted state of mind, dozens of chains burst from the ground beneath the S-class mages, seizing their legs, hands, waist, and even neck for good measure. "It's my win," Naruto declared as the armor around his arms reverted back into chains and disappeared into his body. Mirajane sighed and undid her takeover, knowing that once she was captured there was no way of escape. After all, these chains were the reason why their current record was 9-0. "I give up," she readily conceded. Erza, on the other hand, continued to struggle, even refusing to release his sword that still remained in her grip. "Not yet. I can still fight," she argued as she continued to wrestle against the chains' hold on her. As the chains set Mirajane down, the S-class mage rubbed her wrists before staring at her rival's current position. She tilted her head to the side before a devilish smile stretched across her lips. Naruto stood in front of a still entangled Erza with Mira behind him, arms crossed over his chest and a weary expression marking his features. He didn't know how long it would take for Erza to give up, as she was almost as stubborn as him. "I really wish she'd just give up here. It's not like she's losing anything." "Bah, don't be such a downer," Kurama voiced with a tint of amusement laced in his tone. "I'm more eager to see just how long she'll hold out before she breaks." "What did you say just now?" "Hey, Naruto," glancing behind him to find the source of the sweet-sounding voice. Naruto's ocean blue eyes met a smiling Mirajane whose gaze was firmly fixated on her struggling rival, who had not bothered to listen in on their conversation. "I can make her give up. Just make me a stick with those chains of yours." "What are you going to do?" Naruto questioned, eyeing Mira warily. "Persuade her," was her almost immediate and overly cheerful reply. Against his better judgment, the ninja from another world nervously smiled before complying. He clapped his hands together before pulling them apart, creating a pole roughly a meter in length and 4 to 5 centimeters in width. Mirajane grabbed the item, chirping a thanks and moving to stand directly in front of Erza. "This is gonna be entertaining. Okay, you want to tell me what's going on, since you seem to know more about this situation than I do?" Naruto could practically see the fox's grin after asking his question, despite not being face to face with his partner. "I want you to think long and hard about those books that toad of a teacher had you proofread in the situation in front of you." Naruto blinked once. He blinked twice. He blinked a third time before his jaw suddenly dropped, almost hitting the ground. His eyes inspected the chains protruding from the ground and realized the way they were holding Erza was rather provocative. Understanding slammed into the shinobi like a truck as he realized what Mirajane intended to do, but it was way too late to stop her. Erza momentarily ceased her struggling upon noticing her rival's presence directly beneath her. She still donned her black wing armor, but Mirajane's takeover was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Myra's lips were upturned in a cheerful smile, while her demeanor reflected that of someone who hadn't lost. "It looks like I am the victor through forfeit," Erza confidently stated, smirking victoriously in the face of her rival. Rather than get offended or annoyed by her declaration, Myra's smile only grew. "Actually, you haven't actually won, as the bet was to see who could beat Naruto. Besides, if anything, you're the loser here." Erza's expression shifted to that of confusion before she suddenly gasped when she felt something touch her. Her hazel brown eyes followed the source to a rod currently being held by Mira, who had pushed the chains wrapped around her legs considerably higher. The constrictions previously securing her at the middle of her legs had been pushed upwards much too close to her lower half. The knight could feel the cold metal dig into her flesh as her face began to burn brightly. What do you think you're doing? You harlot, with one hand adjusting the positions of the chains. Mirajane bit down on the index of her other while her eyes grew half-lidded. Harlot? That's quite rude. If anything, that name suits you a lot more. What did you say? Mirajane returned Erza's previously confident smirk with one of her own as Erza felt chills run down her spine seeing the gleam in her sapphire orbs. The rod traveled higher and higher along the side of her leg as Erza felt her composure begin to waver. After all, I bet you read about this situation all the time in those books of yours. And just like that, all color left Erza's face while her voice grew hoarse. Why you know about my books. Mirajane stepped even closer to the scarlet-haired warrior. Their bodies practically pressed together, and brought her mouth directly next to her ear. Of course I know. I've had dirt on you for ages, Erza. Erza felt her face burn like never before as her cheeks grew redder with each passing second. Myra's hand softly caressed her cheek before sliding downwards, trailing down the nape of her neck towards the silver-edged breastplate that covered very little. I won't tell anyone as long as you admit that you lost. Mirajane continued to almost lovingly whisper. And if you admit that I'm the strongest woman in the guild. And never, Erza defiantly answered, shuddering under Myra's touch. Then, Myra's sweet smile became even more excited as the snow-haired girl practically pressed the rod to Erza's crotch. You leave me no choice. Before it could escalate any further, both the chains and rod being used by Mira and Erza vanished. With nothing constraining her anymore, Erza suddenly yelped as she toppled over onto an equally surprised Mirajane. The Titania's face was pressed directly into her rival's chest while Mirajane lied on her back with her rival on top. She lifted her head up to look behind her while still on the ground and frowned in annoyance at the upside-down blonde. What the hell, Naruto? I was finally about to chase her away. She noticed a distinct dust of red on Naruto's whiskered cheeks as he stared disapprovingly with his arms crossed over his chest. Listen, although you seem to be having a blast molesting Erza, Naruto trailed off, eyeing Erza's utterly embarrassed disposition as she hurriedly climbed back to her feet while regaining a very large distance away from the woman. I'd really rather not be an accomplice to sexual assault. Ho? Mirajane teasingly grinned, leaning on her side while resting her cheek in the palm of her hand, fully knowing that the tables had turned. Then why didn't you stop me sooner, pervy-sensei? Naruto let out a cry of pain as he felt a metaphorical lightning bolt pierce through his heart. He clasped the left side of his chest at getting called out before sputtering back a response. Oh please, I was shocked. Okay. It's not every day you see a girl do that kind of stuff to another girl, you know? The image of Mirajane lewdly touching Erza seemed like a scene straight out of the Icha Icha series his late godfather was infamous for. Not many knew that Naruto had been responsible for reading over the entirety of Jiraiya's work, making sure there were no grammatical errors. After all, the pervert had forced him to do so, stating it was a form of payment for the trip. After reading through all 3 Icha Icha installments, the Jinchuriki could safely say his late teacher had planted the seeds of a closet pervert and corrupted him. Besides, you guys are so unfair, challenging me when I don't get anything in return at all. Since I won, I want you guys to answer some questions I've had for a while, deal? Mirajane burst into a fit of laughter as she hugged the sides of her black tank top before standing back to her feet. Whatever you say, pervy-sensei. Damn it, I'm not Ero Sennin, I'm not that guy, I'm not, Naruto internally cried. Keep telling yourself that, pervy-sensei. Feeling heavy-hearted at the fact he had been branded with the same pet name as his godfather, Naruto decided to move things along and learn more about Fury. I've been wondering this for a while since Erza's said it multiple times. Naruto began drawing the aforementioned scarlet-haired girl's attention. But what is an S-class mage? You guys keep calling me that. Mirajane and Erza both owlishly blinked, giving each other estranged glances before redirecting their focus on Naruto. Diaresis, you don't know what an S-class mage is? Mirajane tentatively asked. The shinobi shook his head in a negatory manner. Diaresis, but aren't you an S-class mage? Erza confusedly questioned. Diaresis again, what is that? Diaresis. Naruto's sweat dropped. Mira and Erza both felt chills realizing that Naruto wasn't kidding. An S-class mage is a title given to only the strongest wizards. Erza began starting with a brief description. Strength, intellect, dexterity, and even luck are all merits that are judged during Fairy Tail's S-class promotion trials. Seeing Naruto's confusion, Mirajane decided to expound on Erza's summary. Every year, the master chooses a group of candidates to participate in the S-class promotion exams that take place on the guild's island, Tenrojima. Naruto let out an "ah" of understanding as he started to realize just how similar Fury was to his old world. In other words, these promotion trials are like our Chunin exams. In addition to prestige, S-class wizards are also granted the privilege of undertaking S-class requests that give greater rewards than normal jobs, but they are far more dangerous. Erza spoke, resuming her explanation. So does that mean S-class is the highest rank there is? The silver and scarlet-haired wizards exchanged a look with one another before shaking their heads. Diaresis. Although it's not really a rank open to everyone, there is one last rank that only the greatest wizards on the continent can reach. Erza responded. Diaresis. The 10 Wizard Saints is an organization of the 10 strongest wizards in Fury, and they even hold some influence over the country's political matters. Diaresis. Diaresis. The top 10 strongest wizards on the continent, huh? The shinobi murmured to himself. Diaresis. Master Makarov is also one of the 10 Wizard Saints. Diaresis. Mirajane added. Diaresis. Also, I've been meaning to ask this, but where exactly did you come from, Naruto? I thought someone like you would have already become S-class by now. Diaresis. Erza nodded in her head in agreement, directing a questioning gaze towards the blonde in question. The Uzumaki uneasily smiled, shifting nervously in the face of two rather intense stares. Diaresis. Well, where I come from we do have ranks like you guys, but we just called them different things, you know. Diaresis. The two rivals' unsettled expressions eased up a bit upon hearing the whiskered boy's explanation, concluding that there were some remote regions that did have different standards than Fury. Only difference is our exams basically tell you to kill everyone or somehow survive until the end to pass. So what rank were you then? Naruto blinked at the sudden question, turning to Mira, who had asked the question. What rank did you formerly possess? Erza asked, repeating the question. Surely you were of high rankings. Although it could hardly be called accurate, his current and official rank was rather embarrassing, as the Jinchuriki sheepishly chuckled while averting his gaze. Well, back in my village, I'm actually considered the lowest rank, not counting academy students who are all 9 to 11 years old. Erza and Mirajane's facial features paled considerably, their minds going blank and failing to register what they had just heard. You've gotta be joking. Mira tonelessly spoke. Sadly, I'm not. Naruto embarrassedly chuckled. So you mean to say that there are even 10-year-olds who are as capable as you? Erza hollowly questioned. Oh, no, of course not. The whiskered Jinchuriki immediately interjected, waving his hands in an attempt to clear away the confusion. Seeing Mira and Erza relax, albeit slightly, the ninja from another world decided to elaborate further. I took the promotion exam when I was 13, but there were complications. What do you mean by complications? Mira curiously asked. Naruto scratched the side of his cheek, deliberating the best way to explain it both concisely and with detail. Long story short, my village was attacked during the exam, my friends were hurt, and at the end of it our leader died in the invasion. The two wizards' eyes widened before their owners simultaneously lowered their heads in an apology. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry too much. Mira apologized. I as well, Erza supplemented. Waving his hands in a disregarding manner, Naruto gave an eye smile to the two. Don't worry about it, it's all in the past, anyway. Because of that attack, I had to leave the village to train, and I never really had the time to take a promotion exam after that for years. But if that's the case, then I'm sure you'll pass the S-class promotion trials this year. Erza had been the one to suddenly speak up, slightly surprising both Naruto and Mirajane. The silver-haired mage looked towards her training partner and nodded as well, wholly agreeing with Erza's declaration. Her eyes suddenly lit up as an idea came to mind. Hey, I have an idea. Since you can't take on S-class quests at the moment, I'll take you on one with me so that I can show you what it's like. The Titania's gaze snapped towards her rival in shock, as she had the same idea mere seconds ago. Wait a min. Okay. Sure. Naruto answered with a grin. I could use the reward money, too. Mirajane directed a sideways smirk towards Erza, who clenched her fist in annoyance. Perfect. Then how about we meet up later at the guild hall? I'll clean up here. Naruto blinked, rather surprised at the offer to clean up their training area. Although there wasn't a huge mess, there was still a makeshift fire pit with burnt lumber and scattered rocks, along with a wooden training dummy made reusing a fallen tree. Seeing Mirajane nod her head in affirmation, Naruto smiled in thanks, nodding his head in gratitude before taking off. Mira maintained a sweet, bubbly smile as she waved him off, watching his departing back in the distance. Now that we're by ourselves, I'd like you to know that I'd appreciate it if you could stop trying to steal my training partner, she casually spoke to the girl beside her. Although Mirajane had witnessed Naruto create clones on numerous occasions, she doubted Erza possessed the same knowledge, which is why she decided to take advantage of that fact. Erza crossed her arms over her breastplate, a neutral expression marking her features. Oh, please. I'm sure Naruto would be more than willing to assist me in my own training. What reason could you possibly have to treat him like he's yours? A look of annoyance crossed the takeover mage's countenance. Just the thought of Erza creating the gap annoyed her enough, but the thought of Naruto being alone with her rival Erza made things a little bit more than uncomfortable. It was quieter than mouse but louder than a forest breeze. She watched as the charismatic, whiskered boy became smaller and smaller in the distance before murmuring words heard by herself and herself alone. Because it was a promise, she childishly whispered. Fairy Tail Guildhall. Naruto had just arrived to the Fairy Tail Guildhall, pushing aside its wooden doors and entering a jovial morning atmosphere. As he took the time to observe his surroundings, he noticed that a few members had already entered early. Makarov was stationed at his usual position of the bar's countertop, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in either thought or rest. The older men he saw at the cemetery before, Mikao and Wakaba, were drinking with a girl around his age despite it still being early in the day. Over by a wall lined with sheets of paper, the ninja assumed that was where you found job requests. A man with chin-length black hair and tribal wear stared intently at each paper as if entranced. A couple tables away, a very bulky, roundish man used a brush and palette to create a portrait, carefully measuring each stroke with an attentive eye. There wasn't that much activity considering it was pretty early in the morning, but there were still a good amount of mages already ready to begin their days. Natsu was a prime example as he ran up towards the blonde along with a flying happy. Hey Naruto, what are you doing here so early? He excitedly asked. I'm actually waiting on Mira to get here. Natsu adopted a look of confusion, giving a strange glance to Happy, who returned the gesture. Why are you waiting for Mira to get here? Aren't you scared of her? This time it was Naruto's turn to be confused. Why would I be scared of her? Besides, she said she's going to take me on an S-class job to see what it's like. Natsu's expression was that of shock as his jaw nearly hit the ground. What? The shinobi's confused look was still apparent as he rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably in the face of Natsu's intensive stare. Diaresis, is there something wrong with that? Natsu recovered from his initial shock, fumbling with his response. Diaresis well, not really, since S-class mages can take non-S-class mages with them, but still you just joined a couple weeks ago, they supposed to be really dangerous too. Naruto gave an eye smile to the fire dragon slayer before ruffling his hair in an amused manner. Diaresis, don't worry about it. I'm plenty strong. Diaresis. Diaresis, relax. Flamebrain. Diaresis Gray spoke up, entering their conversation as he walked through the entrance's doors. The Ice Make Wizard's attitude was as cool as always. In a way, It reminded the whiskered teen of how his former friend could have turned out if it weren't for the massacre of his family. Natsu's mood immediately soured with the exhibitionist's arrival, while Naruto and Happy gave a small wave to the composed mage. "Welcome back, Gray," Happy greeted with his paw in the air. The ice wizard gave a nod towards the flying feline before returning back to his original thought. "Diaresis, there aren't any members of our guild who can't take care of themselves," Diaresis Gray stated as if it were fact. His navy blue eyes stared directly into Natsu's onyx ones. "Besides, I'm sure Mira knows what she's doing. Haven't you noticed how much she's changed since she started practicing again with Naruto?" Naruto's eyebrows slightly rose at that. "Wait, how did he know? Oh right, Erza." Natsu grumbled and, "I guess," to himself, knowing his rival held a pretty strong argument. "But still, be careful, Naruto." The Dimension Traveler grinned reassuringly, projecting an air of genuineness. "Relax, I can take care of anything this job throws at me." "Oh, I'm not talking about the job," Natsu replied, shivering slightly. "I'm talking about Mira." "Mira?" Natsu nodded, his facial expression reliving a past trauma of sorts, reflecting nothing but fear as his arms and legs trembled. "When I was younger, she told me that if I wasn't careful around her, she'd cook me up and eat me." A bead of sweat rolled down the back of Naruto's head, realizing Mira must have scarred the poor boy a lot when he was younger. "Natsu, I'm sure that's not true," he deadpanned. She actually said she would eat him raw like a fish," Happy enthusiastically supplied. At that moment, the Dragon Slayer and his partner both felt a dainty hand grab onto their skulls with a vice grip as they each felt a shiver travel up their spines. "Natsu, Happy," an unmistakable voice sang out from behind them as the two culprits squeaked in fear. "Are you two spreading rumors about me?" Naruto watched on, eyes full of pity for the fire wizard and his blue companion. He slightly sweat dropped seeing Gray subtly move behind him as if to use him as a shield against Mira. "At least he's good at using his head, and no, of course we weren't," Natsu hurriedly responded, his petrified gaze snapping towards his partner. "Right, Happy." "Aye," the blue cat answered, eyes wide with fear and panic. Mirajane loosened her hold on their heads, allowing them to escape and scramble away. The infamous pair burst past Team Shadow Deer as they entered their guild hall, running as far away as possible. While Gray took the opportunity to slink away and the shinobi watched the duo's retreating backs, Mirajane dusted off her hands before spinning on her heel to head up to Fairy Tail's second floor. After Naruto had left, she had made a quick stop by her home to change into a better set of clothing that could be worn on missions. Although her form-fitting tank top and shorts were easy to move in and ideal for fighting, they weren't very presentable when taking on jobs. Her current attire consisted of a loose-fitting pair of jeans and a comfortable navy blue t-shirt that hugged her form nicely. "I'll go grab a job, so just wait here." She received a nod and a thumbs up from her tag along as she strode over towards the staircase leading upwards. Before she could climb the first step, the takeover mage heard the intentional cough of Makarov behind her. The silver-haired teen glanced over her shoulder to meet Makarov's worried gaze that watched over her intently. "You don't need to say anything, Master. I'll be fine," she softly smiled. Makarov's concerned expression remained but eased slightly, seeing the confident light return to his precious child's eyes. Mirajane ascended up the revered staircase that only a select few had the right of climbing. Every time she took a step, she remembered a different trial that she had to face and overcome during her promotions exam. The blood, the sweat, and the tears that she shed were all a part of her efforts to reach this point, and she would never take them lightly. Reaching the top of the steps, she moved towards the S-Class job request bulletin that displayed a single job in comparison to the board downstairs that held a plethora. "Investigate the disappearance of a town's women, reward 20 million jewels." Mira read aloud as she ripped the sheet off the board. "Are you seriously going to take that request?" a voice suddenly questioned from behind. Mirajane turned around to see Laxus sprawled out on the upper level's couch with his hands resting behind his head, eyes shut, and headphones blasting away. The grandson of the master was a wizard of exceptional talent and strength who had more than proved his rank as S-class. I thought you would have quit by now after seeing how pitiful your magic power was a few weeks ago. In addition to his impressive strength, Laxus was also very arrogant and condescending. He was a boastful and boorish individual who took too much pride in his status as an S-class and lorded it over the rest of the fairy tale guild. Even during the few scarce encounters she had with the grandson of the third master, she could always see a resentful gleam in his eyes. It wasn't directed solely towards her, but was instead directed towards everyone other than his personal followers. It amazed Mirajane by just how different two blood-related individuals could be as she adopted an expression of indifference. If that's all you have to say, then I'm leaving Laxus. Laxus derisively snorted as he sat up and swung his legs over the couch. He rested his cheek in the palm of his hand that propped itself up on the S-class wizard's leg while a haughty smirk stretched across his features, threatening to split his lightning bolt-shaped scar in two. Oh, yeah, I heard you're bringing the greenhorn with you. Do me a favor and try not to lose the new guy too. It won't do for the guild's reputation if we somehow manage to lose our newbies like flies. Mirajane's jaw tightened while her fists balled themselves tightly. Over the years, Laxus had grown to become increasingly more unbearable, with a large number of the guild wishing for him to get taken down a peg. Before she could answer with a harsh retort, she suddenly stopped and smiled as an even better idea came to mind. I wouldn't worry about us if I were you, she evenly responded with an innocent smile. I'd be more worried about your precious S-class reputation because I'd bet a good amount of jewels that Naruto far surpasses you. Her provocation earned a strong rise out of the Drayar as a dark undertone reflected itself within his coal-black eyes. The hairs on the back of his neck began to rise while a few sparks of electricity burst off his body. Diaresis, are you saying some rookie who joined less than a month ago could beat me? Diaresis, he dangerously questioned. Myra's demure smile only furthered as she walked back towards the steps to the lower floor. Her hands were clasped behind her back while her posture was of picturesque blamelessness. With a glance over her shoulder, she hammered in the final nail. Diaresis, oh, would you look at that? You actually can hear other people over the sound of your own voice. Diaresis. Mirajane didn't bother to turn around as she descended back down, as she could practically feel Laxus seething and glaring holes into her back. A small, almost invisible frown marred her lips as the conceited S-class wizards grated on her psyche. Was she really ready for this? While she didn't doubt Naruto could handle himself, she also felt fear, as she knew firsthand just how fast S-class jobs could take a turn for the worst. When she reached the bottom of the stairs, she found her training partner waiting for her nearby, talking to the guild's infamous heavy drinker, Kana. Diaresis, come on. Just take one sip. Don't be such a stick in the mud. Diaresis, she loudly bemoaned, practically shoving a mug of alcohol into the shinobi's face. Mirajane sighed to herself, already used to Kana's antics of intoxicating new members just to test whether they stood on the same abnormal alcohol tolerance level as the card mage. Naruto initially had come to the bar to strike up a conversation with Makarov before being intercepted by Kana, who had stopped him too. Diaresis offered Diaresis a drink. Diaresis, Kana, I'm fine really, he replied with a bead of sweat rolling down the back of his head. A mischievous glint gleamed in her amber eyes while a drunken blush adorned her nose and cheeks. Diaresis, ho hick. What's the matter? Hick. Ya chicken. Diaresis, Kana slung an arm over the ocean-eyed teen's neck, and in her inebriated state she yanked his face much closer to her barely concealed cleavage. Naruto, face lightly burning red yet composed, internally lamented over the fact that he did not have much experience dealing with drunks. Sure, there was his former teacher, but a good punch to the face usually sobered him up. Unfortunately, the shinobi doubted such a method would be accepted here, especially with someone like Kana. Thankfully, Mirajane came to his rescue as she appeared by his side and tugged him away while directing a frown towards Kana as she departed. Kana's hazy gaze thickened, gaining a sultry undertone to it with a hint of jealousy. Ho! You sure are bold, Mira hick. Already making the newbie yours to play with hick. She drunkenly slurred aloud as the duo was no longer within earshot and already out the guild's front doors. The card mage's boozy eyes eventually wandered back towards her empty cup, noting it was empty. Someone refill my damn cup. Already. Train ride to Marigold Town. Despite having observed the scenery once on his way into Magnolia, Naruto still found himself in awe at just how beautiful the passing landscape truly was. Clean rivers flowed alongside the train into wide lakes, verdant hills and forests dotted the mountainside, providing homes for hundreds of creatures. It was a land unmarred by conflict. Vivid images of the war-torn battlefields, barren wastelands, and destroyed coastlines were still fresh on the young ninja's mind as he shook his head to clear away the nightmarish days. Sitting across from him, Mirajane occasionally snuck glances towards the blonde who went back to drawing in his pocketbook. The Uzumaki had not asked any questions regarding their mission and had been told only the basic info she had given him before they left. It made her rather anxious as she wondered if the whiskered boy was also nervous. She talked big in front of Laxus since she knew it would annoy the lightning wizard, but she truthfully had no idea whether or not Naruto could handle an S-class job. Sure, he was undefeated in their training matches and had even beaten both her and Erza at the same time, but an S-class job was the real deal. Mira gave him a small, nervous glance once more, except this time she found his inquisitive stare being returned right back at her. Laxus's words rang out once more, striking the bell of unease within her chest. "What's the matter? You've been anxious since we left?" Naruto curiously asked. Although he wasn't as nearly skilled at detecting emotions without using Kurama's chakra mode, the shinobi could still tell that there was something bothering Mirajane, given by the number of nervous movements she kept making along with the number of times she kept glancing at him when she thought he didn't notice. Slightly unsettled at being unexpectedly caught, the eldest Strauss tried to play off her worries as figments of her companion's imagination. "I was just a bit surprised is all," she explained, shifting her sights towards the window. "I mean, aren't you nervous about the job? You haven't asked anything about it." "Not really," he answered, his hand fluidly moving the pencil along the pocketbook. "The job flyer only says the reward and where to go, so I figured I'd get the job's important details from the person who made the request." Naruto paused to observe his work. At the moment, he was recreating the seal he used against Mirajane in training, making sure it was perfect to the last stroke. It wasn't very practical to use small pieces of paper in actual situations, but he figured it would be more important to learn and memorize the seal first before crossing that bridge. He suddenly smiled as an idea came to him. "Actually, I do have a question." Really?" Mira responded with a hint of surprise underlying her tone. "What is it? Did you actually eat kids when you were younger?" Mirajane's face slowly turned a bright shade of red as Naruto's words sank in. In a combination of both embarrassment and anger, she stood up to her feet, looming over Naruto despite the latter being 5 to 6 inches shorter while sitting down. "That's a lie and you know it. I only said that to Natsu because he wouldn't stop challenging me to fights all the time." The Strauss's chest rose up and down, taking in air after having to abruptly shout. The whiskered mischief-maker snickered in amusement at his companion's reaction. "You look more relaxed now. We haven't even started the job yet, so just take it easy, you know." His ocean eyes had already returned to the notebook in his lap as he continued to practice his seal writing. Mirajane's lips frowned in a sulking manner, but she couldn't argue with the blonde's logic. She eventually shifted her attention towards the book that Naruto had been writing in ever since they boarded the train. The shinobi felt the cushion beneath him shift with the addition of more weight as Mirajane moved to sit next to him rather than across. Her curious gaze wandered over his notebook, trying to make sense of the foreign shapes and characters. "That reminds me, what exactly do those symbols mean? I remember you were drawing those back in the forest too." "They're called seals," Naruto answered, flicking the pencil he was drawing with around his thumb with a grin. Mirajane, on the other hand, was left with a more or less confused impression. Seals. The very word itself seemed like a foreign concept. Despite the brash personality she once retained years ago, she had still been considered quite knowledgeable on the numerous types of magic used by wizards. Yet in the years of her tenure as an S-class wizard, Not once had she heard or seen a magic remotely similar to what Naruto used. Noticing her clearly complex countenance, Naruto flipped his book's pages closer towards the front of his pocketbook in order to provide a more detailed explanation. He held the book up, displaying 2 pages side by side. "Do you see anything out of the ordinary with these?" Scanning over both pages, she noticed a clear difference in the way one page contained more symbols than the other. Although they're called seals, sealing things away isn't their only use. They can be used for a lot of different things like makeshift bombs, power sealers, or in the more advanced cases. Mirajane's eyes suddenly lit up, recollecting a certain memory that happened not too long ago while drowning out the blue-eyed boy's voice. It was when the eccentric teen had shown up outside her home asking her to take him grocery shopping. He handed her a piece of paper that didn't make sense to her then, unlike it did now. Barriers, teleportation, or even gravity manipulation? Mirajane guessed, surprising the otherworldly ninja. "Yeah, I've actually been working on that one for the past week. How'd you know that?" "I remember it was on your list of reminds that you accidentally showed me before we went shopping. Quick question though." Naruto felt a sudden chill run up his spine in the face of Myra's all too bright smile. "Who exactly were you planning to test these seals on?" A few thoughts had crossed Myra's mind almost immediately after realizing just how often the blonde worked on those seals of his and after he had explained their potential uses. The first was the trick behind his teleportation ability. When they had teleported to Natsu and Lisana's first home, she saw an insignia with similar characters nearby on a rock. The second was his use of seals and his guinea pig for them. He already used one in their training fight with Erza, so who was to say he wouldn't use them again? Naruto averted his gaze, innocently whistled while a bead of sweat ran down the back of his head. His blue eyes peeked to the side, glancing to see if Mira had stopped staring. She hadn't. "Come on, Mira, it's equivalent exchange. We're both training, so it only makes sense that I try out new things, you know?" Her sapphire eyes remained unyielding and unamused as they stared into his. "If you want, I can just practice on my own clones. No big deal." There was still no change. "You want me to use these on Erza, don't you?" "I think I'm gonna end it off here for a couple of reasons. If I wrote out the whole mission in the end, it would probably get to 20k. Secondly, pretty much all of this is set up for the next chapter, so it's not that fun to write. Lastly, it's better to assume that I'll have monthly updates rather than weekly since I'm prepping for university, so that's all. Let go and move on. Ch6. Let go and move on. Person, human talking. Person, human thinking. Demon talking. Demon thinking. Technique name: I don't own anything including the cover art. Hi. There are a lot of words. Marigold Town. HHMM. Mirajane hummed a happy tune as she practically skipped through Marigold Town's unpaved streets. It had been a while since her last visit to this town for a job request involving monster removal, but the silver-haired mage still found its atmosphere quite serene. Marigold was not a commercial or industrialized town. Its settlement was located in the more rural regions of Fury that centralized their industries around farming and mining. The town was located by a large, crystal-clear lake while the train's railroad tracks looped around the body of water and back. A pair of mountains resided far behind the civilian area while the settlement's infrastructure all led towards the town's square. Waist-high stone walls were erected along the side of the streets that were decorated with different kinds of buildings. Some of Marigold's architecture consisted of full one-story stone buildings that served as a house, while small businesses and shops had buildings made of wood and plaster. Back then, there were even traders stopping by to purchase the town's harvest of either crops or metals in order to sell to industrial companies located closer to the continent's capital. However, there were only 2 people in sight at the moment. "You know, I'm really starting to think you just like bullying the poor thing," Naruto dryly commented, referring to Erza as he walked alongside a joyous Mira. The shinobi's footsteps trailed behind the snow-haired beauty, ocean blue eyes watching her ponytail bounce up and down, mimicking their owner's morbid joy. "When you get to know her and don't feel the urge to mess with her, you can ride that high horse all day long," was her immediate reply. Her reactions are just too amusing. Right, Naruto replied, his voice trailing off as his eyes observed his surroundings. Doesn't this town seem way too quiet? Something seemed off with this place. There was no one around them. There were no men, no women, and no children. There was only a chilling silence accompanied by the rhythmic pattern of the two fairy tale members' footsteps echoing across the empty town's narrow streets. Naruto found it highly akin to that of a scary ghost town where all the residents were either mysteriously killed or just vanished. Not that he was still afraid of ghosts, he was one of the most badass ninjas to ever walk the earth. He fought freaking gods and monsters for a living. There was no way he was afraid of something only kids believed in. Hey, how about we go? Ghost. Where? Mirajane blinked at the sudden yet random outburst while directing a dry and amused stare towards her blonde companion. Realizing his rather unprofessional slip of the tongue, Naruto's facial expression imitated that of a deer caught in a headlight as he nervously laughed off the blunder. You're not afraid of ghosts, are you? In response to Mirajane's amused and mirthful inquiry, the shinobi of another land returned a stony glare. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Shaking her head after learning a possibly exploitable tidbit about her partner, Myra's sharp eyes returned to their vigilant search as they looked towards a nearby house's windows, finding the glass panel's other side to be completely boarded up. She recalled that upon disembarking from their locomotive transport, they had not run into a single townsperson. There were not even attendants at the train station's ticket booth. Mira suddenly stopped with Naruto doing the same, both observing their surroundings with a tentative wariness weighing on their shoulders. We need to find the town hall. The mayor was the one who. Mirajane's sentence was abruptly cut off by the sound of a loud piercing scream that resounded throughout every crevice in the ghost town. Two sets of blue eyes instantly dilated, their pupils reflecting a sharpened sense of awareness that snapped towards the source of the fearful cry. The yellow and white-haired duo exchanged a look before sprinting off towards the origin of the scream. The sounds of their footsteps rapidly running across the unpaved ground were quiet yet rushed as they navigated through backstreets and alleyways, eventually finding the first actual person in Marigold. Huddled and backed into a corner, eyes petrified with fear, a young girl with shoulder-length blonde hair, fair peach skin, and sparkling emerald eyes stared face to face with what could only be described as a hound from hell. Her small dainty hands were scratched and lightly bleeding as they pressed themselves against the coarse stone alleyway ground, while her slender legs continued to backpedal against the concrete wall with a relentless fervor, desperate to get as far away from their demise as possible. Even though there was no longer any room to back away, the young girl's fear-addled mind could only remain terrified in the gaze of those horrid blue eyes. The hound was at least 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. Its fur coat was reminiscent to that of a fire that had long since died out. Dark, gray ash covered the canine's midnight black fur while a grisly tail swished back and forth with an almost predatory playfulness. Its most terrifying features were the burning azure flames leaking from the corners of its mouth along with the glowing blue embers that comprised its sharp eyes. A low growl rumbled from its throat as it revealed the rows of sharpened, jagged teeth adorning its mouth. Its paws tightened themselves before they pounced off the ground, launching the nightmarish dog towards its defenseless prey. Time seemed to grow still at that very moment for Elizabeth. She had only ventured out into their once safe and tranquil town in hopes of finding food for her town's orphanage where she lived. She hadn't expected to find a demon's hellhound chasing after her, and she certainly hadn't expected to be trapped with nowhere else to run. Someone, she tried to scream, desperate to wring out something, anything to call for help, yet nothing came. Her voice had long since left her with her life not too far behind it. The hound's claws, sharp enough to cleave a person's limb clean off, were mere inches away from her neck. Elizabeth squeezed her eyes shut, hoping for only a quick end to her life. Expecting to hear the revolting sound of her flesh being ripped away from her, she stiffened upon feeling a swift rush of air followed almost immediately by the sound of a solid thump. "Are you okay?" Elizabeth slowly opened her eyes, blearily blinking away the haziness clouding her sight, where she was greeted with the wondrous sight of another human. As the last of the bleariness left her, her eyes slowly widened, coming face to face with the prettiest girl she had ever met kneeling in front of her. Her hair, reminiscent to that of a cascade of snow, flowed in gorgeous locks that even she was jealous of at her young age. Warm eyes as blue as the sky were touched with concern as a gentle hand placed itself on her cheek, inspecting her for any signs of harm. She nodded, eyes firmly transfixed on the seemingly magnanimous teen. If the mysterious lady in front of her wore a dress instead of jeans and a t-shirt, Elizabeth would have mistaken her for a princess. Phew, we really cut it close there, didn't we? Elizabeth was broken from her stupor with the addition of a new and distinctly masculine voice. Peeking over the snow-haired woman's shoulder, she found another teenager who looked to be the same age. Observing the princess's compatriot, she noticed bright spiky yellow hair and eyes bluer than the ocean being his most prominent features, while his reassuring smile alone managed to return the feeling back to her numbed limbs. That is until her eyes wandered towards the dead hound. Neck was bent at an awkward angle, causing her to flinch and scuttle away from the mere sight of it. The boy's grin faltered slightly, realizing just how shaken up the girl must have been, knowing just how close her end almost came. His gaze met with Myra's, who stood up and gestured for him to take care of the girl they had saved. The shinobi nodded and moved towards the quivering adolescent, while Mirajane went to study the hound he had killed. "Hey, you okay, kid? It's all right now. You don't have to be scared." The whiskered Jinchuriki knelt down in front of Elizabeth and firmly grasped her shoulders to quell her trembling. A pair of emerald orbs looked up towards Naruto, their owner taking in a shaky breath of air before stiffly nodding. "Hey, are you the mages the mayor called for help?" Gently stroking her disheveled head of hair, Naruto grinned, a simple manner that helped to reassure Elizabeth's fears. "That's right. We're both here to help. Can you tell me your name?" Gasping, realizing she had been ill-mannered despite the orphanage's mother's constant reprimands, Elizabeth felt a flush of hot embarrassment flood her cheeks. Sorry, my name is Elizabeth." "Elizabeth, huh? That's a nice name." Naruto nodded in an upbeat manner of approval. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and the pretty one over there is Mirajane. We're both from Fairy Tail." "Fairy Tail?" Seeing Elizabeth's expression of confusion hearing the unfamiliar name, Naruto rolled up his sleeve, revealing the black insignia adorning his right outer bicep while adopting a prideful attitude. Elizabeth's light emerald orbs widened upon witnessing the symbol for the first time. She had never met a mage until this very moment, and never before had she felt such deep emotions of awe and splendor for two singular people. "Hey Naruto, come here for a second," Mirajane called out as she kneeled beside the motionless black hound. Giving Elizabeth a nod indicating he'd be back soon, Naruto stood up and joined Mirajane's side in the back alley. "What's up?" As soon as he had arrived, the blonde had almost immediately spotted a prominent frown marking Myra's countenance as she observed the hound he killed via neck snapping. Mirajane's sky-blue eyes moved over the canine's motionless body, her hand traveling from its head towards the center of its body. The dog's form began to shimmer a luminescent violet light before it. Slowly began to dissolve away into particles of energy that were absorbed into Myra's palm. Mirajane grimaced, her suspicions as well as her fears confirmed. "Naruto, this thing was made by a demon. Not only that, it was made by a powerful one too." Naruto's lips settled for a neutral frown, a sense of perturbation setting in knowing just how knowledgeable Mirajane was when it came to the subject of demons in Earthland. If this was making her uneasy, it meant their enemy would be quite formidable. Two ocean blue orbs shifted towards the Marigold resident while their owner moved to help Elizabeth back to her feet. With a helping hand extended in front of her, Elizabeth nodded and accepted the offer gratefully while Naruto chose to voice his request. "Do you know where the rest of the people in this town are?" In her 13 years of life, Elizabeth had never nodded as fast as she did then. Marigold City Hall. It was a strange experience when they had first arrived into Marigold, a town highly renowned for its reputation in the textile industry, to find not a single human soul in sight. The reason being was because they were all sheltered under one roof. "Man, talk about spacious," Naruto muttered beneath his breath. Two sets of blue eyes cast their gaze across the interior of Marigold Town's City Hall, a remarkable piece of modern Fury architecture. Massive stone pillars engraved with symmetric stylized lotus flower markings acted as support pillars for the hall as 6 of them lined each wall. Handcrafted marble tiles lined the floors with tiny bits of violet and maroon stones embedded within them. Escutcheon-shaped windows reminiscent to that of a medieval period filtered the bright sunlight into the building, while a marvelous chandelier adorned with hundreds of smaller crystals captured the light, reflecting it over the room in an encompassing hue. However, the architectural works of art could not be appreciated as their allure was dulled by the countless numbers of cots and hay beds sprawled out around the floor. "Hey, Elizabeth," Mirajane had called out to their acquaintance as she keenly noted the heavy ambience in the air. "Do you know anything about the hound that tried to attack you?" Elizabeth involuntarily shivered once more at the reminder of the fire hound. She could still distinctly remember its terrifying visage mere inches away from her person and mere seconds away from ending her right there and then. "Sorry, Miss Mirajane, I don't," she admitted, ashamed for not having any helpful information, "but I think I know someone who does." Men and boys of all ages traversed through the building, an aura of aimlessness, hopelessness, and defeat wafting and spreading through the building like a dense fog. Brought further into the building's interior by Elizabeth, the fairy tale team approached a large rectangular table situated within the center of the room. Stationed at the head, a fairly young man well into his late 20s sat alone with his head held in between his hands, his morale utterly crushed. Kazuki Sanada, 27 years of age and Marigold's current mayor, possessed Marigold's most influential seat yet had no power in their situation. The mayor had combed well-maintained coffee-brown hair with small streaks of gray, an indication of constant stress. A pair of wire-rimmed rectangle-shaped glasses sat on the creases of his forehead as the mane lifted them up to rub the bridge of his nose as a means to mitigate his growing headache. Despite the otherwise lifeless atmosphere, Elizabeth marched on ahead unfettered with the brightest smile in the room upon encountering a familiar face she hadn't seen in a while. "Kazuki. Kazuki." Kazuki's bloodshot and tired eyes moved towards the source of the familiar voice as he managed to give Elizabeth a forced smile despite the dire state of affairs. "Elizabeth, I thought I told you not to wander off. It's dangerous outside, especially for you." Elizabeth's facial features scrunched up into an annoyed yet adorable frown as she stuck her tongue out at Marigold's most respected individual. "Kazuki, if you keep acting like an old man, you're going to become one in no time. You're always so busy with your work that you haven't even met a girl to date." Kazuki chuckled, a nostalgic and light-hearted warmth gently lifting away the heavy burdens on his shoulders. Elizabeth and he had always interacted like this. The girl didn't have many friends at their town's orphanage due to the difference in age, as she was several years older than the rest of the children. Ironically, he didn't have many friends either, as he was often considered too young amongst his fellow co-workers and staff. Somehow their friendship just seemed to work. It was funny how the world worked sometimes. The young mayor's smile became less forced as he rested his cheek into the palm of his hand, his almond eyes reflecting nothing short of amusement at the verbal jab. "Oh, is that so? Does this mean you've finally found a boy I can marry you off to?" "Kazuki." Elizabeth cried aloud, cheeks flushed a dark crimson. Kazuki's reaction was to fully laugh aloud at the girl's expense as he wiped away stray tears of mirth. "I'm sorry, I was just joking. Anyway, is there something you needed?" "We'd like to know the nature of your request." Kazuki's attention was taken and refocused onto Mirajane, who had been the one to speak. His eyes widened by a significant degree upon noticing that he did not recognize her as a familiar face, leading his mind to believe that she was a mage who had undertaken the SOS he had sent out. His elation nearly tripled upon seeing an additional wizard standing behind her. "I seriously hope that I'm not wrong, but would you two happen to be the mages who accepted the job request?" Kazuki asked, an underlying sense of hopefulness lacing his tone. "That's us." Naruto spoke, a grin that spoke volumes of his trust in his own abilities marking his features after witnessing the exchange between the mayor and orphan. Kazuki nearly jumped for joy as this was the best news he had heard in a very, very long time. Standing up from his seat, he shook Myra's hand before shaking Naruto's as well. There is so much to cover that I don't even know where to start. He breathlessly spoke, excitement mixing in with elation inside his chest. Mirajane exchanged a glance with Naruto, as if silently requesting to take the lead, to which the shinobi readily acquiesced to her wishes. So it seems, but I would venture to guess that this town is being terrorized by a demon, isn't it? That's why the women in this town are missing, like you stated on the job flyer. Elizabeth and Kazuki's eyes widened, the former due to the fact that this was her first time hearing about such a thing, while the latter's reason was due to the fact that he hadn't disclosed any information about that in his request to anyone other than the adults in Marigold, yet it somehow came into the light within minutes after the mage's arrival. Judging by your reaction, I'm going to assume Mira just hit the nail on the head here. In response to Naruto's statement of confirmation, Kazuki could only nod in a solemn manner, surprising Elizabeth even further. A hollow ghost of a smile spread across his lips as Kazuki looked towards Mirajane, who originally wanted nothing more than for her suspicion to be false. The mayor took his glasses off of his head and held them by their temples. How did you come to that conclusion so quickly? Mirajane extended and held out the palm of her hand, drawing both Kazuki and Elizabeth's attention as they blinked at the seemingly normal appendage. Before they could question the purpose Myra's action held, their mouths instantly clammed up as the same particles of violet etherano that she absorbed from the fire hound emitted themselves into the air around them. I'm a demon soul takeover mage, and one of my specialties is absorbing demon particles. Mirajane explained, elaborating on the true nature of the specks of magic exiting her hand. We ran into a demon familiar that was a low-tier creation, which is why I believed that there was a stronger master responsible for all of this. It was some type of hound that Naruto killed before it hurt Elizabeth. Kazuki's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as his head whipped towards Elizabeth's location. Elizabeth, I've told you countless times that it's dangerous outside. Why didn't you say anything about this? As Kazuki raised his voice, Elizabeth flinched before looking downwards towards the floor, eyes averted out of shame. I just wanted to help you calm down. You've been up since yesterday, so I wanted to find those flowers you always loved to help you relax. I'm sore. Before she could finish her apology, she was stopped upon being engulfed in a tight hug, her face resting against Kazuki's shoulder as the man's face reflected nothing but regret. Regret for lashing out, regret for his incapability to resolve this situation on his own, and regret for keeping the truth away from Elizabeth. No, I'm sorry. You don't have anything to apologize for, he softly murmured into the girl's ear. Naruto and Mirajane watched the public display of affection while exchanging uncomfortable glances with one another. A silent mental message went back and forth between the two regarding the need for them to be intruding upon a moment like this. Hey, Naruto began as he awkwardly cleared his throat. We're going to take a look around and just let us know when. No, it's fine. I should have just shared the full story with you two since the beginning. Kazuki had spoken with tribulation while still holding Elizabeth, his tone heavily laced with disdain and deep-seated regret. Standing up to his full height while returning his glasses back to their rightful position on his face, Kazuki readjusted the location of the nosepads while giving his full, undivided attention towards the fairy tale wizards. The reason why the women of this town are missing is because they were all taken. Marigold's esteemed mayor received two identical reactions from two different people. Neither of the two exactly seemed pleased. The only reason Elizabeth is still with us right now is because she was wandering around the forests when that monster arrived. The venomous tone that Kazuki had hatefully spoken with was enough to rattle even the townsmen who were close by, the chilling tone unbefitting to a benevolent mayor like Kazuki. For once, her not listening to me actually was a good thing. He humorlessly chuckled. If she had actually listened, she would have been taken by C-Tre, just like the rest. C-Tre? Is that the name of the demon? Giving a nod to the shinobi's question, a grim disparity arose within Kazuki's hazel-brown eyes as he folded his hands together in front of his face. If there were to be a physical representation for the word monster, that thing would be it. Whatever he desired he took, and whatever was left, he burned. Marigold's skies soaring across the tranquil calm sea of blue that comprised the sky while mercilessly tearing apart any benign clouds that dared to roll. Onto his path, a demonic humanoid flew down from its mountain with its destination clearly laid below it. Donning a royal blue and white button-up overcoat over its form as a means to represent high status as a demon, the tainted being possessed a cape that fluttered in the wind behind him while two jets of searing hot flames from its feet propelled him forward at vision-blurring speeds as long blackened hair reminiscent to that of ash whipped around wildly in the winds behind it. Those stupid fools, and after I went through the trouble of threatening to burn their whole town to ashes while violating my captives if they put up any signs of resistance. Did they honestly think I wouldn't notice the death of one of my familiars? C-Tre smirked to himself, a creepy and pleased chuckle leaving his lips while his incandescent amber eyes glimmered with an inhuman light. Well, it's not like I wasn't going to do either of those things eventually. I want to get this over with as soon as possible so I can break in the first one. He cackled. Fiery wisps of malevolent orange danced across his fingertips, colluding into a single conflagration, before it was crushed within C-Tre's grip. Finding the miserable human's central base of operations, C-Tre touched down landing and crouched before standing to his full 2 meters in height. Humans. The demon of fire took great pleasure in watching the pathetic beings scramble like ants having their colony attacked. In mere seconds, nearly the entire human settlement that remained in Marigold stood before him, their mayor standing at the forefront. However, C-Tre's eyes were drawn towards the young girl at his side like a magnet. Strange. I thought that I had ordered them to hand over all the women of this village. Eyeing Elizabeth's frightened form intently, the demonic being smirked nonetheless. I'll take her as well and let her grow until she's ripe for the picking. What do you want, C-Tre? Give us back our daughters, return my wife. A deep, throaty chuckle reverberated from the depths of C-Tre's chest as he brought his hand back before unleashing a towering wall of fire that divided himself from the trash before him. As the bastion of flame and ash died down, his intent of silencing the pitiable fools before him succeeded as his voice rang out over the hushed murmurs and whispers. It seems you people are quite mistaken. My presence here is your recompense for retaliation, humans. What are you talking about, C-Tre? We've done everything that you asked of us, what more could you possibly want? Kazuki questioned, a tone of calm composure belying one of suppressed rage. C-Tre's lips, touched with amusement, quirked themselves upwards in a sinister sneer. Did you honestly think a supreme demon such as I wouldn't notice the death of one of my hellhounds? The life force I shared with them returns to me upon their expiration, and since one of your men took the life of one of my subordinates, it is only proper I be compensated. Resentment and anger rose to an all-time high among the ranks of men crowding in front of the city hall. The sheer tone of condescension and arrogance that C-Tre spoke with belittled them with each decibel that left his lips. Fortunately, I am feeling somewhat generous today, so I will let you off with a light punishment. With a snap of his fingers, the cinders that remained from his previous display of power roared to life once more into a large pillar of pure flame. Within the core of the conflagration burned a great white light while the outer edges exuded a brightly colored orange pigment. Pointing a sharp finger towards Kazuki, C-Tre's grin, touched with madness and depravity, widened with tangible delight dancing in his corrupt amber orbs. Walk through my flames and all will be forgiven. Loud bellows of defiance and anger were C-Tre's response before they were immediately quelled by a raised hand from Kazuki. The mayor's eyes gained a hard look to them as he stared unperturbed in the face of a demon. And if I refuse? C-Tre smiled. The deceptively benevolent expression accompanied by his closed eyes created a facade of kindness and charity. Then I'll slaughter everyone here right now. Kazuki glanced over his shoulders, his gaze meeting those of his fellow townspeople one by one, drawing a deep sigh from his chest. They had played right into his hands. Everyone was far too close to evade an attack which would snuff out at least half of them. As his weary hazel eyes scanned through the crowd, they slightly widened upon finding Mirajane within the crowd, her disposition and expression calm and relaxed. Does she have a plan? Kazuki wondered. And where is the second one? Kazuki's jaw tightened. No, those two were Marigold's best and only shot at liberating the hostages and freeing the town from C-Tre's terror. He should know he would place his life in their hands. Everything was riding on him at this very moment. Meanwhile, C-Tre's smile turned into a downright confident sneer. Everything was falling within his plan. What's the matter, oh honorable mayor? Can you not sacrifice yourself for the good of your men? How crew? No, it's fine. Kazuki responded firm and resolute. I'll do it. C-Tre's eyes momentarily widened as this was not the response he had anticipated. The corners of his lips tugged themselves into a frown. This bastard. Mayor, don't do it, we can fight him together. As Kazuki took his first step forward towards the raging inferno, a smaller hand grabbed onto his and tugged his back. Looking back, the mayor found that it belonged to Elizabeth. You can't, she barely whispered. Kazuki smiled as he knelt down and stroked her hair in a comforting manner. It'll be okay. Hey, little girl. C-Tre called out, damnably smiling all the while. Are you perhaps fond of this town's mayor? Kazuki narrowed a glare towards C-Tre, yet the question had been raised towards Elizabeth, who nevertheless answered. He's my friend, she steadily declared, mustering as much of an intimidating glare as a 13-year-old could. Then if you would like to save him, I do not mind sparing him as long as you come with me. Kazuki's hazel eyes, usually filled with warmth and kindness, dissolved all pretenses of such feelings ever existing as they lit up in uncontained fury. Go to hell, you monster. I'd rather slice my own throat if it meant keeping Elizabeth from you. And who is to stop me from slaughtering you where you stand and taking her for myself? C-Tre retorted in kind, amber eyes glowing with lust directed towards Elizabeth. Holding out his hand as a small cluster of wisps combined into a single large flame, C-Tre prepared to smite the majority of the remaining populace with extreme prejudice. Except, dynamic entry, for the sudden foot that smashed into the side of his head, the heel of the limb containing the most of the explosive force as it pulverized C-Tre's jaw while temporarily blowing out his eardrum. The demon being's body crashed straight through the side of a house before continuing to plow through at least two more. As Naruto Uzumaki landed on the ground with the nimbleness of a cat, he immediately winced upon seeing the demon-shaped holes that now decorated three houses. Ooh, damn. Whose houses were those? Among the crowd of townspeople, three hands were raised into the air, causing the shinobi to nervously chuckle. Sorry about that. It's fine. I'm just glad you gave the bastard what he deserves. Same here. I was planning on renovating anyway. In a sudden turn of events, the third house C-Tre had crashed into became engulfed into a firestorm from hell. Plaster and concrete practically disintegrating while stone turned to tar and molten rock. Kazuki? Yeah, I know Jim, I'll help pay for it. Rising from the burnt remains of the home, C-Tre wore an expression that spoke volumes of just how pissed he was. Flecks of flame fell from his unholy majesty as two jets of fire elevated him up into the air. His features sported a heavily purple indent in the shape of a sandal. His face sported a fist-shaped indent-colored purple on the demon's fair-colored cheeks, while C-Tre's amber eyes were livid, widened with absolute fury and hate, as they searched for the interloper among the crowd. Who dares, over here, big guy? Amber eyes snapped towards Cerulean in an instant, a cunning mind burning the image of the insect that dared to oppose him into its memory permanently. I'm going to have to ask you to remain 50 meters away from Eliza. Wait, scratch that. 100 meters away from all children everywhere. C-Tre's lips twisted themselves upwards into a cruel and malicious smile at the sheer gall the man before him possessed. And may I ask for the name of bug that I'm about to squash? Sorry, but my grandmother always taught me to stay away from creepy old men. That said though, pushing the flow of his chakra towards his legs like a spring, Naruto leapt into the air, launching off the ground like a missile, and appeared directly in front of C-Tre in the blink of an eye. His fist was already cocked back, with the demon finally reacting to the shinobi's presence. She also had her own ways of dealing with messed up perverts like you. Feeling the flow of chakra rush upwards from his legs to his torso, Naruto felt the primordial power coalesce within the knuckles of his right hand, surging straight through his bones. However, C-Tre had not climbed up the ranks of his fellow demons, spilling his share of blood and obtaining his experiences along the way. Through sheer battle-honed instinct, C-Tre raised up his left arm to defend his face from the mysterious human's attack. Clenching his fist tightly as his inner chakra created a nigh-invisible shell around it, Naruto sucked in a breath of air as he unleashed a hammering right hook that drilled into the demon's forearm. The blow from the ordinary human broke through C-Tre's makeshift block with crushing force as it broke the bones in the demon's arm with an audible snap like a pencil. A pained scream of agony tore through the air before it was immediately silenced by the same fist whose momentum continued to carry it right into the same spot the shinobi had punched before. The aftereffect of the hit rocketed C-Tre back to earth as he smashed into the ground. There was a simple logic behind fighting when it came to being a shinobi. If your opponent excelled in taijutsu, then your only option was to outwit them with either genjutsu or ninjutsu. Similarly, if an opponent specialized in ninjutsu, then naturally your primary options were to beat them with the other two facets that comprised being a ninja. However, when you physically outmatched your opponent by leagues in terms of raw power and speed, what was the point of flashy ninjutsu or illusions when all you needed are two hands and maybe something pointy? There was a reason he was a kick-ass ninja. Speaking of something pointy. Protruding out from the palm of his hand in a manner similar to that of Kimimaro, the deceased remnant of the Kagaya, a glowing kunai emerged into Naruto's grasp as gravity allowed him to chuck the ninja tool cleanly through C-Tre's shoulder, pinning him to the ground while eliciting a howl of pain. A faint blue hue of energy covered the metallic tool like an ephemeral carapace as C-Tre's blood formed a shallow pool within the crater he inhabited. His amber eyes widened as a pair of cerulean ones, calm to an abnormal degree, continued to shorten the distance between them at rapid speeds. Stop it. If you kill me, my hounds will kill all my hostages before you find them. C-Tre's words gave the demon his desired edge. It was an opening. A momentary lapse in the yellow-haired human's brain, a slight hesitation, was all he needed to turn the tables. Naruto had been less than 5 meters away with the intent of finishing off C-Tre as soon as possible before he abruptly shifted his body weight to land further away than originally intended. Before his sandals had even touched the ground, C-Tre enveloped himself in a firestorm that formed a protective pyre of pure flame around him while expanding outwards. The nearby crowd yelled in panic as they backed away from the sheer heat of the encroaching fire. The remaining townsmen of Marigold would have been cooked if it were not for the timely intervention of Fairy Tail's running contender for strongest woman. Gathering her magic as she was covered in a malevolent violet light, Mirajane emerged from the demonic aura drastically altered in appearance. Her ivory hair defied gravity, standing upwards while she donned a revealing maroon bodysuit. Holding her hands out in front of her, a translucent screen of purple etherano coalesced into a spherical barrier wall that encompassed the civilians as it entirely blocked out C-Tre's attempt at roasting the normal humans alive. By the time the blazing tower died down into embers and ash, C-Tre was nowhere to be found. With 4 ends stabbed into the ground forming a pyramid-shaped shield, Naruto's adamantium chains receded back into the ground to reveal the shinobi unscathed, yet severely aggravated. I can't believe I let him get away. Hehehehehe. Naruto felt a shiver scramble up his spine as the gravely, unnerving laughter rattled out from the furthest corners of his mind. The source known, but the reasons behind such a diabolical laugh not. What's with you, Kurama? The flesh bag escaped with your kunai still lodged into him. I can still feel our chakra clearly. Okay, that's great, but why are you laughing? Because I'm the one who's going to hunt the little bastard down. The nerve that fledgling has to assume himself as a supreme demon is an insult to my pride. The 9-tailed Kyuubi madly grinned. I may have despised that label your kind once gave me, but it was a title truly earned by the sheer power my brethren possessed. The presence of just one of us earned the ire of an entire nation, and this C-Tre dares to put us on the same level as he threatens a mere colony? I refuse to let this farce stand. And besides, you're not a sensor ninja, Naruto. I sincerely doubt you'll want to use your chakra mode either in front of all these people since you decided you wanted to lay low for now. Naruto internally laughed, noting how his vulpine partner had not only stuck him in between a rock and a hard place, he had literally smashed the boulders into him for good measure. And you're not saying this just because you went to take control and let loose for a bit, right? He was truly the most fickle-tailed beast of the nine. The amount of logic Kurama was capable of manipulating and twisting into his favor. Or rather the sheer length that Kurama would bullshit reason to suit his own personal desires, according to Naruto, was impressive as it was absurd. The massive fox entity was persistent in his goals and would get there come hell or high water. It was also why they made an excellent team. Fine, just don't go overboard, ya bastard fox. Keihi wouldn't dream of it. Meanwhile outside, Mirajane surveyed her surroundings one last time before deeming it was safe once more. Deactivating her barrier, she felt a slight twinge of anxiety come over her as she was reminded of the trauma of her past. Whispers and murmurs bombarded her from all sides as the people she protected slowly became instilled with fear in the face of her takeover. It was to be expected, of course, given its nature, but that didn't make it any less humiliating. She had always been repulsed by her own power as well, which is why she was never able to fight to her fullest extent with other people watching. No, if anything, she would not crack under the weight of her own emotional burdens, especially on a mission like this. Oi! What are you meatbags gawking at? We ain't a sideshow. Naruto barked, his rough and grizzled voice startling even grown men. Bewildered by the dramatic shift in tone originating from the gentle-mannered blonde, the townsmen shifted their gazes towards the approaching fairy tale member whose appearance suddenly changed. Crimson-red orbs stared back into their own, rattling the very bones that comprised their spines. Sharpened animalistic features grew more prominent upon the shinobi's face as his new appearance just screamed dangerous. Fortify the surrounding areas and make preparations to put out any fires in case the enemy tries something. Why, yes, sir. And just like that, grown men who had previously believed that C-Tre possessed the title of the most terrifying thing they ever encountered shifted those beliefs in a matter of seconds after meeting the eyes of this mysterious stranger just once. The inhumane glimmer within those bloody orbs didn't just make them feel uncomfortable, no, more accurately, it made them feel as if they were being hunted. As if they were no longer humans, but meek animals waiting to be picked off and devoured. One command was more than enough to kick their rears into gear as they all rushed towards Marigold's storehouse to start building barricades while others dashed towards the well to start preparing anti-fire measures. Nodding in satisfaction seeing as how he hadn't lost his touch, Kurama with control of Naruto's body turned on his heel and began walking towards the lake beside Marigold, his target heading off to the mountains on the their side. Before he could use the body flicker technique known by practically all shinobi, he was halted by his wary teammate who placed herself in front of his path while still in her takeover. Her mistrustful sky-blue gaze had not left his frame once. Mirajane was the only one in this town who had spent enough time with Naruto to know what he was like personality-wise, but this most definitely not him. It was just something. Who are you? She quietly questioned, not wanting any nearby ears to pick up on their conversation. What are you doing? Naruto questioned, his tone dripping with hardly suppressed annoyance. There was no panic or sharpened edge to his pupils indicating he was ready to move her by force. Those vertically slitted pupils of endless black were bored as if considering the human before them a mere nuisance and nothing more. You're not going anywhere until I get an answer, she firmly responded, demonic magic at the ready. And if I said this doesn't concern a brat like you and Naruto's perfectly fine, you're getting in my way for an insignificant reason. Myra's glower only grew as violet sparks of electricity jumped across her fingertips that remained hidden beneath her crossed arms. Then, Kitty, I would kindly tell you it does concern me considering Naruto is a member of my guild and my friend. Kurama's eyes widened at the blatant disrespect towards his appearance while a vein bulged out beneath the fringe of his spiky yellow hair. The fact that he could hear the howling laughter of the real Naruto in the back of his mind after switching did little to quell his volatile temperament. He. He began to lowly chuckle. The basic expression of humor did not calm Mirajane's misgivings about the person in front of her. As her eyes swept around them while preparing to take Naruto out of the town while preventing any property damage, her mind came to a crashing halt as the low chuckles of the crimson-eyed Naruto evolved into outright laughter. Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Oh, this is too good. You're a gutsy one, you know that. Naruto started walking once more, aiming to move past Mirajane before she regained her composure and moved to intercept yet again. Santo, step. Mirajane froze at the lone audible sound of Naruto's footstep. In the single moment she blinked, the head of blonde hair and blue eyes she had grown so accustomed to vanished before her eyes, with the sound of his voice being the sole indicator as to where had gone. But that doesn't mean I'll let you get in my way, human. Whirling around in an instant, Myra's years of experience allowed her to discern the direction Naruto had decided to head off to before he disappeared in a blur. Sprouting a pair of wings from her upper shoulder blades, Mirajane kicked off the ground, exploding into supersonic flight, shattering a few nearby windows from the sudden breaking of the sound barrier. Soaring high into the sky, breaking apart a few stray clouds, she floated in the vast sea of light blue eyes, searching for the whereabouts of Fairy Tail's newest member. Her gaze locked onto a